Chapter 35. He repairs to Bristol Spring, where he reigns paramount during the whole season. We shall therefore leave her in this comfortable situation, and return to our adventurer, whose appearance at Bristol was considered as a happy omen by the proprietor of the hot well, and all the people who live by the resort of company to that celebrated spring. Nor were they deceived in their prognostic. Fathom, as usual, formed the nucleus or kernel of the beau monde, and the season soon became so crowded that many people of fashion were obliged to quit the place for want of lodging. Ferdinand was the soul that animated the whole society. He not only invented parties of pleasure, but also, by his personal talents, rendered them more agreeable. In a word, he regulated their diversions, and the master of the ceremonies never would allow the ball to be begun till the count was seated. Having thus made himself the object of admiration and esteem, his advice was an oracle, to which they had recourse in all doubtful cases of punctilio or dispute, or even of medicine. For among his other accomplishments, his discourse on that subject was so plausible, and well adapted to the understanding of his hearers, that any person who had not actually studied the medical art would have believed he was inspired by the spirit of Esculapius. What contributed to the aggrandizement of his character in this branch of knowledge was a victory he obtained over an old physician, who plied at the well, and had one day unfortunately begun to harangue in the pump-room upon the nature of the Bristol water. In the course of this lecture, he undertook to account for the warmth of the fluid, and his ideas being perplexed with a great deal of reading, which he had not been able to digest, his disquisition was so indistinct, and his expression so obscure and unentertaining, that our hero seized the opportunity of displaying his own erudition, by venturing to contradict some circumstances of the doctor's hypothesis, and substituting a theory of his own, which, as he had invented it for the purpose, was equally amusing and chimerical. He alleged that fire was the sole vivifying principle that pervaded all nature. That, as the heat of the sun concocted the juice of vegetables, and ripened those fruits that grow upon the surface of this globe, there was likewise an immense store of central fire reserved within the bowels of the earth, not only for the generation of gems, fossils, and all the purposes of the mineral world, but likewise for cherishing and keeping alive those plants which would otherwise perish by the winter's cold. The existence of such a fire he proved from the nature of all those volcanoes, which in almost every corner of the earth are continually vomiting up either flames or smoke. These, said he, are the great vents appointed by nature for the discharge of that rarefied air and combustible matter, which, if confined, would burst the globe asunder. But besides the larger outlets, there are some small chimneys through which part of the heat transpires. A vapor of that sort, I conceive, must pass through the bed or channel of this spring, the waters of which accordingly retain a moderate warmth. This account, which totally overthrew the other's doctrine, was so extremely agreeable to the audience, that the testy doctor lost his temper, and gave them to understand, without preamble, that he must be a person wholly ignorant of natural philosophy, who could invent such a ridiculous system, and they involved in worse than an Egyptian fog that could not at once discern its weakness and absurdity. This declaration introduced a dispute, which was unanimously determined in favor of our adventurer. On all such occasions, the stream of prejudice runs against the physician, even though his antagonist has nothing to recommend himself to the favor of the spectators, and this decision depends upon divers considerations. In the first place, there is a continual war carried on against the learned professions, by all those who, conscious of their own ignorance, seek to level the reputation of their superiors with their own. Secondly, in all disputes upon physic that happen betwixt a person who really understands the art, and an illiterate pretender, the arguments of the first will seem obscure and unintelligible to those who are unacquainted with the previous systems on which they are built, while the other's theory, derived from common notions and superficial observation, will be more agreeable, because better adapted to the comprehension of the hearers. Thirdly, the judgment of the multitude is apt to be biased by that surprise which is the effect of seeing an artist foiled at his own weapons, by one who engages him only for amusement. Fathom, besides these advantages, was blessed with a flow of language, an elegant address, a polite and self-denying style of argumentation together with a temper not to be ruffled. so that the victory could not long waver between him and the physician, to whom he was infinitely superior in every acquisition but that of solid learning, of which the judges had no idea. This contest was not only glorious but profitable to our adventurer, who grew into such request in his medical capacity that the poor doctor was utterly deserted by his patients, and Fathom's advice solicited by every valetudinarian in the place. Nor did he forfeit the character he thus acquired by any miscarriages in his practice. Being but little conversant with the materia medica, the circle of his prescriptions was very small. His chief study was to avoid all drugs of rough operation and uncertain effect, and to administer such only as should be agreeable to the palate, without doing violence to the constitution. Such a physician could not but be agreeable to people of all dispositions, and, as most of the patients were in some shape hypochondriac, the power of imagination, cooperating with his remedies, often effected a cure. On the whole, it became the fashion to consult the Count in all distempers, and his reputation would have had its run, though the death of every patient had given the lie to his pretensions. But empty fame was not the sole fruit of his success. Though no person would presume to affront this noble graduate with a fee, they did not fail to manifest their gratitude by some more valuable present. Every day some superb piece of china, curious snuff-box, or jewel was pressed upon him, so that at the end of the season he could almost have furnished a toy shop with the acknowledgments he had received. Not only his avarice, but his pleasure was gratified in the course of his medical administration. He enjoyed free access, egress, and regress with all the females at the well, and no matron scrupled to put her daughter under his care and direction. These opportunities could not be lost upon a man of his intriguing genius, though he conducted his amours with such discretion that, during the whole season, no lady's character suffered on his account, yet he was highly fortunate in his addresses, and we may venture to affirm that the reproach of barrenness was more than once removed by the vigor of his endeavors. Chapter 36. He is smitten with the charms of a female adventurer, whose allurements subject him to a new vicissitude of fortune. Among those who were distinguished by his gallantry was the young wife of an old citizen of London, who had granted her permission to reside at the hot well for the benefit of her health, under the eye and inspection of his own sister, who was a maiden of 50 years. The pupil, whose name was Mrs. Trapwell, though low in stature, was finely shaped, her countenance engaging, though her complexion was brown, her hair in color rivaled the raven's back, and her eyes emulated the luster of the diamond. Fathom had been struck with her first appearance, but found it impracticable to elude the vigilance of her Duna so as to make a declaration of his flame, until she herself, guessing the situation of his thoughts and not displeased with the discovery, thought proper to furnish him with the opportunity he wanted, by counterfeiting an indisposition, for the cure of which she knew his advice would be implored. This was the beginning of an acquaintance, which was soon improved to his wish, and so well did she manage her attractions as in some measure to fix the inconstancy of his disposition. For, at the end of the season, his passion was not sated, and they concerted the means of continuing their commerce, even after their return to London. This intercourse effectually answered the purpose of the husband, who had been decoyed into matrimony by the cunning of his spouse, whom he had privately kept as a concubine before marriage. Conscious of her own precarious situation, she had resolved to impose upon the infirmities of Trapwell, and, feigning herself pregnant, gave him to understand she could no longer conceal her condition from the knowledge of her brother, who was an officer in the army, and of such violent passions that, should he once discover her backsliding, he would undoubtedly wipe away the stains of his family dishonor with her own blood, as well as that of her keeper. The citizen, to prevent such a catastrophe, took her to wife, but soon after perceiving the trick which had been played upon him, set his invention at work, and at length contrived a scheme which he thought would enable him not only to retrieve his liberty, but also indemnify himself for the mortification he had undergone. Far from creating any domestic disturbance, by upbraiding her with her finesse, he seemed perfectly well pleased with his acquisition. And, as he knew her void of any principle, and extremely addicted to pleasure, he chose proper occasions to insinuate that she might gratify her own inclination, and at the same time turn her beauty to good account. She joyfully listened to these remonstrances, and, in consequence of their mutual agreement, she repaired to Bristol Spring, on pretense of an ill state of health, accompanied by her sister-in-law, whom they did not think proper to entrust with the real motive of her journey. Fathom's person was agreeable, and his finances supposed to be in flourishing order. Therefore, she selected him from the herd of gallants as a proper sacrifice to the powers which she adored, and, on her arrival in London, made her husband acquainted with the importance of her conquest. Trapwell overwhelmed her with caresses and praise for her discreet and dutiful conduct, and faithfully promised that she should pocket in her own privy purse one half of the spoils that should be gathered from her gallant, whom she therefore undertook to betray, after he had swore, in the most solemn manner, that his intention was not to bring the affair to a public trial, which would redound to his own disgrace, but to extort a round sum of money from the Count, by way of composition. Confiding in this protestation, she in a few days gave him intelligence of an assignation she had made with our adventurer, at a certain bagnio near Covent Garden, upon which he secured the assistance of a particular friend and his own journeyman, with whom, and a constable, he repaired to the place of rendezvous, where he waited in an adjoining room, according to the directions of his virtuous spouse, until she made the preconcerted signal of hemming 3 times aloud, when he and his associates rushed into the chamber and surprised our hero in bed with his inamorata. The lady on this occasion acted her part to a miracle. She screamed at their approach, and, after an exclamation of ruined and undone, fainted away in the arms of her spouse, who had by this time seized her by the shoulders and begun to upbraid her with her infidelity and guilt. As for Fathom, his affliction was unutterable when he found himself discovered in that situation and made prisoner by the 2 assistants who had pinioned him in such a manner that he could not stir, much less accomplish an escape. All his ingenuity and presence of mind seemed to forsake him in this emergency. The horrors of an English jury overspread his imagination, for he at once perceived that the toil into which he had fallen was laid for the purpose. Consequently, he took it for granted that there would be no deficiency in point of evidence. Soon as he recollected himself, he begged that no violence might be offered to his person, and entreated the husband to favor him with a conference, in which the affair might be compromised, without prejudice to the reputation of either. At first, Trapwell breathed nothing but implacable revenge, but, by the persuasion of his friends, after he had sent home his wife in a chair, he was prevailed upon to hear the proposals of the delinquent, who, having assured him, by way of apology, that he had always believed the lady was a widow, made him an offer of £500 as an atonement for the injury he had sustained. This being a sum no ways adequate to the expectation of the citizen, who looked upon the Count as possessor of an immense estate, he rejected the terms with disdain, and made instant application to a judge, from whom he obtained a warrant for securing his person till the day of trial. Indeed, in this case, money was but a secondary consideration with Trapwell, whose chief aim was to be legally divorced from a woman he detested. Therefore there was no remedy for the unhappy Count, who in vain offered to double the sum. He found himself reduced to the bitter alternative of procuring immediate bail or going directly to Newgate. In this dilemma, he sent a messenger to his friend Ratchcali, whose countenance fell when he understood the Count's condition. Nor would he open his mouth in the style of consolation until he had consulted a certain solicitor of his acquaintance, who assured him the law abounded with such resources as would infallibly screen the defendant, had the fact been still more palpable than it was. He said there was great presumption to believe the Count had fallen a sacrifice to a conspiracy, which by some means or other would be detected, and in that case the plaintiff might obtain 1 shilling in lieu of damages. If that dependence should fail, he hinted that in all probability the witnesses were not incorruptible. Or, should they prove to be so, one man's oath was as good as another's. And, thank heaven, there was no dearth of evidence, provided money could be found to answer the necessary occasions. Ratchcali, comforted by these insinuations, and dreading the resentment of our adventurer, who, in his despair, might punish him severely for his want of friendship, by some precipitate explanation of the commerce they had carried on. Moved, I say, by these considerations, and moreover tempted with the prospect of continuing to reap the advantages resulting from their conjunction, he and another person of credit with whom he largely dealt in jewels condescended to become sureties for the appearance of Fathom, who was accordingly admitted to bail. Not but that the Tyrolese knew Ferdinand too well to confide in his parole. He depended chiefly upon his ideas of self-interest, which, he thought, would persuade him to risk the uncertain issue of a trial, rather than quit the field before the harvest was half over, and he was resolved to make his own retreat without ceremony, should our hero be unwise enough to abandon his bail. Such an adventure could not long lie concealed from the notice of the public, even if both parties had been at pains to suppress the circumstances. But the plaintiff, far from seeking to cover, affected to complain loudly of his misfortune, that he might interest his neighbors in his behalf, and raise a spirit of rancor and animosity, to influence the jury against this insolent foreigner who had come over into England to debauch our wives and deflower our daughters, while he employed a formidable band of lawyers to support the indictment, which he laid at £10,000 damages. Meanwhile, Fathom and his associate did not fail to take all proper measures for his defense. They retained a powerful bar of counsel, and the solicitor was supplied with £100 after another to answer the expense of secret service, still assuring his clients that everything was in an excellent train, and that his adversary would gain nothing but shame and confusion of face. Nevertheless, there was a necessity for postponing the trial, on account of a material evidence, who, though he wavered, was not yet quite brought over, and the attorney found means to put off the decision from term to term until there was no quibble left for further delay. While this suit was depending, our hero continued to move in his usual sphere, nor did the report of his situation at all operate to his disadvantage in the polite world. On the contrary, it added a fresh plume to his character, in the eyes of all those who were not before acquainted with the triumphs of his gallantry. Notwithstanding this countenance of his friends, he himself considered the affair in a very serious light, and perceiving that, at any rate, he must be a considerable loser, he resolved to double his assiduity in trade, that he might be the more able to afford the extraordinary expense to which he was subjected. Chapter 37. Fresh cause for exerting his equanimity and fortitude. The reader may have observed that Fathom, with all his circumspection, had a weak side, which exposed him to sundry mischances. This was his covetousness, which on some occasions became too hard for his discretion. At this period of time it was, by the circumstances of his situation, inflamed to a degree of rapacity. He was now prevailed upon to take a hand at whist or piquet, and even to wield the hazard box, though he had hitherto declared himself an irreconcilable enemy to all sorts of play. And so uncommon was his success and dexterity at these exercises as to surprise his acquaintance, and arouse the suspicion of some people who repined at his prosperity. But in nothing was his conduct more inexcusable than in giving way to the dangerous temerity of Ratchcali, which he had been always at pains to restrain, and permitting him to practice the same fraud upon an English nobleman, which had been executed upon himself at Frankfurt. In other words, the Tyrolese, by the canal of Ferdinand's finger and recommendation, sold a pebble for a real brilliant, and in a few days the cheat was discovered, to the infinite confusion of our adventurer, who nevertheless assumed the guise of innocence with so much art, and expressed such indignation against the villain who had imposed upon his judgment and unsuspecting generosity, that his lordship acquitted him of any share in the deceit, and contented himself with the restitution, which he insisted upon making out of his own pocket, until he should be able to apprehend the rogue, who had thought proper to abscond for his own safety. In spite of all this exculpation, his character did not fail to retain a sort of stigma, which indeed the plainest proofs of innocence are hardly able to efface, and his connection with such a palpable knave as the Tyrolese appeared to be had an effect to his prejudice in the minds of all those who were privy to the occurrence. When a man's reputation is once brought in question, every trifle is, by the malevolence of mankind, magnified into a strong presumption against the culprit. A few whispers communicated by the envious mouth of slander, which he can have no opportunity to answer and refute, shall, in the opinion of the world, convict him of the most horrid crimes. And for one hypocrite who is decked with the honors of virtue, there are 20 good men who suffer the ignominy of vice. So well disposed are individuals to trample upon the fame of their fellow creatures. If the most unblemished merit is not protected from this injustice, it will not be wondered at that no quarter was given to the character of an adventurer like Fathom, who, among other unlucky occurrences, had the misfortune to be recognized about this time by his two Parisian friends, Sir Stentor Stile and Sir Giles Squirrel. These worthy knights-errant had returned to their own country, after having made a very prosperous campaign in France, at the end of which, however, they very narrowly escaped the galleys. And seeing the polished count seated at the head of taste and politeness, they immediately circulated the story of his defeat at Paris, with many ludicrous circumstances of their own invention, and did not scruple to affirm that he was a rank impostor. When the laugh is raised upon a great man, he never fails to dwindle into contempt. Ferdinand began to perceive a change in the countenance of his friends. His company was no longer solicited with that eagerness which they had formerly expressed in his behalf. Even his entertainments were neglected. When he appeared at any private or public assembly, the ladies, instead of glowing with pleasure, as formerly, now tittered or regarded him with looks of disdain. And a certain pert, little, forward coquette, with a view to put him out of countenance, by raising the laugh at his expense, asked him one night, at a drum, when he had heard from his relations in Poland. She succeeded in her design upon the mirth of the audience, but was disappointed in the other part of her aim. For our hero replied, without the least mark of discomposure, "They are all in good health at your service, madam. I wish I knew in what part of the world your relations reside, that I might return the compliment." By this answer, which was the more severe, as the young lady was of very doubtful extraction, he retorted the laugh upon the aggressor, though he likewise failed in his attempt upon her temper, for she was perhaps the only person present who equaled himself in stability of countenance. Notwithstanding this appearance of unconcern, he was deeply touched with these marks of alienation in the behavior of his friends, and, foreseeing in his own disgrace the total shipwreck of his fortune, he entered into a melancholy deliberation with himself about the means of retrieving his importance in the beau monde, or of turning his address into some other channel, where he could stand upon a less slippery foundation. In this exercise of his thoughts, no scheme occurred more feasible than that of securing the booty he had made, and retiring with his associate, who was also blown, into some other country, where their names and characters being unknown, they might pursue their old plan of commerce without molestation. He imparted this suggestion to the Tyrolese, who approved the proposal of decamping, though he combated with all his might our hero's inclination to withdraw himself before the trial, by repeating the assurances of the solicitor, who told him he might depend upon being reimbursed by the sentence of the court for great part of the sums he had expended in the course of the prosecution. Fathom suffered himself to be persuaded by these arguments, supported with the desire of making an honorable retreat, and, waiting patiently for the day of trouble, discharged his sureties by a personal appearance in court. Yet this was not the only score he discharged that morning. The solicitor presented his own bill before they set out for Westminster Hall, and gave the Count to understand that it was the custom, from time immemorial, for the client to clear with his attorney before trial. Ferdinand had nothing to object against this established rule, though he looked upon it as a bad omen, in spite of all the solicitor's confidence and protestations. And he was not a little confounded when, looking into the contents, he found himself charged with 350 attendances. He knew it was not his interest to disoblige his lawyer at such a juncture. Nevertheless, he could not help expostulating with him on this article, which seemed to be so falsely stated with regard to the number. When his questions drew on an explanation, by which he found he had incurred the penalty of 3 shillings and 4pence for every time he chanced to meet the conscientious attorney, either in the park, the coffee-house, or the street, provided they had exchanged the common salutation. And he had good reason to believe the solicitor had often thrown himself in his way, with a view to swell this item of his account. With this extortion our adventurer was fain to comply, because he lay at the mercy of the caitiff. Accordingly, he with a good grace paid the demand, which, including his former disbursements, amounted to £365 11 shillings and 3pence 3 farthings, and then presenting himself before the judge, quietly submitted to the laws of the realm. His counsel behaved like men of consummate abilities in their profession. They exerted themselves with equal industry, eloquence, and erudition in their endeavors to perplex the truth, browbeat the evidence, puzzle the judge, and mislead the jury. But the defendant found himself woefully disappointed in the deposition of Trapwell's journeyman, whom the solicitor pretended to have converted to his interest. This witness, as the attorney afterwards declared, played booty, and the facts came out so clear that Ferdinand Count Fathom was convicted of criminal conversation with the plaintiff's wife, and cast in £1,500 under the denomination of damages. He was not so much surprised as afflicted at this decision, because he saw it gradually approaching from the examination of the first evidence. His thoughts were now employed in casting about for some method of deliverance from the snare in which he found himself entangled. To escape, he foresaw it would be impracticable, as Trapwell would undoubtedly be prepared for arresting him before he could quit Westminster Hall. He was too well acquainted with Ratchcolly's principles to expect any assistance from that quarter in money matters, and he was utterly averse to the payment of the sum awarded against him, which would have exhausted his whole fortune. He therefore resolved to try the friendship of some persons of fashion, with whom he had maintained an intimacy of correspondence. Should they fail him in the day of his necessity, he proposed to have recourse to his former sureties, one of whom he meant to bilk, while the other might accompany him in his retreat. Or, should both these expedients miscarry, he determined, rather than part with his effects, to undergo the most disagreeable confinement, in hope of obtaining the jailer's connivance at his escape. These resolutions being taken, he met his fate with great fortitude and equanimity, and calmly suffered himself to be conveyed to the house of a sheriff's officer, who, as he made his exit from the hall, according to his own expectation, executed a writ against him, at the suit of Trapwell, for a debt of £2,000. To this place he was followed by his solicitor, who was allured by the prospect of another job, and who, with great demonstrations of satisfaction, congratulated him upon the happy issue of the trial, arrogating to himself the merit of having saved him £8,000 in the article of damages by the previous steps he had taken, and the noble defense that he and his friends the counsel had made for their client. He even hinted an expectation of receiving a gratuity for his extraordinary care and discretion. Fathom, galled as he was with his misfortune, and enraged at the effrontery of this pettifogger, maintained a serenity of countenance, and sent the attorney with a message to the plaintiff, importing that, as he was a foreigner and could not be supposed to have so much cash about him as to spare £1,500 from the funds of his ordinary expense, he would grant him a bond payable in 2 months, during which period he should be able to procure a proper remittance from his own estate. While the solicitor was employed in this negotiation, he dispatched his valet-de-chamber to one nobleman and Morris to another, with billets, signifying the nature of the verdict which his adversary had obtained, and desiring that each would lend him £1,000 upon his parole, until he could negotiate bills upon the continent. His 3 messengers returned almost at the same instant of time, and these were the answers they brought back. Trapwell absolutely rejected his personal security, and threatened him with all the horrors of a jail unless he would immediately discharge the debt or procure sufficient bondsmen, and one of his quality friends favored him with this reply to his request: "My dear Count, I am mortally chagrined at the triumph you have furnished to that rascally citizen. By the lard, the judge must have been in the terrors of cuckoldom to influence the decision, and the jury a mere herd of horned beasts to bring in such a barbarous verdict. Egad, at this rate, no gentleman will be able to lie with another man's wife, but at the risk of a cursed prosecution. But to waive this disagreeable circumstance, which you must strive to forget, I declare my mortification is still the greater, because I cannot at present supply you with the trifle your present exigency requires, for, to tell you a secret, my own finances are in damnable confusion. But a man of Count Fathom's figure and address can never be puzzled for the want of such a paltry sum. Adieu, my dear Count. We shall, I suppose, have the pleasure of seeing you tomorrow at White S. Meanwhile, I have the honor to be, with the most perfect attachment, yours, Grizzlegrin." The other noble peer, to whom he addressed himself on this occasion, cherished the same sentiments of virtue, friendship, and generosity, but his expression was so different that we shall, for the edification of the reader, transcribe his letter in his own words. "Sir, I was never more astonished than at the receipt of your very extraordinary billet, wherein you solicit the loan of £1,000, which you desire may be sent with the bearer on the faith of your parole. Sir, I have no money to send you or lend you, and cannot help repeating my expressions of surprise at your confidence in making such a strange and unwarranted demand. 'Tis true, I may have made professions of friendship, while I looked upon you as a person of honor and good morals. But now that you are convicted of such a flagrant violation of the laws of that kingdom, where you have been treated with such hospitality and respect, I think myself fully absolved from any such conditional promise, which indeed is never interpreted into any other than a bare compliment. I am sorry you have involved your character and fortune in such a disagreeable affair, and Sir, yours, etc. Trompington." Ferdinand was not such a novice in the world as to be disappointed at these repulses, especially as he had laid very little stress upon the application, which was made by way of an experiment upon the gratitude or caprice of those 2 noblemen, whom he had actually more than once obliged with the same sort of assistance which he now solicited, though not to such a considerable amount. Having nothing further to expect from the fashionable world, he sent the Tyrolese to the person who had been bail for his appearance, with full instructions to explain his present occasion in the most favorable light, and desire he would reinforce the credit of the Count with his security. But that gentleman, though he placed the most perfect confidence on the honor of our hero, and would have willingly entered into bonds again for his personal appearance, was not quite so well satisfied of his circumstances as to become liable for the payment of £2,000, an expense which, in his opinion, the finances of no foreign count were able to defray. He therefore lent a deaf ear to the most pressing remonstrances of the ambassador, who had recourse to several other merchants, with the same bad success, so that the prisoner, despairing of bail, endeavored to persuade Ratchcali that it would be his interest to contribute £1,000 towards his discharge, that he might be enabled to quit England with a good grace and execute his part of the plan they had projected. So powerful was his eloquence on the occasion, and such strength of argument did he use, that even the Tyrolese seemed convinced, though reluctantly, and agreed to advance the necessary sum upon the bond and judgment of our adventurer, who, being disabled from transacting his own affairs in person, was obliged to entrust Ratchcali with his keys, papers, and power of attorney under the check and inspection of his faithful Morris and the solicitor, whose fidelity he bespoke with the promise of an ample recompense. Chapter 30. The biter is bit. Yet he had no sooner committed his effects to the care of this triumvirate than his fancy was visited with direful warnings, which produced cold sweats and palpitations, and threw him into such agonies of apprehension as he had never known before. He remembered the former desertion of the Tyrolese, the recent villainy of the solicitor, and recollected the remarks he had made upon the disposition and character of his valet, which evinced him a fit companion for the other two. Alarmed at these reflections, he entreated the bailiff to indulge him with a visit to his own lodgings, and even offered 100 guineas as a gratification for his compliance. But the officer, who had formerly lost a considerable sum by the escape of a prisoner, would not run any risk in an affair of such consequence, and our hero was obliged to submit to the tortures of his own presaging fears. After he had waited 5 hours in the most racking impatience, he saw the attorney enter with all the marks of hurry, fatigue, and consternation, and heard him exclaim, "Good God, have you seen the gentleman?" Fathom found his fears realized in this interrogation, to which he answered in a tone of horror and dismay, "What gentleman? I suppose I am robbed. Speak, and keep me no longer in suspense." "Robbed?" cried the attorney. "The Lord forbid. I hope you can depend upon the person you empowered to receive your jewels and cash." I must own his proceedings are a little extraordinary. For after he had rummaged your scrutoire, from which, in presence of me and your servant, he took 150 guineas, a parcel of diamond rings and buckles, according to this here inventory, which I wrote with my own hand, and East India bonds to the tune of 500 more, we adjourned to Garraway's, where he left me alone, under pretense of going to a broker of his acquaintance who lived in the neighborhood, while the valet, as I imagined, waited for us in the alley. Well, sir, he stayed so long that I began to be uneasy, and at length resolved to send the servant in quest of him, but when I went out for that purpose, deuce a servant was to be found, though I in person inquired for him at every alehouse within half a mile of the place. I then dispatched no less than 5 ticket porters upon the scent after them, and I myself, by a direction from the barkeeper, went to Signor Ratchcali's lodgings, where, as they told me, he had not been seen since 9 o'clock in the morning. Upon this intimation, I came directly hither to give you timely notice, that you may without delay take measures for your own security. The best thing you can do is to take out writs for apprehending him in the counties of Middlesex, Surrey, Kent, and Essex, and I shall put them in the hands of trusty and diligent officers, who will soon ferret him out of his lurking-place, provided he skulks within 10 miles of the bills of mortality. To be sure, the job will be expensive, and all these runners must be paid beforehand. But what then? The defendant is worth powder, and if we can once secure him, I'll warrant the prosecution will quit cost. Fathom was almost choked with concern and resentment at the news of this mischance, so that he could not utter one word until this narrative was finished. Nor was his suspicion confined to the Tyrolese and his own lackey. He considered the solicitor as their accomplice and director, and was so much provoked at the latter part of his harangue that his discretion seemed to vanish, and, collaring the attorney, "Villain," said he, "you yourself have been a principal actor in this robbery." Then turning to the bystanders, "And I desire in the king's name that he may be secured, until I can make oath before a magistrate in support of the charge. If you refuse your assistance in detaining him, I will make immediate application to one of the secretaries of state, who is my particular friend, and he will see justice done to all parties." At mention of this formidable name, the bailiff and his whole family were in commotion, to obstruct the retreat of the lawyer, who stood aghast and trembled under the grasp of our adventurer. But soon as he found himself delivered from this embrace by the interposition of the spectators, and collected his spirits, which had been suddenly dissipated by Fathom's unexpected assault, he began to display one art of his occupation, which he always reserved for extraordinary occasions. This was the talent of abuse, which he poured forth with such fluency of opprobrious language, that our hero, smarting as he was, and almost desperate with his loss, deviated from that temperance of behavior which he had hitherto preserved, and snatching up the poker, with one stroke opened a deep trench upon the attorney's skull that extended from the hind head almost to the upper part of the nose, upon each side of which it discharged a sanguine stream. Notwithstanding the pain of this application, the solicitor was transported with joy at the sense of the smart, and inwardly congratulated himself upon the appearance of his own blood, which he no sooner perceived than he exclaimed, "I'm a dead man," and fell upon the floor at full length. Immediate recourse was had to a surgeon in the neighborhood, who, having examined the wound, declared there was a dangerous depression of the first table of the skull, and that, if he could save the patient's life without the application of the trepan, it would be one of the greatest cures that ever were performed. By this time, Fathom's first transport being overblown, he summoned up his whole resolution, and reflected upon his own ruin with that fortitude which had never failed him in the emergencies of his fate. Little disturbed at the prognostic of the surgeon, which he considered in the right point of view, "Sir," said he, "I am not so unacquainted with the resistance of an attorney's skull as to believe the chastisement I have bestowed on him will at all endanger his life, which is in much greater jeopardy from the hands of the common executioner. For, notwithstanding this accident, I am determined to prosecute the rascal for robbery with the utmost severity of the law. And, that I may have a sufficient fund left for that prosecution, I shall not at present throw away 1 farthing in unnecessary expense, but insist upon being conveyed to prison without farther delay." This declaration was equally unwelcome to the bailiff, surgeon, and solicitor, who, upon the supposition that the Count was a person of fortune, and would rather part with an immense sum than incur the ignominy of a jail, or involve himself in another disgraceful lawsuit, had resolved to fleece him to the utmost of their power. But now the attorney, finding him determined to set his fate at defiance, and to retort upon him a prosecution, which he had no design to undergo, began to repent heartily of the provocation he had given, and to think seriously on some method to overcome the obstinacy of the incensed foreigner. With this view, while the bailiff conducted him to bed in another apartment, he desired the catchpole to act the part of mediator between him and the Count, and furnished him with proper instructions for that purpose. Accordingly, the landlord, on his return, told Fathom that he was sure the solicitor was not a man for this world, for that he had left him deprived of his senses, and praying to God with great devotion for mercy to his murderer. He then exhorted him, with many protestations of friendship, to compromise the unhappy affair by exchanging releases with the attorney before his delirium should be known. Otherwise he would bring himself into a most dangerous premunire, whether the plaintiff should die of his wound, or live to prosecute him for assault. "And with regard to your charge of robbery against him," said he, "as it is no more than a base suspicion, unsupported by the least shadow of evidence, the bill would be thrown out, and then he might sue you for damages. I therefore, out of pure friendship and good nature, advise you to compromise the affair, and, if you think proper, will endeavor to bring about a mutual release." Our hero, whose passion was by this time pretty well cooled, saw reason for assenting to the proposal. Upon which the deed was immediately executed, the mediator's bill was discharged, and Ferdinand conveyed in an hackney coach to prison, after he had empowered his own landlord to discharge his servants and convert his effects into ready money. Thus he saw himself, in the course of a few hours, deprived of his reputation, rank, liberty, and friends, and his fortune reduced from £2,000 to something less than 250, of which he had carried to jail in his pocket. Chapter 39. Our adventurer is made acquainted with a new scene of life. Just as he entered these mansions of misery, his ears were invaded with a hoarse and dreadful voice, exclaiming, "You, Bess Beetle, score a couple of fresh eggs, a pennyworth of butter, and half a pint of mountain to the king, and stop credit till the bill is paid. He is now debtor for 15 shillings and sixpence, and N me if I trust him 1 farthing more, if he was the best king in Christendom. And d'ye hear, send Raghead with 5 pounds of potatoes for Major Macleaver's supper, and let him have what drink he wants. The fat widow gentlewoman from Pimlico has promised to quit his score. Sir Mungo Barebones may have some hasty pudding and small beer, though I don't expect to see his coin, no more than to receive the 18 pence I laid out for a pair of breeches to his backside. What then? He's a quiet sort of a body, and a great scholar, and it was a scandal to the place to see him going about in that naked condition. As for the mad Frenchman with the beard, if you give him so much as a cheese-paring, I'll send you back to the hole, among your old companions, an impudent dog. I'll teach him to draw his sword upon the governor of an English county jail. What? I suppose he thought he had to do with a French hang-tang-dang, rabbit him. He shall eat his white feather, before I give him credit for a morsel of bread." Although our adventurer was very little disposed, at this juncture, to make observations foreign to his own affairs, he could not help taking notice of these extraordinary injunctions, especially those concerning the person who was entitled king, whom, however, he supposed to be some prisoner elected as the magistrate by the joint suffrage of his fellows. Having taken possession of his chamber, which he rented at 5 shillings a week, and being ill at ease in his own thoughts, he forthwith secured his door, undressed, and went to bed, in which, though it was none of the most elegant or inviting couches, he enjoyed profound repose after the accumulated fatigues and mortifications of the day. Next morning, after breakfast, the keeper entered his apartment and gave him to understand that the gentlemen under his care, having heard of the Count's arrival, had deputed one of their number to wait upon him with the compliments of condolence suitable to the occasion, and invite him to become a member of their society. Our hero could not politely dispense with this instance of civility, and their ambassador being instantly introduced by the name of Captain Minikin, saluted him with great solemnity. This was a person equally remarkable for his extraordinary figure and address. His age seemed to border upon 40, his stature amounted to 5 feet, his visage was long, meagre, and weather-beaten, and his aspect, though not quite rueful, exhibited a certain formality, which was the result of care and conscious importance. He was very little encumbered with flesh and blood. Yet what body he had was well proportioned, his limbs were elegantly turned, and by his carriage he was well entitled to that compliment which we pay to any person when we say he has very much the air of a gentleman. There was also an evident singularity in his dress, which, though intended as an improvement, appeared to be an extravagant exaggeration of the mode, and at once evinced him an original to the discerning eyes of our adventurer, who received him with his usual complaisance, and made a very eloquent acknowledgment of the honor and satisfaction he received from the visit of the representative and the hospitality of his constituents. The captain's peculiarities were not confined to his external appearance, for his voice resembled the sound of a bassoon or the aggregate hum of a whole beehive, and his discourse was almost nothing else than a series of quotations from the English poets, interlarded with French phrases, which he retained for their significance, on the recommendation of his friends, being himself unacquainted with that or any other outlandish tongue. Fathom, finding this gentleman of a very communicative disposition, thought he could not have a fairer opportunity of learning the history of his fellow prisoners, and, turning the conversation on that subject, was not disappointed in his expectation. "I don't doubt, sir," said he with the utmost solemnity of declamation, "but you look with horror upon every object that surrounds you in this uncomfortable place. But nevertheless, here are some, who, as my friend Shakespeare has it, have seen better days, and have with holy bell been knolled to church, and sat at good men's feasts, and wiped their eyes of drops that sacred pity hath engendered. You must know, sir, that, exclusive of the canile or the profanum vulgus, as they are styled by Horace, there are several small communities in the jail, consisting of people who are attracted by the manners and dispositions of each other. For this place, sir, is quite a microcosm, and as the great world, so is this, a stage, and all the men and women merely players. For my own part, sir, I have always made it a maxim to associate with the best of company I can find. Not that I pretend to boast of my family or extraction, because, you know, as the poet says, vix e nostra voco. My father, 'tis true, was a man that piqued himself upon his pedigree, as well as upon his politesse and personal merit, for he had been a very old officer in the army, and I myself may say I was born with a spontoon in my hand. Sir, I have had the honor to serve His Majesty these 20 years, and have been bandied about in the course of duty through all the British plantations, and you see the recompense of all my service. But this is a disagreeable subject, and therefore I shall waive it, however, as Butler observes. My only comfort is, that now my doubled fortune is so low, that either it must quickly end, or turn about again and mend. And now, to return from this digression, you will perhaps be surprised to hear that the head or chairman of our club is really a sovereign prince, no less, I'll assure you, than the celebrated Theodore King of Corsica, who lies in prison for a debt of a few £100. Heu, quantum mutatis ab illo. It is not my business to censure the conduct of my superiors, but I always speak my mind in a cavalier manner, and as, according to the Spectator, talking to a friend is no more than thinking aloud, entre nous, His Corsican Majesty has been scurvily treated by a certain administration. Be that as it will, he is a personage of a very portly appearance, and is quite master of the Biennes. Besides, they will find it their interest to have recourse again to his alliance, and in that case some of us may expect to profit by his restoration. But few words are best. He that maintains the second rank in our assembly is one Major Macleaver, an Irish gentleman who has served abroad. A soldier of fortune, sir, a man of unquestionable honor and courage, but a little overbearing in consequence of his knowledge and experience. He is a person of good address, to be sure, and quite free of the mauvaise honte, and he may have seen a good deal of service. But what then? Other people may be as good as he, though they have not had such opportunities. If he speaks 5 or 6 languages, he does not pretend to any taste in the liberal arts, which are the criterion of an accomplished gentleman. The next is Sir Mungo Barebones, the representative of a very ancient family in the north. His affairs are very much deranged, but he is a gentleman of great probity and learning, and at present engaged in a very grand scheme, which, if he can bring it to bear, will render him famous to all posterity, no less than the conversion of the Jews and the Gentiles. The project, I own, looks chimerical to one who has not conversed with the author. But in my opinion he has clearly demonstrated, from an anagrammatical analysis of a certain Hebrew word, that his present majesty, whom God preserve, is the person pointed at in Scripture as the temporal Messiah of the Jews. And if he could once raise by subscription such a trifling sum as £1,200,000, I make no doubt but he would accomplish his aim, vast and romantic as it seems to be. Besides these, we have another messmate, who is a French chevalier, an odd sort of a man, a kind of Lazarillo de Tormes, a caricatura. He wears a long beard, pretends to be a great poet, and makes a d-ed fracas with his verses. The king has been obliged to exert his authority over him more than once, by ordering him into close confinement, for which he was so rash as to send his majesty a challenge. But he afterwards made his submission, and was again taken into favor. The truth is, I believe his brain is a little disordered, and, he being a stranger, we overlook his extravagancies. Sir, we shall think ourselves happy in your accession to our society. You will be under no sort of restraint, for though we dine at one table, every individual calls and pays for his own mess. Our conversation, such as it is, will not, I hope, be disagreeable, and though we have not opportunities of breathing the pure Arcadian air, and cannot, under the shade of melancholy boughs, lose and neglect the creeping hours of time, we may enjoy ourselves over a glass of punch or a dish of tea. Nor are we destitute of friends who visit us in these shades of distress. The Major has a numerous acquaintance of both sexes, among others, a first cousin of good fortune, who, with her daughters, often cheer our solitude. She is a very sensible, ladylike gentlewoman, and the young ladies have a certain degagee air that plainly shows they have seen the best company. Besides, I will venture to recommend Mrs. Minikin as a woman of tolerable breeding and capacity, who, I hope, will not be found altogether deficient in the accomplishments of the sex, so that we find means to make little parties, in which the time glides away insensibly. Then I have a small collection of books which are at your service. You may amuse yourself with Shakespeare, or Milton, or Don Quixote, or any of our modern authors that are worth reading, such as The Adventures of Lovell, Lady Frail, George Edwards, Joe Thompson, Bampfil de Moore Caro, Young Scarron, and Miss Betsy Thoughtless. And if you have a taste for drawing, I can entertain you with a parcel of prints by the best masters. A man of our hero's politeness could not help expressing himself in the warmest terms of gratitude for this courteous declaration. He thanked the captain in particular for his obliging offers, and begged he would be so good as to present his respects to the society, of which he longed to be a member. It was determined, therefore, that Minikin should return in an hour, when the count would be dressed, in order to conduct him into the presence of his majesty. And he had already taken his leave for the present, when all of a sudden he came back, and taking hold of a waistcoat that lay upon a chair, "Sir," said he, "give me leave to look at that fringe. I think it is the most elegant knitting I ever saw. But pray, sir, are not these quite out of fashion? I thought plain silk, such as this that I wear, had been the mode, with the pockets very low." Before Fathom had time to make any sort of reply, he took notice of his hat and pumps, the first of which, he said, was too narrow in the brims, and the last an inch too low in the heels. Indeed, they formed a remarkable contrast with his own. For, exclusive of the fashion of the cock, which resembled the form of a Roman galley, the brim of his hat, if properly spread, would have projected a shade sufficient to shelter a whole file of musketeers from the heat of a summer's sun. And the heels of his shoes were so high as to raise his feet 3 inches at least from the surface of the earth. Having made these observations, for the credit of his taste, he retired, and returning at the time appointed, accompanied Ferdinand to the apartment of the king, at the doors of which their ears were invaded with a strange sound, being that of a human voice imitating the noise of a drum. The captain, hearing this alarm, made a full stop, and giving the count to understand that his majesty was busy, begged he would not take it amiss if the introduction should be delayed for a few moments. Fathom, curious to know the meaning of what he had heard, applied to his guide for information, and learned that the king and the major, whom he had nominated to the post of his general-in-chief, were employed in landing troops upon the Genoese territory. That is, that they were settling beforehand the manner of their disembarkation. He then, by the direction of his conductor, reconnoitered them through the keyhole, and perceived the sovereign and his minister sitting on opposite sides of a deal board table, covered with a large chart or map, upon which he saw a great number of mussel and oyster shells ranged in a certain order, and, at a little distance, several regular squares and columns made of cards cut in small pieces. The prince himself, whose eyes were reinforced by spectacles, surveyed this armament with great attention, while the general put the whole in action and conducted their motions by beat of drum. The mussel shells, according to Minikin's explanation, represented the transports. The oyster shells were considered as the men of war that covered the troops in landing, and the pieces of card exhibited the different bodies into which the army was formed upon its disembarkation. As an affair of such consequence could not be transacted without opposition, they had provided divers ambuscades, consisting of the enemy, whom they represented by grey peas, and accordingly General Macleaver, perceiving the said grey peas marching along shore to attack his forces before they could be drawn up in battalia, thus addressed himself to the oyster shells in an audible voice: "You men of war, don't you see the front of the enemy advancing, and the rest of the detachment following out of sight? Hurrah! The devil burn you, why don't you come ashore and open your batteries?" So saying, he pushed the shells towards the breach, performed the cannonading with his voice. The grey peas were soon put in confusion, the general was beat, the cards marched forwards in order of battle, and the enemy having retreated with great precipitation, they took possession of their ground without farther difficulty. Chapter 40. He contemplates majesty and its satellites in eclipse. This expedition being happily finished, General Macleaver put the whole army, navy, transports, and scene of action into a canvas bag, the prince unsaddled his nose, and Captain Minikin being admitted, our hero was introduced in form. Very gracious was the reception he met with from his majesty, who, with a most princely demeanor, welcomed him to court, and even seated him on his right hand, in token of particular regard. True it is, this presence chamber was not so superb, nor the appearance of the king so magnificent, as to render such an honor intoxicating to any person of our hero's coolness and discretion. In lieu of tapestry, the apartment was hung with halfpenny ballads. A truckle bed without curtains supplied the place of a canopy, and instead of a crown, his majesty wore a woolen nightcap. Yet, in spite of these disadvantages, there was an air of dignity in his deportment, and a nice physiognomist would have perceived something majestic in the features of his countenance. He was certainly a personage of very prepossessing mien. His manners were engaging, his conversation agreeable, and any man whose heart was subject to the meltings of humanity would have deplored his distress, and looked upon him as a most pathetic instance of that miserable reverse to which all human grandeur is exposed. His fall was even greater than that of Belisarius, who, after having obtained many glorious victories over the enemies of his country, is said to have been reduced to such extremity of indigence, that, in his old age, when he was deprived of his eyesight, he sat upon the highway like a common mendicant, imploring the charity of passengers in the piteous exclamation of Date obolum Belisario. That is, spare a farthing to your poor old soldier Belisarius. I say, this general's disgrace was not so remarkable as that of Theodore, because he was the servant of Justinian, consequently his fortune depended upon the nod of that emperor, whereas the other actually possessed the throne of sovereignty by the best of all titles, namely, the unanimous election of the people over whom he reigned. and attracted the eyes of all Europe by the efforts he made in breaking the bands of oppression and vindicating that liberty which is the birthright of man. The English of former days, alike renowned for generosity and valor, treated those hostile princes, whose fate it was to wear their chains, with such delicacy of benevolence as even dispelled the horrors of captivity. But their posterity of this refined age feel no compunction at seeing an unfortunate monarch, their former friend, ally, and partisan, languish amidst the miseries of a loathsome jail for a paltry debt contracted in their own service. But moralizing apart, our hero had not long conversed with this extraordinary debtor, who in his present condition assumed no other title than that of baron, than he perceived in him a spirit of quixotism, which all his experience, together with the vicissitudes of his fortune, had not been able to overcome. Not that his ideas soared to such a pitch of extravagant hope as that which took possession of his messmates, who frequently quarreled one with another about the degrees of favor to which they should be entitled after the king's restoration. But he firmly believed that affairs would speedily take such a turn in Italy as would point out to the English court the expediency of employing him again, and his persuasions seemed to support him against every species of poverty and mortification. While they were busy in trimming the balance of power on the other side of the Alps, their deliberations were interrupted by the arrival of a scullion who came to receive their orders touching the bill of fare for dinner, and His Majesty found much more difficulty in settling this important concern than in compromising all the differences between the Emperor and the Queen of Spain. At length, however, General Macleaver undertook the office of purveyor for his prince. Captain Minikin insisted upon treating the Count, and in a little time the table was covered with a cloth, which, for the sake of my delicate readers, I will not attempt to describe. At this period they were joined by Sir Mungo Barebones, who, having found means to purchase a couple of mutton chops, had cooked a mess of broth, which he now brought in a saucepan to the general rendezvous. This was the most remarkable object which had hitherto presented itself to the eyes of Fathom. Being naturally of a meagre habit, he was, by indigence and hard study, wore almost to the bone, and so bended towards the earth, that in walking his body described at least 150 degrees of a circle. The want of stockings and shoes he supplied with a jockey-straight boot and an half-jack. His thighs and middle were cased in a monstrous pair of brown trunk breeches, which the keeper bought for his use from the executor of a Dutch seaman who had lately died in the jail. His shirt retained no signs of its original color. His body was shrouded in an old, greasy, tattered plaid nightgown. A blue and white handkerchief surrounded his head, and his looks betokened that immense load of care which he had voluntarily incurred for the eternal salvation of sinners. Yet this figure, uncouth as it was, made his compliments to our adventurer in terms of the most elegant address, and in the course of conversation disclosed a great fund of valuable knowledge. He had appeared in the great world, and borne divers offices of dignity and trust with universal applause. His courage was undoubted, his morals were unimpeached, and his person held in great veneration and esteem. When his evil genius engaged him in the study of Hebrew, and the mysteries of the Jewish religion, which fairly disordered his brain and rendered him incapable of managing his temporal affairs. When he ought to have been employed in the functions of his post, he was always wrapped in visionary conferences with Moses on the Mount. Rather than regulate the economy of his household, he chose to exert his endeavors in settling the precise meaning of the word Elohim. And having discovered that now the period was come, when the Jews and Gentiles would be converted, he postponed every other consideration, in order to facilitate that great and glorious event. By this time, Ferdinand had seen every member of the club, except the French chevalier, who seemed to be quite neglected by the society. For his name was not once mentioned during this communication, and they sat down to dinner without asking whether he was dead or alive. The king regaled himself with a plate of ox cheek. The major, who complained that his appetite had forsaken him, amused himself with some 40 hard eggs, malaxed with salt butter. The knight indulged upon his soup and bouilli, and the captain entertained our adventurer with a neck of veal roasted with potatoes. But before Fathom could make use of his knife and fork, he was summoned to the door, where he found the chevalier in great agitation, his eyes sparkling like coals of fire. Our hero was not a little surprised at this apparition, who, having asked pardon for the freedom he had used, observed that, Understanding the Count was a foreigner, he could not dispense with appealing to him concerning an outrage he had suffered from the keeper, who, without any regard to his rank or misfortunes, had been base enough to refuse him credit for a few necessaries, until he could have a remittance from his steward in France. He therefore conjured Count Fathom, as a stranger and nobleman like himself, to be the messenger of defiance, which he resolved to send to that brutal jailer, that, for the future, he might learn to make proper distinctions in the exercise of his function. Fathom, who had no inclination to offend this choleric Frenchman, assured him that he might depend upon his friendship, and in the meantime prevailed upon him to accept of a small supply, in consequence of which he procured a pound of sausages, and joined the rest of the company without delay, making a very suitable addition to such an assemblage of rarities. Though his age did not exceed 30 years, his beard, which was of a brindled hue, flowed down, like Aaron's, to his middle. Upon his legs he wore red stockings rolled up over the joint of the knee. His breeches were of blue drab, with vellum buttonholes and garters of gold lace, his waistcoat of scarlet, his coat of rusty black cloth, his hair, twisted into a ramily, hung down to his rump, of the color of jet, and his hat was adorned with a white feather. This original had formed many ingenious schemes to increase the glory and grandeur of France, but was discouraged by Cardinal Fleury, who, in all appearance, jealous of his great talents, not only rejected his projects, but even sent him to prison, on pretense of being offended at his impertinence. Perceiving that, like the prophet, he had no honor in his own country, he no sooner obtained his release than he retired to England, where he was prompted by his philanthropy to propose an expedient to our ministry, which would have saved a vast effusion of blood and treasure. This was an agreement between the Queen of Hungary and the late Emperor to decide their pretensions by a single combat, in which case he offered himself as the Bavarian champion, but in this endeavor he also proved unsuccessful. Then turning his attention to the delights of poetry, he became so enamored of the muse that he neglected every other consideration, and she as usual gradually conducted him to the author's never-failing goal, a place of rest appointed for all those sinners whom the profane love of poesy hath led astray. Chapter 41. One quarrel is compromised, and another decided by unusual arms. Among other topics of conversation that were discussed at this genial meeting, Sir Mungo's scheme was brought upon the carpet by His Majesty, who was graciously pleased to ask how his subscription filled. To this interrogation the knight answered that he met with great opposition from a spirit of levity and self-conceit, which seemed to prevail in this generation, but that no difficulties should discourage him from persevering in his duty. And he trusted in God that, in a very little time, he should be able to confute and overthrow the false philosophy of the moderns, and to restore the writings of Moses to that preeminence and veneration which is due to an inspired author. He spoke of the immortal Newton with infinite contempt, and undertook to extract from the Pentateuch a system of chronology which would ascertain the progress of time since the fourth day of the creation to the present hour, with such exactness that not one vibration of a pendulum should be lost. Nay, he affirmed that the perfection of all arts and sciences might be attained by studying these secret memoirs, and that he himself did not despair of learning from them the art of transmuting baser metals into gold. The Chevalier, though he did not pretend to contradict these assertions, was too much attached to his own religion to acquiesce in the knight's project of converting the Jews and the Gentiles to the Protestant heresy, which, he said, God Almighty would never suffer to triumph over the interests of his own holy Catholic Church. This objection produced abundance of altercation between two very unequal disputants, and the Frenchman, finding himself puzzled by the learning of his antagonist, had recourse to the argumentum ad hominem by laying his hand upon his sword and declaring that he was ready to lose the last drop of his blood in opposition to such a damnable scheme. Sir Mungo, though in all appearance reduced to the last stage of animal existence, no sooner heard this epithet applied to his plan than his eyes gleamed like lightning. He sprung from his seat with the agility of a grasshopper, and, darting himself out at the door like an arrow from a bow, reappeared in a moment with a long, rusty weapon, which might have been shown among a collection of rarities as the sword of Guy, Earl of Warwick. This implement he brandished over the Chevalier's head with the dexterity of an old prize-fighter, exclaiming, in the French language, "Thou art a profane wretch marked out for the vengeance of heaven, whose unworthy minister I am, and here thou shalt fall by the sword of the Lord and of Gideon." The Chevalier, unterrified by this dreadful salutation, desired he would accompany him to a more convenient place, and the world might have been deprived of one or both these knights-errant had not General Macleaver, at the desire of his Majesty, interposed, and found means to bring matters to an accommodation. In the afternoon, the society was visited by the Major's cousin and her daughters, who no sooner appeared than they were recognized by our adventurer, and his acquaintance with them renewed in such a manner as alarmed the delicacy of Captain Minikin, who in the evening repaired to the Count's apartment, and with a formal physiognomy, accosted him in these words: "Sir, I beg pardon for this intrusion, but I come to consult you about an affair in which my honor is concerned. And a soldier without honor, you know, is no better than a body without a soul. I have always admired that speech of Hotspur in the first part of Henry IV. By heaven, methinks it were an easy leap to pluck bright honor from the pale-fact moon, or dive into the bottom of the deep, where fathom line could never touch the ground, and pluck up drowned honor by the locks. There is a boldness and ease in the expression, and the images are very picturesque. But without any further preamble, pray, sir, give me leave to ask how long you have been acquainted with those ladies who drank tea with us this afternoon. You'll forgive the question, sir, when I tell you that Major Macleaver introduced Mrs. Minikin to them as two ladies of character, and I don't know how, sir, I have a sort of presentiment that my wife has been imposed upon. Perhaps I may be mistaken, and God grant I may. But there was a size qua in their behavior today, which begins to alarm my suspicion. Sir, I have nothing but my reputation to depend upon, and I hope you will excuse me when I earnestly beg to know what rank they maintain in life." Fathom, without minding the consequence, told him, with a simper, that he knew them to be very good-natured ladies, who devoted themselves to the happiness of mankind. This explanation had no sooner escaped from his lips than the captain's face began to glow with indignation, his eyes seemed bursting from their spheres, he swelled to twice his natural dimensions, and raising himself on his tiptoes, pronounced, in a strain that emulated thunder, "Blood. Sir, you seem to make very light of the matter, but it is no joke to me, I'll assure you, and Macleaver shall see that I am not to be affronted with impunity. Sir, I shall take it as a singular favor if you will be the bearer of a billet to him, which I shall write in 3 words. Nay, sir, you must give me leave to insist upon it, as you are the only gentleman of our mess whom I can entrust with an affair of this nature." Fathom, rather than run the risk of disobliging such a punctilious warrior, after having in vain attempted to dissuade him from his purpose, undertook to carry the challenge, which was immediately penned in these words: "Sir, you have violated my honor in imposing upon Mrs. Minikin, your pretended cousins, as ladies of virtue and reputation. I therefore demand such satisfaction as a soldier ought to receive, and expect you will adjust with my friend Count Fathom the terms upon which you shall be met by the much injured. Goliah Minikin." This morceau, being sealed and directed, was forthwith carried by our adventurer to the lodgings of the major, who had by this time retired to rest. But hearing the count's voice, he got up and opened the door in cuipo, to the astonishment of Ferdinand, who had never before seen such an Herculean figure. He made an apology for receiving the count in his birthday suit, to which he said he was reduced by the heat of his constitution, though he might have assigned a more adequate cause, by owning that his shirt was in the hands of his washerwoman. Then, shrouding himself in a blanket, desired to know what had procured him the honor of such an extraordinary visit. He read the letter with great composure, like a man accustomed to such intercourse. Then, addressing himself to the bearer, "I will be after diverting the gentleman," said he, "in any manner he shall think proper. But by Jesus, this is no place for such amusements, because, as you well know, my dear Count, if both should be killed by the chance of war, neither of us will be able to escape, and after the breath is out of his body, he will make but a sorry excuse to his family and friends. But that is no concern of mine, and therefore I am ready to please him in his own way." Fathom approved of his remarks, which he reinforced with sundry considerations, to the same purpose, and begged the assistance of the major's advice, in finding some expedient to terminate the affair without bloodshed, that no troublesome consequences might ensue either to him or to his antagonist, who, in spite of this overstraining formality, seemed to be a person of worth and good nature. "With all my heart," said the generous Hibernian, "I have a great regard for the little man, and my own character is not to seek at this time of day. I have served a long apprenticeship to fighting, as this same Carcase can testify, and if he compels me to run him through the body, by my soul, I shall do it in a friendly manner." So saying, he threw aside the blanket, and displayed scars and seams innumerable upon his body, which appeared like an old patched leathern doublet. "I remember," proceeded this champion, "when I was a slave at Algiers, Murphy McMorris and I happened to have some difference in the bagnio, upon which he bade me turn out. 'Arrah, for what?' said I. 'Here are no weapons that a gentleman can use, and you would not be such a negro as to box like an English carman.' After he had puzzled himself for some time, he proposed that we should retire into a corner and funk one another with brimstone till one of us should give out. Accordingly, we crammed 6 tobacco pipes with sulphur, and setting foot to foot began to smoke and kept a constant fire until McMorris dropped down. Then I threw away my pipe, and taking poor Murphy in my arms, 'What, are you dead?' said I. 'If you are dead, speak.' 'No, by Jesus,' cried he, 'I ain't dead, but I'm speechless.' So he owned I had obtained the victory, and we were as good friends as ever. Now, if Mr. Minikin thinks proper to put the affair upon the same issue, I will smoke a pipe of brimstone with him tomorrow morning, and if I cry out first, I will be after asking pardon for this supposed affront." Fathom could not help laughing at the proposal, to which, however, he objected on account of Minikin's delicate constitution, which might suffer more detriment from breathing in an atmosphere of sulphur than from the discharge of a pistol or the thrust of a small sword. He therefore suggested another expedient in lieu of the sulphur, namely, the gum called asafoetida, which, though abundantly nauseous, could have no effect upon the infirm texture of the lieutenant's lungs. This hint being relished by the major, our adventurer returned to his principal, and having repeated the other's arguments against the use of mortal instruments, described the succedaneum which he had concerted with McCleaver. The captain at first believed the scheme was calculated for subjecting him to the ridicule of his fellow prisoners, and began to storm with great violence. But by the assurances and address of Fathom, he was at length reconciled to the plan, and preparations were made on each side for this duel, which was actually smoked next day, about noon, in a small closet, detached from the challenger's apartment, and within hearing of his Majesty and all his court, assembled as witnesses and umpires of the contest. The combatants, being locked up together, began to ply their engines with great fury, and it was not long before Captain Minikin perceived he had a manifest advantage over his antagonist, for his organs were familiarized to the effluvia of this drug, which he had frequently used in the course of an hypochondriac disorder. Whereas McCleaver, who was a stranger to all sorts of medicine, by his wry faces and attempts to puke, expressed the utmost abhorrence of the smell that invaded his nostrils. Nevertheless, resolved to hold out to the last extremity, he continued in action until the closet was filled with such an intolerable vapor as discomposed the whole economy of his entrails, and compelled him to disgorge his breakfast in the face of his opponent, whose nerves were so disconcerted by this disagreeable and unforeseen discharge that he fell back into his chair in a swoon, and the major bellowed aloud for assistance. The door being opened, he ran directly to the window to inhale the fresh air, while the captain, recovering from his fit, complained of McLeaver's unfair proceeding, and demanded justice of the arbitrators, who decided in his favor, and the major being prevailed upon to ask pardon for having introduced Mrs. Minikin to women of rotten reputation, the parties were reconciled to each other, and peace and concord re-established in the mess. Fathom acquired universal applause for his discreet and humane conduct upon this occasion, and that same afternoon had an opportunity of seeing the lady in whose cause he had exerted himself. He was presented to her as the husband's particular friend, and when she understood how much she was indebted to his care and concern for the captain's safety, she treated him with uncommon marks of distinction, and he found her a genteel, well-bred woman, not without a good deal of personal charms and a well-cultivated understanding. Chapter 42. An unexpected rencontre, and a happy revolution in the affairs of our adventurer. As she did not lodge within the precincts of this garrison, she was one day, after tea, conducted to the gate by the captain and the count, and just as they approached the turnkey's lodge, our hero's eyes were struck with the apparition of his old companion Rinaldo, son of his benefactor and patron, the Count de Melville. What were the emotions of his soul when he saw that young gentleman enter the prison and advance towards him after having spoke to the jailer? He never doubted that, being informed of his confinement, he was come to upbraid him with his villainy and ingratitude, and he in vain endeavored to recollect himself from that terror and guilty confusion which his appearance had inspired, when the stranger, lifting up his eyes, started back with signs of extreme amazement, and after a considerable pause, exclaimed, "Heaven and earth! Sure my eyes do not deceive me. Is not your name Fathom?" "It is, it must be my old friend and companion, the loss of whom I have so long regretted." With these words he ran towards our adventurer, and, while he clasped him in his arms with all the eagerness of affection, protested that this was one of the happiest days he had ever seen. Ferdinand, who, from this salutation, concluded himself still in possession of Rinaldo's good opinion, was not deficient in expressions of tenderness and joy. He returned his embraces with equal ardor, the tears trickled down his cheeks, and that perturbation which proceeded from conscious perfidy and fear was mistaken by the unsuspecting Hungarian for the sheer effects of love, gratitude, and surprise. These first transports having subsided, they adjourned to the lodgings of Fathom, who soon recollected his spirits and invention so well as to amuse the other with a feigned tale of his having been taken by the French, sent prisoner into Champagne, from whence he had written many letters to Count Melville and his son, of whom he could hear no tidings. Of his having contracted an intimacy with a young nobleman of France, who died in the flower of his age, after having, in token of his friendship, bequeathed to him a considerable legacy. By this, he had been enabled to visit the land of his forefathers in the character of a gentleman, which he had supported with some figure, until he was betrayed into a misfortune that exhausted his funds and drove him to the spot where he was now found. And he solemnly declared that, far from forgetting the obligation he owed to Count Melville or renouncing the friendship of Rinaldo, he had actually resolved to set out for Germany on his return to the house of his patron in the beginning of the week posterior to that in which he had been arrested. Young Melville, whose own heart had never known the instigations of fraud, implicitly believed the story and protestations of Fathom. And though he would not justify that part of his conduct by which the term of his good fortune was abridged, he could not help excusing an indiscretion into which he had been hurried by the precipitancy of youth and the allurements of an artful woman. Nay, with the utmost warmth of friendship, he undertook to wait upon Trapwell, and endeavor to soften him into some reasonable terms of composition. Fathom seemed to be quite overwhelmed with a deep sense of all this goodness, and affected the most eager impatience to know the particulars of Rinaldo's fate, since their unhappy separation, more especially his errand to this uncomfortable place, which he should henceforth revere as the providential scene of their reunion. Nor did he forget to inquire, in the most affectionate and dutiful manner, about the situation of his noble parents and amiable sister. At mention of these names, Rinaldo, fetching a deep sigh, "Alas, my friend," said he, "the Count is no more, and, what aggravates my affliction for the loss of such a father, it was my misfortune to be under his displeasure at the time of his death. Had I been present on that melancholy occasion, so well I knew his generosity and paternal tenderness, that, sure I am, he would in his last moments have forgiven an only son, whose life had been a continual effort to render himself worthy of such a parent, and whose crime was no other than an honorable passion for the most meritorious of her sex. But I was removed at a fatal distance from him, and doubtless my conduct must have been invidiously misrepresented. Be that as it will, my mother has again given her hand in wedlock to Count Trebasi, by whom I have the mortification to be informed that I am totally excluded from my father's succession, and I learn from other quarters that my sister is barbarously treated by this inhuman father-in-law. Grant, Heaven, I may soon have an opportunity of expostulating with the tyrant upon that subject." So saying, his cheeks glowed, and his eyes lightened with resentment. Then he thus proceeded. "My coming hither today was with a view to visit a poor female relation, from whom I yesterday received a letter, describing her most deplorable situation, and soliciting my assistance, but the turnkey affirms that there is no such person in the jail, and I was on my way to consult the keeper, when I was agreeably surprised with the sight of my dear Fathom. Our adventurer, having wiped from his eyes the tears which were produced by the news of his worthy patron's death, desired to know the name of that afflicted prisoner, in whose behalf he interested himself so much, and Rinaldo produced the letter, subscribed, 'Your unfortunate cousin, Helen Melville.' This pretended relation, after having explained the degree of consanguinity which she and the Count stood in to each other, and occasionally mentioned some anecdotes of the family in Scotland, gave him to understand that she had married a merchant of London, who, by repeated losses in trade, had been reduced to indigence, and afterwards confined to prison, where he then lay a breathless corpse, having left her in the utmost extremity of wretchedness and want, with 2 young children in the smallpox, and an incurable cancer in one of her own breasts. Indeed, the picture she drew was so moving, and her expressions so sensibly pathetic, that no person, whose heart was not altogether callous, could peruse it without emotion. Rinaldo had sent 2 guineas by the messenger, whom she had represented as a trusty servant, whose fidelity had been proof against all the distress of her mistress, and he was now arrived in order to reinforce his bounty. Fathom, in the consciousness of his own practices, immediately comprehended the scheme of this letter, and confidently assured him that no such person resided in the prison or in any other place. And when his friend applied for information to the keeper, these assurances were confirmed, and that stern janitor told him he had been imposed upon by a stale trick, which was often practiced upon strangers by a set of sharpers, who make it their business to pick up hints of intelligence relating to private families, upon which they build such superstructures of fraud and imposition. However piqued the young Hungarian might be to find himself duped in this manner, he rejoiced at the occasion which had thrown Fathom in his way, and, after having made him a tender of his purse, took his leave, on purpose to wait upon Trapwell, who was not quite so untractable as an enraged cuckold commonly is. For by this time he had accomplished the best part of his aim, which was to be divorced from his wife, and was fully convinced that the defendant was no more than a needy adventurer, who, in all probability, would be released by an Act of Parliament for the benefit of insolvent debtors, in which case he, the plaintiff, would reap no solid advantage from his imprisonment. He, therefore, listened to the remonstrances of the mediator, and, after much canvassing, agreed to discharge the defendant in consideration of £200, which were immediately paid by Count Melville, who, by this deduction, was reduced to somewhat less than 30. Nevertheless, he cheerfully beggared himself in behalf of his friend, for whose release he forthwith obtained an order. And next day, our adventurer, having bid a formal adieu to his fellows in distress, and in particular to his Majesty, for whose restoration his prayers were preferred, he quitted the jail, and accompanied his deliverer, with all the outward marks of unutterable gratitude and esteem. Surely, if his heart had been made of penetrable stuff, it would have been touched by the circumstances of this redemption. But had not his soul been invincible to all such attacks, these memoirs would possibly never have seen the light. When they arrived at Rinaldo's lodgings, that young gentleman honored him with other proofs of confidence and friendship, by giving him a circumstantial detail of all the adventures in which he had been engaged after Fathom's desertion from the imperial camp. He told him that, immediately after the war was finished, his father had pressed him to a very advantageous match, with which he would have complied, though his heart was not at all concerned, had not he been inflamed with the desire of seeing the world before he could take any step towards a settlement for life. That he had signified his sentiments on this head to the Count, who opposed them with unusual obstinacy, as productive of a delay which might be fatal to his proposal. For which reason he had retired incognito from his family, and travelled through sundry states and countries, in a disguise by which he eluded the inquiries of his parents. That, in the course of these peregrinations, he was captivated by the irresistible charms of a young lady, on whose heart he had the good fortune to make a tender impression. That their mutual love had subjected both to many dangers and difficulties, during which they suffered a cruel separation, after the torments of which he had happily found her in England, where she now lived entirely cut off from her native country and connections, and destitute of every other resource but his honor, love, and protection. And finally, that he was determined to combat his own desires, how violent soever they might be, until he should have made some suitable provision for the consequences of a stricter union with the mistress of his soul, that he might not, by a precipitate marriage, ruin the person whom he adored. This end he proposed to attain by an application to the court of Vienna, which he did not doubt would have some regard to his own service, and that of his father. And thither he resolved to repair, with the first opportunity, now that he had found a friend with whom he could entrust the inestimable jewel of his heart. He likewise gave our hero to understand that he had been 8 months in England, during which he had lived in a frugal manner, that he might not unnecessarily exhaust the money he had been able to raise upon his own credit. That hitherto he had been obliged to defer his departure for Germany on account of his attendance upon the mother of his mistress, who was lately dead of sorrow and chagrin. And that, since he resided in London, he had often heard of the celebrated Count Fathom, though he never imagined that his friend Ferdinand could be distinguished by that appellation. Chapter 43. Fathom justifies the proverb, "What's bred in the bone will never come out of the flesh." Some circumstances of this conversation made a deep impression upon the mind of our adventurer, who nevertheless concealed his emotions from the knowledge of his friend, and was next day introduced to that hidden treasure of which Rinaldo had spoken with such rapture and adoration. It was not without reason he had expatiated upon the personal attractions of this young lady, whom, for the present, we shall call Monimia, a name that implies her orphan situation. When she entered the room, even Fathom, whose eyes had been sated with beauty, was struck dumb with admiration, and could scarce recollect himself so far as to perform the ceremony of his introduction. She seemed to be about the age of 18. Her stature was tall, her motion graceful. A knot of artificial flowers restrained the luxuriancy of her fine black hair that flowed in shining ringlets adown her snowy neck. The contour of her face was oval, her forehead remarkably high, her complexion clean and delicate, though not florid, and her eyes were so piercing as to strike the soul of every beholder. Yet, upon this occasion, one half of their vivacity was eclipsed by a languishing air of melancholy concern, which, while it in a manner sheathed the edge of her beauty, added a most engaging sweetness to her looks. In short, every feature was elegantly perfect, and the harmony of the whole ravishing and delightful. It was easy to perceive the mutual sentiments of the two lovers at meeting, by the pleasure that sensibly diffused itself in the countenances of both. Fathom was received by her as the intimate friend of her admirer, whom she had often heard of in terms of the most sincere affection, and the conversation was carried on in the Italian language, because she was a foreigner who had not as yet made great proficiency in the knowledge of the English tongue. Her understanding was such as, instead of diminishing, reinforced the prepossession which was inspired by her appearance. And if the sum total of her charms could not melt the heart, it at least excited the appetite of Fathom to such a degree that he gazed upon her with such violence of desire as had never transported him before. And he instantly began to harbor thoughts, not only destructive to the peace of his generous patron, but also to the prudential maxims he had adopted on his first entrance into life. We have already recorded divers instances of his conduct to prove that there was an intemperance in his blood, which often interfered with his caution. And although he had found means to render this heat sometimes subservient to his interest, yet, in all probability, heaven mingled the ingredient in his constitution, on purpose to counteract his consummate craft, defeat the villainy of his intention, and at least expose him to the justice of the law and the contempt of his fellow creatures. Stimulated as he was by the beauty of the incomparable Monimia, he foresaw that the conquest of her heart would cost him 1,000 times more labor and address than all the victories he had ever achieved. For, besides her superior understanding, her sentiments of honor, virtue, gratitude, religion, and pride of birth, her heart was already engaged by the tenderest ties of love and obligation, to a man whose person and acquired accomplishments at least equaled his own, and whose connection with him was of such a nature as raised an almost insurmountable bar to his design. Because, with what face could he commence rival to the person whose family had raised him from want and servility, and whose own generosity had rescued him from the miseries of a dreary jail? Notwithstanding these reflections, he would not lay aside an idea which so agreeably flattered his imagination. He, like every other projector in the same circumstances, was so partial to his own qualifications as to think the lady would soon perceive a difference between him and Rinaldo that could not fail to turn to his advantage in her opinion. He depended a good deal on the levity and inconstancy of the sex, and did not doubt that, in the course of their acquaintance, he should profit by that languor which often creeps upon and flattens the intercourse of lovers cloyed with the sight and conversation of each other. This way of arguing was very natural to a man who had never known other motives than those of sensuality and convenience, and perhaps, upon these maxims, he might have succeeded with 9/10 of the fair sex. But, for once, he erred in his calculation. Monimia's soul was perfect, her virtue impregnable. His first approaches were, as usual, performed by the method of insinuation, which succeeded so well that in a few days he actually acquired a very distinguished share of her favor and esteem. To this he had been recommended, in the warmest strain of exaggerating friendship, by her dear Rinaldo. So that, placing the most unreserved confidence in his honor and integrity, and being almost quite destitute of acquaintance, she made no scruple of owning herself pleased with his company and conversation, and therefore he was never abridged in point of opportunity. She had too much discernment to overlook his uncommon talents and agreeable address, and too much susceptibility to observe them with indifference. She not only regarded him as the confidant of her lover, but admired him as a person whose attachment did honor to Count Melville's choice. She found his discourse remarkably entertaining, his politeness dignified with an air of uncommon sincerity, and she was ravished with his skill in music, an art of which she was deeply enamored. While he thus ingratiated himself with the fair Monimia, Rinaldo rejoiced at their intimacy, being extremely happy in the thought of having found a friend who could amuse and protect the dear creature in his absence. That she might be the better prepared for the temporary separation which he meditated, he began to be less frequent in his visits, or rather to interrupt, by gradual intermissions, the constant attendance he had bestowed upon her since her mother's death. This alteration she was enabled to bear by the assiduities of Fathom, when she understood that her lover was indispensably employed in negotiating a sum of money for the purposes of his intended voyage. This was really the case, for, as the reader hath been already informed, the provision he had made for that emergency was expended in behalf of our adventurer, and the persons of whom he had borrowed it, far from approving of the use to which it was put, and accommodating him with a fresh supply, reproached him with his benevolence as an act of dishonesty to them, and, instead of favoring this second application, threatened to distress him for what he had already received. While he endeavored to surmount these difficulties, his small reversion was quite exhausted, and he saw himself on the brink of wanting the common necessaries of life. There was no difficulty which he could not have encountered with fortitude, had he alone been concerned. But his affection and regard for Monimia were of such a delicate nature, that, far from being able to bear the prospect of her wanting the least convenience, he could not endure that she should suspect her situation cost him a moment's perplexity, because he foresaw it would wring her gentle heart with unspeakable anguish and vexation. This, therefore, he endeavored to anticipate by expressions of confidence in the emperor's equity, and frequent declarations touching the goodness and security of that credit from which he derived his present subsistence. Chapter 44. Anecdotes of Poverty, and Experiments for the Benefit of Those Whom It May Concern. His affairs being thus circumstanced, it is not to be supposed that he passed his time in tranquillity. Every day ushered in new demands and fresh anxiety, for though his economy was frugal, it could not be supported without money, and now not only his funds were drained, but also his private friends tired of relieving his domestic necessities. Nay, they began to relinquish his company, which formerly they had coveted, and those who still favored him with their company embittered that favor with disagreeable advice, mingled with impertinent reproof. They loudly exclaimed against the last instance of his friendship for Fathom, as a piece of wrong-headed extravagance, which neither his fortune could afford nor his conscience excuse, and alleged that such specimens of generosity are vicious in any man, let his finances be never so opulent, if he has any relations of his own who need his assistance, but altogether scandalous, not to say unjust, in a person who depends for his own support on the favor of his friends. These expostulations did not even respect the beauteous, the accomplished, the gentle-hearted, the orphan Monimia. Although they owned her perfections, and did not deny that it would be highly meritorious in any man of fortune to make her happy, they disapproved of Rinaldo's attachment to the fair beggar, made light of that intimate union of hearts which subsisted between the two lovers, and which no human consideration could dissolve. And some among them, in the consummation of their prudence, ventured to hint a proposal of providing for her in the service of some lady of fashion. Any reader of sensibility will easily conceive how these admonitions were relished by a young gentleman whose pride was indomitable, whose notions of honor were scrupulously rigid and romantic, whose temper was warm, and whose love was intense. Every such suggestion was as a dagger to his soul, and what rendered the torture more exquisite, he lay under obligations to those very persons whose selfish and sordid sentiments he disdained, so that he was restricted by gratitude from giving vent to his indignation, and his forlorn circumstances would not permit him to renounce their acquaintance. While he struggled with these mortifications, his wants grew more and more importunate, and his creditors became clamorous. Fathom, to whom all his grievances were disclosed, lamented his hard hap with all the demonstrations of sympathy which he could expect to find in such a zealous adherent. He upbraided himself incessantly as the cause of his patron's distress, took God to witness that he would rather have perished in jail than have enjoyed his liberty, had he known it would have cost his dearest friend and benefactor 1/10 part of the anguish he now saw him suffer. And, in conclusion, the fervency of his affection glowed to such a degree that he offered to beg, steal, or plunder on the highway for Rinaldo's assistance. Certain it is, he might have recollected a less disagreeable expedient than any of these to alleviate the pangs of this unhappy lover. For, at that very period, he was possessed of money and movables to the amount of a much greater sum than that which was necessary to remove the severest pangs of the Count's misfortune. But whether he did not reflect upon this resource, or was willing to let Melville be better acquainted with adversity, which is the great school of life, I shall leave the reader to determine. Yet, so far was he from supplying the wants of the young Hungarian, that he did not scruple to receive a share of the miserable pittance which that gentleman made shift to extort from the complaisance of a few companions, whose countenance he still enjoyed. Rinaldo's life was now become a sacrifice to the most poignant distress. Almost his whole time was engrossed by a double scheme, comprehending his efforts to render his departure practicable and his expedients for raising the means of daily bread. With regard to the first, he exerted himself among a set of merchants, some of whom knew his family and expectations, and, for the last, he was fain to depend upon the assistance of a few intimates, who were not in a condition to furnish him with sums of consequence. These, however, gradually dropped off, on pretense of friendly resentment for his indiscreet conduct, so that he found himself naked and deserted by all his former companions, except one gentleman, with whom he had lived in the most unreserved correspondence, as with a person of the warmest friendship and the most unbounded benevolence. Nay, he had actually experienced repeated proofs of his generosity. And such were the Count's sentiments of the gratitude, love, and esteem, which were due to the author of these obligations, that he would have willingly laid down his own life for his interest or advantage. He had already been at different times accommodated by this benefactor with occasional supplies, amounting in the whole to about 40 or 50 pounds. And so fearful was he of taking any step by which he might forfeit the good will of this gentleman, that he struggled with unparalleled difficulty and vexation, before he could prevail upon himself to put his liberality to another proof. What maxims of delicacy will not the dire calls of necessity infringe, reduced to the alternative of applying once more to that beneficence which had never failed him, or of seeing Monimia starve, he chose the first, as of two evils the least, and entrusted Fathom with a letter explaining the bitterness of his case. It was not without trepidation that he received in the evening from his messenger an answer to this billet, but what were his pangs when he learned the contents? The gentleman, after having professed himself Melville's sincere well-wisher, gave him to understand that he was resolved for the future to detach himself from every correspondence which would be inconvenient for him to maintain, that he considered his intimacy with the Count in that light. Yet, nevertheless, if his distress was really as great as he had described it, he would still contribute something towards his relief, and accordingly had sent by the bearer 5 guineas for that purpose. But desired him to take notice, that, in so doing, he laid himself under some difficulty. Rinaldo's grief and mortification at this disappointment were unspeakable. He now saw demolished the last screen betwixt him and the extremity of indigence and woe. He beheld the mistress of his soul abandoned to the bleakest scenes of poverty and want, and he deeply resented the lofty strain of the letter, by which he conceived himself treated as a worthless spendthrift and importunate beggar. Though his purse was exhausted to the last shilling, though he was surrounded with necessities and demands, and knew not how to provide another meal for his fair dependent, he, in opposition to all the suggestions and eloquence of Fathom, dispatched him with the money and another billet, intimating, in the most respectful terms, that he approved of his friend's new-adopted maxim, which, for the future, he should always take care to remember, and that he had sent back the last instance of his bounty, as a proof how little he was disposed to incommode his benefactor. This letter, though sincerely meant, and written in a very serious mood, the gentleman considered as an ungrateful piece of irony, and in that opinion complained to several persons of the Count's acquaintance, who unanimously exclaimed against him as a sordid, unthankful, and profligate knave, that abused and reviled those very people who had generously befriended him, whenever they found it inconvenient to nourish his extravagance with further supplies. Notwithstanding these accumulated oppressions, he still persevered with fortitude in his endeavors to disentangle himself from this maze of misery. To these, he was encouraged by a letter which about this time he received from his sister, importing that she had good reason to believe the real will of her father had been suppressed for certain sinister views, and desiring him to hasten his departure for Hungary, where he would still find some friends who were both able and willing to support his cause. He had some trinkets left, the pawnbroker's shop was still open, and hitherto he made shift to conceal from Monimia the extent of his affliction. The money broker whom he employed, after having amused him with a variety of schemes, which served no other purpose than that of protracting his own job, at length undertook to make him acquainted with a set of moneyed men who had been very venturous in lending sums upon personal security. He was therefore introduced to their club in the most favorable manner, after the broker had endeavored to prepossess them separately, with magnificent ideas of his family and fortune. By means of this anticipation, he was received with a manifest relaxation of that severity which people of this class mingle in their aspects to the world in general, and they even vied with each other in their demonstrations of hospitality and respect. For everyone in particular looked upon him as a young heir who would bleed freely and mortgage at cent per cent. Rinaldo, buoyed up with these exterior civilities, began to flatter himself with hopes of success, which, however, were soon checked by the nature of the conversation, during which the chairman upbraided one of the members in open club for having once lent £40 upon slight security. The person accused alleged, in his own defense, that the borrower was his own kinsman, whose funds he knew to be sufficient, that he had granted his bond, and been at the expense of insuring his life for the money, and, in conclusion, had discharged it to the day with great punctuality. These allegations were not deemed exculpatory by the rest of the assembly, who with one voice pronounced him guilty of unwarrantable rashness and indiscretion, which, in time coming, must undoubtedly operate to the prejudice of his character and credit. This was a bitter declaration to the young Count, who nevertheless endeavored to improve the footing he had gained among them, by courting their company, conforming to their manners, and attentively listening to their discourse. When he had cultivated them with great assiduity for the space of some weeks, dined at their houses upon pressing invitations, and received repeated offers of service and friendship, believing that things were now ripe for the purpose, he, one day, at a tavern to which he had invited him to dinner, ventured to disclose his situation to him whose countenance was the least unpromising. And as he introduced the business with a proposal of borrowing money, he perceived his eyes sparkle with a visible alacrity from which he drew a happy presage. But alas! This was no more than a transient gleam of sunshine, which was suddenly obumbrated by the sequel of his explanation. Insomuch that, when the merchant understood the nature of the security, his visage was involved in a most disagreeable gloom, and his eyes distorted into a most hideous obliquity of vision. Indeed, he squinted so horribly that Rinaldo was amazed and almost affrighted at his looks, until he perceived that this distortion proceeded from concern for a silver tobacco box which he had laid down by him on the table, after having filled his pipe. As the youth proceeded to unfold his necessities, the other became gradually alarmed for this utensil, to which he darted his eyes askance in this preternatural direction, until he had slyly secured it in his pocket. Having made this successful conveyance, he shifted his eyes alternately from the young gentleman to the broker for a considerable pause, during which he in silence reproached the last for introducing such a beggarly varlet to his acquaintance. Then taking the pipe from his mouth, "Sir," said he, addressing himself to the Count, "if I had all the inclination in the world to comply with your proposal, it is really not in my power. My correspondents abroad have remitted such a number of bad bills of late, that all my running cash hath been exhausted in supporting their credit. Mr. Ferret, sure I am, you is not ignorant of my situation, and I'm not a little surprised that you should bring the gentleman to me on business of this kind. But, as the wise man observes, bray a fool in a mortar, and he'll never be wise." So saying, with a most emphatic glance directed to the broker, he rung the bell and called for the reckoning. When, finding that he was to be the guest of Rinaldo, he thanked him dryly for his good cheer, and in an abrupt manner took himself away. Though baffled in this quarter, the young gentleman would not despair, but forthwith employed Mr. Ferret in an application to another of the society, who, after having heard the terms of his commission, desired him to tell his principal that he could do nothing without the concurrence of his partner, who happened to be at that time in one of our American plantations. A third, being solicited, excused himself on account of an oath which he had lately taken on the back of a considerable loss. A fourth, being tried, made answer that it was not in his way, and a fifth candidly owned that he never lent money without proper security. Thus the forlorn Rinaldo tried every experiment without success, and now saw the last ray of hope extinguished. While nigh destitute of present support, and encompassed with unrelenting duns, he was obliged to keep within doors and seek some comfort in the conversation of his charming mistress and his faithful friend. Yet, even there, he experienced the extremest rigor of adverse fate. Every rap at the door alarmed him with the expectation of some noisy tradesman demanding payment. When he endeavored to amuse himself with drawing, some unlucky feature of the occasional portrait recalled the image of an obdurate creditor, and made him tremble at the work of his own hands. When he fled for shelter to the flattering creation of fancy, some abhorred idea always started up amidst the gay vision, and dissolved the pleasing enchantment. Even the seraphic voice of Monimia had no longer power to compose the anxious tumults of his mind. Every song she warbled, every tune she played, recalled to his remembrance some scene of love and happiness elapsed, and overwhelmed his soul with the woeful comparison of past and present fate. He saw all that was amiable and perfect in woman, all that he held most dear and sacred upon earth, tottering on the brink of misery, without knowing the danger of her situation, and found himself unable to prevent her fall or even to forewarn her of the peril. For, as we have already observed, his soul could not brook the thought of communicating the tidings of distress to the tender-hearted Monimia. Chapter 45. Rinaldo's distress deepens, and Fathom's plot thickens. Such aggravated misfortune could not fail to affect his temper and deportment. The continual efforts he made to conceal his vexation produced a manifest distraction in his behavior and discourse. He began to be seized with horror at the sight of poor Monimia, whom he therefore shunned as much as the circumstances of their correspondence would allow. And every evening he went forth alone to some solitary place, where he could, unperceived, give a loose to the transports of his sorrow, and in silence meditate some means to lighten the burden of his woe. His heart was sometimes so savaged with despair, which represented mankind as his inveterate enemies, that he entertained thoughts of denouncing war against the whole community and supplying his own wants with the spoils he should win. At other times, he was tempted with the desire of putting an end to his miseries and life together. Yet these were but the transitory suggestions of temporary madness that soon yielded to the dictates of reason. From the execution of the first, he was restrained by his own notions of honor and morality, and, from using the other expedient, he was deterred by his love for Monimia, together with the motives of philosophy and religion. While in this manner he secretly nursed the worm of grief that preyed upon his vitals, the alteration in his countenance and conduct did not escape the eyes of that discerning young lady. She was alarmed at the change, yet afraid to inquire into the source of it, for, being ignorant of his distress, she could impute it to no cause in which her happiness was not deeply interested. She had observed his strained complacence and extraordinary emotion. She had detected him in repeated attempts to avoid her company and taken notice of his regular excursions in the dark. These were alarming symptoms to a lover of her delicacy and pride. She strove in vain to put the most favorable construction on what she saw, and, finally, imputed the effects of his despondence to the alienation of his heart. Made miserable beyond expression by these suspicions, she imparted them to Fathom, who, by this time, was in full possession of her confidence and esteem, and implored his advice touching her conduct in such a nice conjuncture. This artful politician, who rejoiced at the effect of her penetration, no sooner heard himself questioned on the subject than he gave tokens of surprise and confusion, signifying his concern to find she had discovered what, for the honor of his friend, he wished had never come to light. His behavior on this occasion confirmed her fatal conjecture, and she conjured him, in the most pathetic manner, to tell her if he thought Rinaldo's heart had contracted any new engagement. At this question he started with signs of extreme agitation, and stifling an artificial sigh, "Sure, madam," said he, "you cannot doubt the Count's constancy, I am confident. He is certainly, I protest, madam, I am so shocked." Here he made a full pause, as if the conflict between his integrity and his friendship would not allow him to proceed, and summoned the moisture into either eye. "Then are my doubts removed," cried the afflicted Monimia. "I see your candor in the midst of your attachment to Rinaldo, and will no longer torment you with impertinent interrogations and vain complaints." With these words, a flood of tears gushed from her enchanting eyes, and she instantly withdrew into her own apartment, where she indulged her sorrow to excess. Nor was her grief unanimated with resentment. She was by birth, nature, and education inspired with that dignity of pride which ennobles the human heart, and this, by the circumstance of her present dependence, was rendered extremely jealous and susceptible, insomuch that she could not brook the least shadow of indifference, much less an injury of such a nature, from the man whom she had honored with her affections, and for whom she had disobliged and deserted her family and friends. Though her love was so unalterably fixed on this unhappy youth, that, without the continuation of reciprocal regard, her life would have become an unsupportable burden, even amidst all the splendor of affluence and pomp. And although she foresaw that, when his protection should cease, she must be left a wretched orphan in a foreign land, exposed to all the miseries of want, yet such was the loftiness of her displeasure, that she disdained to complain or even demand an explanation from the supposed author of her wrongs. While she continued undetermined in her purpose, and fluctuating on this sea of torture, Fathom, believing that now was the season for working upon her passions, while they were all in commotion, became, if possible, more assiduous than ever about the fair mourner, modeled his features into a melancholy cast, pretended to share her distress with the most emphatic sympathy, and endeavored to keep her resentment glowing by cunning insinuations, which, though apparently designed to apologize for his friend, served only to aggravate the guilt of his perfidy and dishonor. This pretext of friendly concern is the most effectual vehicle for the conveyance of malice and slander, and a man's reputation is never so mortally stabbed as when the assassin begins with the preamble of, "For my own part, I can safely say that no man upon earth has a greater regard for him than I have, and it is with the utmost anguish and concern that I see him misbehave in such a manner." Then he proceeds to mangle his character, and the good-natured hearers, concluding he is even blacker than he is represented, on the supposition that the most atrocious circumstances are softened or suppressed by the tenderness or friendship of the accuser, exclaim, "Good lack! What a wretch he must be, when his best friends will no longer attempt to defend him." Nay, sometimes these well-wishers undertake his defense, and treacherously betray the cause they have espoused, by omitting the reasons that may be urged in his vindication. Both these methods were practiced by the wily Ferdinand, according to the predominant passion of Monimia. When her indignation prevailed, he expatiated upon his love and sincere regard for Rinaldo, which, he said, had grown up from the cradle to such a degree of fervor that he would willingly part with life for his advantage. He shed tears for his apostasy, but every drop made an indelible stain upon his character, and, in the bitterness of his grief, swore, notwithstanding his fondness for Rinaldo, which had become a part of his constitution, that the young Hungarian deserved the most infamous destiny for having injured such perfection. At other times, when he found her melted into silent sorrow, he affected to excuse the conduct of his friend. He informed her that the young gentleman's temper had been uneven from his infancy. That frailty was natural to man, that he might in time be reclaimed by self-conviction. He even hinted that she might have probably ascribed to inconstancy what was really the effect of some chagrin which he industriously concealed from his participation. But when he found her disposed to listen to this last suggestion, he destroyed the force of it, by recollecting the circumstances of his nocturnal rambles, which, he owned, would admit of no favorable construction. By these means he blew the coals of her jealousy, and enhanced the value of his own character at the same time, for she looked upon him as a mirror of faith and integrity, and the mind being overcharged with woe, naturally seeks some confidant, upon whose sympathy it can repose itself. Indeed, his great aim was to make himself necessary to her affliction, and settle a gossiping correspondence, in the familiarity of which he hoped his purpose would certainly be answered. Yet the exertion of these talents was not limited to her alone. While he laid these trains for the hapless young lady, he was preparing snares of another kind for her unsuspecting lover, who, for the completion of his misery, about this time began to perceive marks of disquiet and displeasure in the countenance and deportment of his adored Monimia. For that young lady, in the midst of her grief, remembered her origin, and over her vexation affected to throw a veil of tranquillity, which served only to give an air of disgust to her internal disturbance. Rinaldo, whose patience and philosophy were barely sufficient to bear the load of his other evils, would have been quite overwhelmed with the additional burden of Monimia's woe, if it had not assumed this appearance of disesteem, which, as he knew he had not deserved it, brought his resentment to his assistance. Yet this was but a wretched cordial to support him against the baleful reflections that assaulted him from every quarter. It operated like those desperate remedies, which, while they stimulate exhausted nature, help to destroy the very fundamentals of the Constitution. He reviewed his own conduct with the utmost severity, and could not recollect one circumstance which could justly offend the idol of his soul. The more blameless he appeared to himself in this examination, the less excusable did her behavior appear. He tasked his penetration to discover the cause of this alteration. He burned with impatience to know it. His discernment failed him, and he was afraid, though he knew not why, to demand an explanation. His thoughts were so circumstanced that he durst not even unbosom himself to Fathom, though his own virtue and friendship resisted those sentiments that began to intrude upon his mind, with suggestions to the prejudice of our adventurer's fidelity. Nevertheless, unable to endure the torments of such interesting suspense, he at length made an effort to expostulate with the fair orphan, and in an abrupt address, the effect of his fear and confusion, begged to know if he had inadvertently done anything to incur her displeasure. Monimia, hearing herself bluntly accosted in this unusual strain, after repeated instances of his reserve and supposed inconstancy, considered the question as a fresh insult, and, summoning her whole pride to her assistance, replied, with affected tranquillity, or rather with an air of scorn, that she had no title to judge, neither did she pretend to condemn his conduct. This answer, so wide of that tenderness and concern which had hitherto manifested itself in the disposition of his amiable mistress, deprived him of all power to carry on the conversation, and he retired with a low bow, fully convinced of his having irretrievably lost the place he had possessed in her affection. For to his imagination, warped and blinded by his misfortunes, her demeanor seemed fraught, not with a transient gleam of anger, which a respectful lover would soon have appeased, but with that contempt and indifference which denote a total absence of affection and esteem. She, on the other hand, misconstrued his sudden retreat, and now they beheld the actions of each other through the false medium of prejudice and resentment. To such fatal misunderstandings, the peace and happiness of whole families often fall a sacrifice. Chapter 46. Our adventurer becomes absolute in his power over the passions of his friend, and effects one half of his aim. Influenced by this dire mistake, the breast of those unhappy lovers began to be invaded with the horrors of jealousy. The tender-hearted Monimia endeavored to devour her griefs in silence. She in secret bemoaned her forlorn fate without ceasing. Her tears flowed without intermission from night to morn, and from morn to night. She sought not to know the object for which she was forsaken. She meant not to upbraid her undoer. Her aim was to find a sequestered corner in which she could indulge her sorrow, where she could brood over the melancholy remembrance of her former felicity, where she could recollect those happy scenes she had enjoyed under the wings of her indulgent parents, when her whole life was a revolution of pleasures, and she was surrounded with affluence, pomp, and admiration, where she could, unmolested, dwell upon the wretched comparison between her past and present condition, and paint every circumstance of her misery in the most aggravating colors, that they might make the deeper impression upon her mind, and the more speedily contribute to that dissolution for which she ardently wished, as a total release from woe. Amidst these pinings, she began to loathe all sustenance. Her cheeks grew wan, her bright eyes lost their splendor, the roses vanished from her lips, and her delicate limbs could hardly support their burden. In a word, her sole consolation was limited to the prospect of depositing her sorrows in the grave, and her only wish was to procure a retreat in which she might wait with resignation for that happy period. Yet this melancholy comfort she could not obtain without the advice and mediation of Fathom, whom she therefore still continued to see and consult. While these consultations were held, Rinaldo's bosom was ravaged with tempests of rage and distraction. He believed himself superseded in the affection of his mistress by some favored rival, whose success rankled at his soul, and though he scarce durst communicate the suspicion to his own heart, his observation continually whispered to him that he was supplanted by his friend Fathom. For Monimia was totally detached from the conversation of every other man, and he had of late noted their intercourse with distempered eyes. These considerations sometimes transported him to such a degree of frenzy that he was tempted to sacrifice them both as traitors to gratitude, friendship, and love, but such deliriums soon vanished before his honor and humanity. He would not allow himself to think amiss of Ferdinand until some undoubted mark of his guilt should appear, and this was so far from being the case that hitherto there was scarce a presumption. On the contrary, said he to himself, I am hourly receiving proofs of his sympathy and attachment, not but that he may be the innocent cause of my mishap. His superior qualifications may have attracted the eye and engaged the heart of that inconstant fair, without his being sensible of the victory he has won. Or, perhaps shocked at the conquest he hath unwillingly made, he discourages her advances, tries to reason down her unjustifiable passion, and in the meantime conceals from me the particulars, out of regard to my happiness and quiet. Under cover of these favorable conjectures, our adventurer securely prosecuted his scheme upon the unfortunate Monimia. He dedicated himself wholly to her service and conversation, except at those times when his company was requested by Rinaldo, who now very seldom exacted his attendance. In his ministry about the person of the beauteous orphan, this cunning incendiary mingled such awful regard, such melting compassion, as effectually screened him from the suspicion of treachery, while he widened the fatal breach between her and her lover by the most diabolical insinuations. He represented his friend as a voluptuary, who gratified his own appetite without the least regard to honor or conscience, and, with a show of infinite reluctance, imparted some anecdotes of his sensuality, which he had feigned for the purpose. Then he would exclaim in an affected transport, "Gracious heaven! Is it possible for any man who has the least title to perception or humanity to injure such innocence and perfection? For my own part, had I been so undeservedly happy, heaven and earth. Forgive my transports, madam, I cannot help seeing and admiring such divine attractions. I cannot help resenting your wrongs. It is the cause of virtue I espouse. It ought to be the cause of every honest man." He had often repeated such apostrophes as these, which she ascribed to nothing else than sheer benevolence and virtuous indignation, and actually began to think he had made some impression upon her heart, not that he now entertained the hope of an immediate triumph over her chastity. The more he contemplated her character, the more difficult the conquest seemed to be. He therefore altered his plan, and resolved to carry on his operations under the shelter of honorable proposals, foreseeing that a wife of her qualifications, if properly managed, would turn greatly to the account of the husband, or, if her virtue should prove refractory, that he could at any time rid himself of the encumbrance by decamping without beat of drum after he should be cloyed with possession. Elevated by these expectations, he one day, in the midst of a preconcerted rhapsody, importing that he could no longer conceal the fire that preyed upon his heart, threw himself on his knees before the lovely mourner and imprinted a kiss on her fair hand. Though he did not presume to take this liberty till after such preparation as he thought had altogether extinguished her regard for Melville, and paved the way for his own reception in room of that discarded lover, he had so far overshot his mark that Monimia, instead of favoring his declaration, started up and retired in silence, her cheeks glowing with shame and her eyes gleaming with indignation. Ferdinand no sooner recovered from the confusion produced by this unexpected repulse than he saw the necessity of coming to a speedy determination, lest the offended fair one should appeal to Rinaldo, in which case they might be mutually undeceived, to his utter shame and confusion. He therefore resolved to deprecate her anger by humble supplications, and by protesting that, whatever tortures he might suffer by suppressing his sentiments, she should never again be offended with a declaration of his passion. Having thus appeased the gentle Monimia, and discovered that, in spite of her resentment, his friend still kept possession of her heart, he determined to work an effectual separation, so as that the young lady, being utterly deserted by Melville, should be left altogether in his power. With this Christian intention, he began to sadden his visage with a double shade of pensive melancholy. In the presence of Rinaldo, to stifle a succession of involuntary sighs, to answer from the purpose, to be incoherent in his discourse, and, in a word, to act the part of a person wrapped up in sorrowful cogitation. Count Melville, soon as he perceived these symptoms, very kindly inquired into the cause of them, and was not a little alarmed to hear the artful and evasive answers of Ferdinand, who, without disclosing the source of his disquiet, earnestly begged leave to retire into some other corner of the world. Roused by this entreaty, the Hungarian's jealousy awoke, and with violent agitation he exclaimed, "Then are my fears too true, my dear Fathom. I comprehend the meaning of your request. I have for some time perceived an host of horrors approaching from that quarter. I know your worth and honor. I depend upon your friendship, and conjure you, by all the ties of it, to free me at once from the most miserable suspense, by owning you have involuntarily captivated the heart of that unhappy maiden." To this solemn interrogation he made no reply, but shedding a flood of tears, of which he had always a magazine at command, he repeated his desire of withdrawing, and took God to witness, that what he proposed was solely for the quiet of his honored patron and beloved friend. "Enough," cried the unfortunate Rinaldo, "the measure of my woes is now filled up." So saying, he fell backwards in a swoon, from which he was with difficulty recovered to the sensation of the most exquisite torments. During this paroxysm, our adventurer nursed him with infinite care and tenderness. He exhorted him to summon all his fortitude to his assistance, to remember his forefathers, and exert himself in the imitation of their virtues, to fly from those bewitching charms which had enslaved his better part, to retrieve his peace of mind by reflecting on the inconstancy and ingratitude of woman, and amuse his imagination in the pursuit of honor and glory. After these admonitions, he abused his ears with a forged detail of the gradual advances made to him by Monimia, and the steps he had taken to discourage her addresses and re-establish her virtue, poisoning the mind of that credulous youth to such a degree that, in all probability, he would have put a fatal period to his own existence, had not Fathom found means to allay the rage of his ecstasy by the cunning arrangement of opposite considerations. He set his pride against his love, he opposed his resentment to his sorrow, and his ambition to his despair. Notwithstanding the balance of power so settled among these antagonists, so violent were the shocks of their successive conflicts, that his bosom fared like a wretched province, harassed, depopulated, and laid waste by two fierce contending armies. From this moment, his life was nothing but an alternation of starts and reveries. He wept and raved by turns, according to the prevailing gust of passion. Food became a stranger to his lips, and sleep to his eyelids. He could not support the presence of Monimia, her absence increased the torture of his pangs, and when he met her by accident, he started back with horror, like a traveler who chances to tread upon a snake. The poor afflicted orphan, worn to a shadow with self-consuming anguish, eager to find some lowly retreat where she could breath out her soul in peace, and terrified at the frantic behavior of Rinaldo, communicated to Fathom her desire of removing, and begged that he would take a small picture of her father, decorated with diamonds, and convert them into money for the expense of her subsistence. This was the last pledge of her family, which she had received from her mother, who had preserved it in the midst of numberless distresses and no other species of misery, but that which she groaned under could have prevailed upon the daughter to part with it. But, exclusive of other motives, the very image itself, by recalling to her mind the honors of her name, upbraided her with living in dependence upon a man who had treated her with such indignity and ingratitude. Besides, she flattered herself with the hope that she should not long survive the loss of this testimonial. Our adventurer, with many professions of sorrow and mortification at his own want of capacity to prevent such an alienation, undertook to dispose of it to the best advantage, and to provide her with a cheap and retired apartment, to which he would conduct her in safety, though at the hazard of his life. In the meantime, however, he repaired to his friend Rinaldo, and after having admonished him to arm his soul with patience and philosophy, declared that Monimia's guilty passion for himself could no longer be kept within bounds, that she had conjured him, in the most pressing manner, to assist her in escaping from an house which she considered as the worst of dungeons, because she was in it daily exposed to the sight and company of a man whom she detested, and that she had bribed him to compliance with her request, not only with repeated promises of eternal love and submission, but also with the picture of her father set with diamonds, which she had hitherto reserved as the last and greatest testimony of her affection and esteem. With these words he presented the fatal pledge to the eyes of the astonished youth, upon whom it operated like the poisonous sight of the basilisk. For in an instant the whole passions of his soul were in the most violent agitation. "What?" cried he in an ecstasy of rage. "Is she so abandoned to perfidy, so lost to shame, so damned to constancy, to gratitude and virtuous love, as to meditate the means of leaving me without decency, without remorse? To forsake me in my adversity, when my hapless fortune can no longer flatter the pride and vanity of her expectation? O woman, 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 what simile shall I find to illustrate the character of the sex? But I will not have recourse to vain complaints and feeble exclamations. By heaven, she shall not escape, she shall not triumph in her levity, she shall not exult in my distress. No, I will rather sacrifice her to my just resentment, to the injured powers of love and friendship. I will act the avenging minister of heaven. I will mangle that fair bosom, which contains so false a heart. I will tear her to pieces, and scatter those beauteous limbs as a prey to the beasts of the field and the fowls of the air." Fathom, who expected this storm, far from attempting to oppose its progress, waited with patience until its first violence was overblown. Then, assuming an air of condolence, animated with that resolution which a friend ought to maintain on such occasions, "My dear Count," said he, "I am not at all surprised at your emotion, because I know what an heart, susceptible as yours, must feel from the apostasy of one who has reigned so long the object of your love, admiration, and esteem. Your endeavors to drive her from your thoughts must create an agony much more severe than that which divorces the soul from the body. Nevertheless, I am so confident of your virtue and your manhood as to foresee that you will allow the fair Monimia to execute that resolution which she hath so unwisely taken, to withdraw herself from your love and protection. Believe me, my best friend and benefactor, this is a step, in consequence of which you will infallibly retrieve your peace of mind. It may cost you many bitter pangs, it may probe your wounds to the quick, but those pangs will be soothed by the gentle and salutary wing of time, and that probing will rouse you to a due sense of your own dignity and importance, which will enable you to convert your attention to objects far more worthy of your contemplation. All the hopes of happiness you had cherished in the possession of Monimia are now irrecoverably blasted. Her heart is now debased beneath your consideration. Her love is, without all doubt, extinguished, and her honor irretrievably lost. Insomuch that, were she to profess sorrow for her indiscretion, and implore your forgiveness, with the most solemn promises of regarding you for the future with unalterable fidelity and affection, you ought not to restore her to that place in your heart which she hath so meanly forfeited, because you could not at the same time reinstate her in the possession of that delicate esteem without which there is no harmony, no rapture, no true enjoyment in love. No, my dear Rinaldo, expel the unworthy tenant from your bosom. Allow her to fill up the measure of her ingratitude by deserting her lover, friend, and benefactor. Your glory demands her dismission, the world will applaud your generosity, and your own heart approve of your conduct. So disencumbered, let us exert ourselves once more in promoting your departure from this island, that you may revisit your father's house, do justice to yourself and amiable sister, and take vengeance on the author of your wrongs. Then dedicate yourself to glory, in imitation of your renowned ancestors, and flourish in the favor of your imperial patron." These remonstrances had such an effect upon the Hungarian that his face was lighted up with a transient gleam of satisfaction. He embraced Ferdinand with great ardor, calling him his pride, his mentor, his good genius, and entreated him to gratify the inclination of that fickle creature so far as to convey her to another lodging without loss of time, while he would, by absenting himself, favor their retreat. Our hero, having obtained this permission, went immediately to the skirts of the town, where he had previously bespoke a small, though neat apartment, at the house of an old woman, widow of a French refugee. He had already reconnoitered the ground, by sounding his landlady, from whose poverty and complaisance he found reason to expect all sorts of freedom and opportunity for the accomplishment of his aim upon Monimia's person. The room being prepared for her reception, he returned to that disconsolate beauty, to whom he presented 10 guineas, which he pretended to have raised by pledging the picture, though he himself acted as the pawnbroker on this occasion, for a very plain and obvious reason. The fair orphan was overjoyed to find her wish so speedily accomplished. She forthwith packed up her necessaries in a trunk, and a hackney coach was called in the dusk of the evening, in which she embarked with her baggage and conductor. Yet she did not leave the habitation of Rinaldo without regret. In the instant of parting, the idea of that unfortunate youth was associated with every well-known object that presented itself to her eyes, not as an inconstant, ungenerous, and perjured swain, but as the accomplished, the virtuous, the melting lover who had captivated her virgin heart. As Fathom led her to the door, she was met by Rinaldo's dog, which had long been her favorite. And the poor animal fawning upon her as she passed, her heart was overwhelmed with such a gush of tenderness that a flood of tears streamed down her cheeks, and she had well-nigh sunk upon the floor. Ferdinand, considering this emotion as the last tribute she would pay to Rinaldo, hurried her into the coach, where she soon recovered her composure. And in a little time he ushered her into the house of Madame Lamure, by whom she was received with great cordiality and conducted to her apartment, with which she found no other fault than that of its being too good for one in her forlorn situation. Here, while the tear of gratitude started in either eye, she thanked our adventurer for his benevolence and kind concern, assuring him that she would not fail duly to beseech the Most High to shower down blessings upon him, as the orphan's friend and protector. Fathom was not deficient in those expressions that were best adapted to her present turn of mind. He observed that what he had done was in obedience to the dictates of common humanity, which would have prompted him to assist any fellow creature in distress, but that her peculiar virtue and qualifications were such as challenged the utmost exertion of his faculties in her service. He said that surely heaven had not created such perfection in vain, that she was destined to receive as well as to communicate happiness, and that the Providence, which she so piously adored, would not fail, in due season, to raise her from distress and affliction to that honor and felicity for which she was certainly ordained. In the meantime, he entreated her to depend upon his service and fidelity, and the article of her board being settled, he left her to the company and consolation of her discreet hostess, who soon insinuated herself into the good opinion of her beauteous lodger. While our hero was employed in this transaction, Rinaldo sallied forth in a sort of intoxication, which Fathom's admonitions had inspired, and, repairing to a certain noted coffee-house, engaged at chess with an old French refugee, that his attention, by being otherwise employed, might not stray towards that fatal object which he ardently wished to forget. But unluckily for him, he had scarce performed 3 moves of the game, when his ears were exposed to a dialogue between 2 young gentlemen, one of whom asked the other if he would go and see The Orphan acted at one of the theaters, observing, as a farther inducement, that the part of Monimia would be performed by a young gentlewoman who had never appeared on the stage. At mention of that name, Rinaldo started, for though it did not properly belong to his orphan, it was the appellation by which she had been distinguished ever since her separation from her father's house, and therefore it recalled her to his imagination in the most interesting point of view. Though he endeavored to expel the image by a closer application to his play, every now and then it intruded upon his fancy, and at each return made a stronger impression, so that he found himself in the situation of an unfortunate bark stranded upon some hidden rock, which, when the wind begins to blow, feels every succeeding wave more boisterous than the former, until, with irresistible fury, they surmount her deck, sweep everything before them, and dash her all to pieces. The refugee had observed his first emotion, which he attributed to an unforeseen advantage he himself had gained over the Hungarian. But seeing him, in the sequel, bite his lip, roll his eyes, groan, writhe his body, ejaculate incoherent curses, and neglect his game, the Huguenot concluded that he was mad, and being seized with terror and dismay, got up and scampered off, without ceremony or hesitation. Melville, thus left to the horrors of his own thought, which tortured him with the apprehension of losing Monimia forever, could no longer combat that suggestion, but ran homewards with all the speed he could exert, in order to prevent her retreat. When he crossed the threshold, he was struck with such a damp of presaging fear that he durst not in person approach her apartment, nor even, by questioning the servant, inform himself of the particulars he wanted to know. Yet his suspense becoming more insupportable than his fear, he rushed from room to room in quest of that which was not to be found, and, seeing Monimia's chamber door open, entered the deserted temple in a state of distraction, calling aloud upon her name. All was silent, solitary, and woeful. "She is gone," he cried, shedding a flood of tears. "She is forever lost, and all my hopes of happiness are fled." So saying, he sunk upon that couch on which Monimia had oft reposed, and abandoned himself to all the excess of grief and despondence. In this deplorable condition he was found by our adventurer, who gently chid him for his want of resolution, and again repelled his sorrow, by arousing his resentment against the innocent cause of his disquiet, having beforehand forged the particulars of provocation. "Is it possible," said he, "that Rinaldo can still retain the least sentiment of regard for a fickle woman, by whom he has been so ungratefully forsaken and so unjustly scorned? Is it possible he can be so disturbed by the loss of a creature who is herself lost to all virtue and decorum? Time and reflection, my worthy friend, will cure you of that inglorious malady, and the future misconduct of that imprudent damsel will, doubtless, contribute to the recovery of your peace. Her behavior, at leaving the house where she had received so many marks of the most delicate affection, was in all respects so opposite to honor and decency, that I could scarce refrain from telling her I was shocked at her deportment, even while she loaded me with protestations of love. When a woman's heart is once depraved, she bids adieu to all restraint. She preserves no measures. It was not simply contempt which she expressed for Rinaldo. She seems to resent his being able to live under her disdain, and that resentment stoops to objects unworthy of indignation. Even your dog was not exempted from the effects of her displeasure. For in her passage to the door, she kicked the poor animal as one of your dependents, and in our way to the apartment I had provided for her, she entertained me with a ludicrous comment upon the manner in which you first made her acquainted with your passion. All that modesty of carriage, all that chastity of conversation, all that dignity of grief, which she knew so well how to affect, is now entirely laid aside. And when I quitted her, she seemed the most gay, giddy, and impertinent of her sex. "Gracious powers!" exclaimed Rinaldo, starting from the couch. "Am I under the delusion of a dream, or are these things really so, as my friend has represented them? Such a total and sudden degeneracy is amazing, is monstrous and unnatural." "Such, my dear Count," replied our hero, "is the caprice of a female heart, fickle as the wind, uncertain as a calm at sea, fixed to no principle, but swayed by every fantastic gust of passion or of whim. Congratulate yourself, therefore, my friend, upon your happy deliverance from such a domestic plague, upon the voluntary exile of a traitor from your bosom. Recollect the dictates of your duty, your discretion, and your glory, and think upon the honors and elevated enjoyment for which you are certainly ordained. Tonight let us over a cheerful bottle anticipate your success, and tomorrow I will accompany you to the house of an usurer, who, I am informed, fears no risk provided 20% be given and the borrower's life insured. Chapter 47. The Art of Borrowing Further Explained, and an Account of a Strange Phenomenon. In this manner did the artful incendiary work upon the passions of the credulous, unsuspecting Hungarian, who pressed him to his breast with the most cordial expressions of friendship, calling him his guardian, his savior, his second father, and gave himself up wholly to his advice. Next morning, According to the plan they had laid overnight, they repaired to a tavern in the neighborhood of the person to whom our adventurer had been directed, and were fortunate enough to find him in the house, transacting a money affair with a young gentleman who treated him with his morning's wet. That affair being negotiated, he adjourned into another room with Rinaldo and his companion, who were not a little surprised to see this minister of Plutus in the shape of a young sprightly beau, trimmed up in all the foppery of the fashion, for they had hitherto always associated with the idea of an usurer old age and rusty apparel. After divers modish congees, he begged to know to what he should attribute the honor of their message, when Ferdinand, who acted the orator, told him that his friend Count Melville, having occasion for a sum of money, had been directed to a gentleman of his name, and, I suppose, added he, you are the son of the person with whom the affair is to be negotiated. Sir, said this petit maître, with a smile, I perceive you are surprised to see one of my profession in the appearance of a gentleman, and perhaps your wonder will not cease when I tell you that my education was liberal, and that I once had the honor to bear a commission in the British Army. I was indeed a first lieutenant of Marines, and will venture to say that no officer in the service was more delicate than myself in observing all the punctilios of honor. I entertained the utmost contempt for all the trading part of the nation, and suffered myself to be run through the body in a duel, rather than roll with a brother lieutenant who was a broker's son. But, thank heaven, I have long ago conquered all those ridiculous prejudices. I soon observed that without money there was no respect, honor, or convenience to be acquired in life, that wealth amply supplied the want of wit, merit, and pedigree, having influence and pleasure ever at command, and that the world never failed to worship the flood of affluence, without examining the dirty channels through which it commonly flowed. At the end of the war, finding my appointments reduced to 2 shillings and 4pence per day, and being addicted to pleasures which I could not possibly purchase from such a fund, I sold my half-pay for £200, which I lent upon bond to a young officer of the same regiment, on condition that he should insure his life, and restore 1/4 part of the sum by way of premium. I happened to be lucky in this first essay, for the borrower, having in 6 weeks expended the money, made an excursion on the highway, was apprehended, tried, convicted of felony, and cut his own throat to prevent the shame of a public execution, so that his bond was discharged by the insurers. In short, gentlemen, when I engaged in this business, I determined to carry it on with such spirit as would either make my fortune or entirely ruin me in a little time, and hitherto my endeavors have been tolerably successful. Nor do I think my proceedings a whit more criminal or unjust than those of other merchants, who strive to turn their money to the best account. The commodity I deal in is cash, and it is my business to sell it to the best advantage. A London factor sends a cargo of goods to market, and if he gets 200% upon the sale, he is commended for industry and address. If I sell money for 1/4 part of that profit, certain persons will be so unjust as to cry, shame upon me, for taking such advantage of my neighbor's distress, not considering that the trader took 4 times the same advantage of those people who bought his cargo, though his risk was not half so great as mine, and although the money I sold perhaps retrieved the borrower from the very jaws of destruction. For example, it was but yesterday I saved a worthy man from being arrested for a sum of money, for which he had bylaid a friend who treacherously left him in the lurch. As he did not foresee what would happen, he had made no provision for the demand, and his sphere of life secluding him from all sorts of moneyed intercourse, he could not raise the cash by his credit in the usual way of borrowing, so that, without my assistance, he must have gone to jail. A disgrace which would have proved fatal to the peace of his family, and utterly ruined his reputation. Nay, that very young gentleman, from whom I am just now parted, will, in all probability, be indebted to me for a very genteel livelihood. He had obtained the absolute promise of being provided for by a great man, who sits at the helm of affairs in a neighboring kingdom. But being destitute of all other resources, he could not have equipped himself for the voyage, in order to profit by his lordship's intention, unless I had enabled him to pursue his good fortune. Rinaldo was not a little pleased to hear this harangue, to which Fathom replied with many florid encomiums upon the usurer's good sense and humane disposition. Then he explained the errand of his friend, which was to borrow £300 in order to retrieve his inheritance, of which he had been defrauded in his absence. "Sir," said the lender, addressing himself to Count Melville, "I pretend to have acquired by experience some skill in physiognomy, and though there are some faces so deeply disguised as to baffle all the penetration of our art, there are others, in which the heart appears with such nakedness of integrity, as at once to recommend it to our goodwill. I own your countenance prepossesses me in your favor, and you shall be accommodated upon those terms from which I never deviate, provided you can find proper security, that you shall not quit the British dominions, for that, with me, is a condition sine qua non." This was a very disagreeable declaration to Rinaldo, who candidly owned that, as his concerns lay upon the continent, his purpose was to leave England without delay. The usurer professed himself sorry that it was not in his power to oblige him, and in order to prevent any further importunity, assured them he had laid it down as a maxim from which he would never swerve to avoid all dealings with people whom, if need should be, he could not sue by the laws of this realm. Thus the intervention of one unlucky and unforeseen circumstance blasted in an instant the budding hopes of Melville, who, while his visage exhibited the most sorrowful disappointment, begged to know if there was any person of his acquaintance who might be less scrupulous in that particular. The young gentleman directed them to another member of his profession, and wishing them success, took his leave with great form and complaisance. This instance of politeness was, however, no more than a shift to disengage himself the more easily from their entreaties. For, when the case was opened to the second usurer, he blessed himself from such customers, and dismissed them with the most mortifying and boorish refusal. Notwithstanding these repulses, Rinaldo resolved to make one desperate push, and, without allowing himself the least respite, solicited, one by one, not fewer than 15 persons who dealt in this kind of traffic, and his proposals were rejected by each. At last, fatigued by the toil and exasperated at the ill success of his expedition, and half mad with the recollection of his finances, which were now drained to half a crown, "Since we have nothing to expect," cried he, "from the favor of Christians, let us have recourse to the descendants of Judah. Though they lie under the general reproach of nations, as a people dead to virtue and benevolence, and wholly devoted to avarice, fraud, and extortion, the most savage of their tribe cannot treat me with more barbarity of indifference than I have experienced among those who are the authors of their reproach." Although Fathom looked upon this proposal as an extravagant symptom of despair, he affected to approve of the scheme, and encouraged Rinaldo with the hope of succeeding in another quarter, even if this expedition should fail. For, by this time, our adventurer was half resolved to export him at his own charge, rather than he should be much longer restricted in his designs upon Monimia. Meanwhile, being resolved to try the experiment upon the children of Israel, they betook themselves to the house of a rich Jew, whose wealth they considered as a proof of his rapaciousness. And, being admitted into his counting-house, they found him in the midst of half a dozen clerks, when Rinaldo, in his imagination, likened him unto a minister of darkness surrounded by his familiars, and planning schemes of misery to be executed upon the hapless sons of men. In spite of these suggestions, which were not at all mitigated by the forbidding aspect of the Hebrew, he demanded a private audience, and, being ushered into another apartment, he explained his business with manifest marks of disorder and affliction. Indeed, his confusion was in some measure owing to the looks of the Jew, who, in the midst of this exordium, pulled down his eyebrows, which were surprisingly black and bushy, so as, in appearance, totally to extinguish his visage, though he was all the time observing our youth from behind those almost impenetrable thickets. Melville, having signified his request, "Young gentleman," said the Israelite, with a most discordant voice, "what in the name of goodness could induce you to come to me upon such an errand? Did you ever hear that I lent money to strangers without security?" "No," replied Rinaldo, "nor did I believe I should profit by my application. But my affairs are desperate, and my proposals having been rejected by every Christian to whom they were offered, I was resolved to try my fate among the Jews, who are reckoned another species of men." Fathom, alarmed at this abrupt reply, which he supposed could not fail to disgust the merchant, interposed in the conversation, by making an apology for the plain dealing of his friend, who, he said, was soured and ruffled by his misfortunes. Then, exerting that power of eloquence which he had at command, he expostulated upon Rinaldo's claim and expectations, described the wrongs he had suffered, extolled his virtue, and drew a most pathetic picture of his distress. The Jew listened attentively for some time, then his eyebrows began to rise and fall alternately. He coughed, sneezed, and winking hard, "I'm plagued," said he, "with a salt rheum that trickles from my eyes without intermission." So saying, he wiped the moisture from his face and proceeded in these words: "Sir, your story is plausible, and your friend is a good advocate. But before I give an answer to your demand, I must beg leave to ask if you can produce undeniable evidence of your being the identical person you really assume? If you are really the Count de Melville, you will excuse my caution. We cannot be too much on our guard against fraud, though I must own you have not the air of an impostor." Rinaldo's eyes began to sparkle at this preliminary question, to which he replied that he could procure the testimony of the emperor's minister, to whom he had occasionally paid his respects since his first arrival in England. "If that be the case," said the Jew, "take the trouble to call here tomorrow morning at 8 o'clock, and I will carry you in my own coach to the house of His Excellency, with whom I have the honor to be acquainted. And, if he has nothing to object against your character or pretensions, I will contribute my assistance towards your obtaining justice at the imperial court." The Hungarian was so much confounded at this unexpected reception that he had not power to thank the merchant for his promised favor, but stood motionless and silent, while the streams of emotion of the heart was of more weight with the Jew than the eloquent acknowledgment which Ferdinand took the opportunity of making for his friend. And he was fain to dismiss them a little abruptly, in order to prevent a second discharge of that same room of which he had already complained. Melville recollected all that had happened as a dream, which had no foundation in truth, and was all day long in a sort of delirium, produced by the alternate gusts of hope and fear that still agitated his bosom. For he was not yet without apprehension of being again disappointed by some unlucky occurrence. He did not, however, fail to be punctual to the hour of his appointment, when the Jew told him there would be no occasion for visiting the ambassador, because Rinaldo had been, the preceding day, recognized by one of the clerks who had been employed as a purveyor in the imperial army, and who, knowing his family, confirmed everything he had alleged. "After breakfast," continued this benevolent Israelite, "I will give you an order upon my banker for 500 pounds, that you may be enabled to appear at Vienna as the son and representative of Count Melville. And you shall also be furnished with a letter of recommendation to a person of some influence at that court, whose friendship and countenance may be of some service to your suit. For I am now heartily engaged in your interest, in consequence of the fair and unblemished character which I find you have hitherto maintained." The reader must appeal to his own heart to acquire a just idea of Rinaldo's feelings, when every tittle of these promises was fulfilled, and the merchant refused to take 1 farthing by way of premium, contenting himself with the slender security of a personal bond. He was, in truth, overwhelmed with the obligation, and certainly disposed to believe that his benefactor was something more than human. As for Fathom, his sentiments took a different turn, and he scrupled not to impute all this kindness to some deep-laid interested scheme, the scope of which he could not at present comprehend. After the tumults of the young gentleman's joy had subsided, and he found himself eased of that burdensome poverty under which he had groaned so long, his thoughts, which before were dissipated upon the various circumstances of distress, began to collect themselves in a body, and to resume their deliberations upon a subject which they had been long accustomed to consider. This was no other than the forlorn Monimia, whose idea now emerged in his bosom, being disencumbered of one part of the load by which it had been depressed. He mentioned her name to Fathom with marks of the most melting compassion, deplored her apostasy, and, while he protested that he had divorced her forever from his heart, expressed an inclination to see her once more before his departure, that he might in person exhort her to penitence and reformation. Our adventurer, who dreaded such an interview as the infallible means of his own ruin, resisted the proposal with the whole power of his elocution. He affirmed that Rinaldo's desire was a manifest proof that he still retained part of the fatal poison which that enchantress had spread within his veins, and that the sight of her, softened by his reproaches into tears and affected contrition, would dispel his resentment, disable his manhood, and blow the embers of his former passion to such a rage as would hurry him on to a reconciliation, which would debase his honor and ruin his future peace. In a word, Ferdinand described the danger that would attend the meeting in such emphatic terms that the Hungarian started with horror at the picture which he drew, and in this particular conformed with the admonition of his friend. 100 pounds of the Jew's money was immediately appropriated for the payment of his most urgent debts. The like sum he presented to his friend Fathom, with a solemn promise of sharing with him whatever good fortune might await him in Germany. And though Monimia had forfeited all title to his regard, so ill could he bear the prospect of her distress, that he entrusted his dear companion with the half of what remained, to be expended for her use, fully resolving to screen her from the shocks and temptations of want, as the circumstances of his future fate would allow. Fathom, far from opposing, applauded his generosity with marks of extreme wonder and admiration, assuring him that she should be put in possession of his bounty immediately after his departure, he being unwilling to make her acquainted with her good fortune before that period, lest, finding his affairs in a fair way of being retrieved, she should be base enough to worship his returning prosperity, and, by false professions and artful blandishments, seek to ensnare his heart anew. Chapter 48. Count Fathom unmasks his battery, is repulsed, and varies his operations without effect. Every necessary preparation being made, Rinaldo, accompanied by our adventurer, took the road to Dover, where he embarked in a packet-boat for Calais, after having settled a correspondence with his dear Ferdinand, from whom he did not part without tears. He had before solicited him to be his fellow-traveler, that he might personally enjoy the benefit of his conversation and superior sagacity. But these entreaties he strenuously opposed, on pretense of his being determined to push his fortune in England, which he considered as his native country, and as the land in which, of all others, a man of merit has the best encouragement. Such were the reasons he alleged for refusing to attend his benefactor, who was himself eagerly desirous of attaining a settlement in the island of Great Britain. But our hero's real motives for staying were of a very different complexion. The reader is already informed of his aim upon the fair orphan, which, at present, was the chief spring of his conduct. He may also recollect such passages of his life as were sufficient to deter him from reappearing at Pressburg or Vienna. But besides these reflections, he was detained by a full persuasion that Rinaldo would sink under the power and influence of his antagonist, consequently be rendered incapable to provide for his friends, and that he himself, fraught with wiles and experience as he was, could not fail to make himself amends for what he had suffered among a people equally rich and unthinking. Melville, having embraced our adventurer, and with a deep sigh bid him take care of the unfortunate Monimia, committed himself to the sea, and by the assistance of a favorable gale, was in 4 hours safely landed on the French shore, while Fathom took post-horses for London, where he arrived that same night, and next day, in the forenoon, went to visit the beauteous mourner, who had as yet received no intimation of Rinaldo's departure or design. he found her in the attitude of writing a letter to her inconstant lover, the contents of which the reader will be acquainted with in due time. Her countenance, notwithstanding the veil of melancholy by which it was overcast, seemed altogether serene and composed. She was the picture of pious resignation, and sat like Patience on a monument, smiling at grief. After having paid the compliment of the morning, Fathom begged pardon for having omitted to visit her during 3 days, in which, he said, his time had been wholly engrossed in procuring a proper equipage for Count Melville, who had at last bid an eternal adieu to the island of Great Britain. At this information, the hapless Monimia fell back in her chair, and continued some minutes in a swoon, from which being recovered, "Excuse me, Mr. Fathom," cried she with a deep sigh. "This, I hope, is the last agony I shall feel from my unhappy passion." Then, wiping the tears from her lovely eyes, she retrieved her tranquillity, and desired to know by what means Rinaldo had been enabled to undertake his journey into the Empire. Our hero, upon this occasion, assumed the whole merit of having promoted the interest of his friend, by giving her to understand that he, in consequence of an unforeseen windfall, had defrayed the expense of the Count's equipment. Though he observed that it was not without reluctance he saw Rinaldo make a wrong use of his friendship. "Although I was happy," proceeded this artful traitor, "in being able to discharge my obligations to the house of Melville, I could not help feeling the most sensible chagrin when I saw my assistance rendered subservient to the triumphs of the youth's baseness and infidelity. For he chose, as the companion of his travels, the abandoned woman for whom he had forsaken the all-perfect Monimia, whose virtue and accomplishments did not preserve her sacred from his ungrateful sarcasms and unmannerly ridicule. Believe me, madam, I was so shocked at his conversation on that subject, and so much incensed at his want of delicacy, that my temper was scarce sufficient for the ceremony of parting. And now that my debt to his family is overpaid, I have solemnly renounced his correspondence." When she heard that, instead of betraying the least symptom of regret or compassion for her unhappy fate, the perfidious youth had exulted over her fall, and even made her a subject for his mirth, the blood revisited her faded cheeks, and resentment restored to her eyes that poignancy which sorrow had before overcome. Yet she scorned to give speech to her indignation, but forcing a smile, "Why should I repine," said she, "at the mortifications of a life which I despise, and from which, I hope, Heaven speedily will set me free?" Fathom, fired by her emotion, which had recalled all the graces of her beauty, exclaimed in a rapture, "Talk not so contemptuously of this life, which hath still a fund of happiness in store for the amiable, the divine Monimia. Though one admirer hath proved an apostate to his vows, your candor will not suffer you to condemn the whole sex. Some there are, whose bosoms glow with passion equally pure, unalterable, and intense. For my own part, I have sacrificed to a rigid punctilio of honor the dearest ideas of my heart. I beheld your unrivaled charms, and deeply felt their power. Yet, while a possibility of Melville's reformation remained, and while I was restrained by my niggard fortune from making a tender worthy of your acceptance, I combated with my inclinations, and bore without repining the pangs of hopeless love. But now that my honor is disengaged, and my fortune rendered independent by the last will of a worthy nobleman whose friendship I was favored with in France, I presume to lay myself at the feet of the adorable Monimia as the most faithful of admirers, whose happiness or misery wholly depends upon her nod. Believe me, madam, these are not the professions of idle gallantry. I speak the genuine, though imperfect, language of my heart. Words, even the most pathetic, cannot do justice to my love. I gaze upon your beauty with ravishment, but I contemplate the graces of your soul with such awful veneration that I tremble while I approach you, as if my vows were addressed to some superior being." During this declaration, which was pronounced in the most emphatic manner, Monimia was successively agitated with shame, anger, and grief. Nevertheless, she summoned her whole philosophy to her aid, and, with a tranquil, though determined air, begged he would not diminish the obligations he had already conferred, by disturbing with such unseasonable addresses a poor unhappy maid, who had detached all her thoughts from earthly objects, and waited impatiently for that dissolution which alone could put a period to her misfortunes. Fathom, imagining that these were no other than the suggestions of a temporary disappointment and despondence, which it was his business to oppose with all his eloquence and art, renewed his theme with redoubled ardor, and at last became so importunate in his desires that Monimia, provoked beyond the power of concealing her resentment, said she was heartily sorry to find herself under the necessity of telling him that, in the midst of her misfortunes, she could not help remembering what she had been. Then, rising from her seat with all the dignity of displeasure, "Perhaps," added she, "you have forgot who was the father of the once happy Monimia." With these words, she retired into another chamber, leaving our adventurer confounded by the repulse he had sustained. Not that he was discouraged from prosecuting his aim; on the contrary, this rebuff seemed to add fresh vigor to his operations. He now thought it high time to bring over Madame la Mure to his interest, and, to facilitate her conversion, took an opportunity of bribing her with some inconsiderable presents, after having amused her with a plausible tale of his passion for Monimia, with whom she undertook the office of his mediatrix, on the supposition that his intentions were honorable and highly advantageous to her lodger. She was, first of all, invested with the office of obtaining pardon for the offense he had given, and in this negotiation she succeeded so well as to become an advocate for his suit. Accordingly, she took all occasions of magnifying his praise. His agreeable person was often the subject of her discourse to the fair mourner. Her admiration dwelt upon his politeness, good sense, and winning deportment, and she every day retailed little stories of his benevolence and greatness of soul. The defect in his birth she represented as a circumstance altogether foreign from the consideration of his merit, especially in a nation where such distinctions are as little respected as they will be in a future state. She mentioned several persons of note, who basked in the sunshine of power and fortune, without having enjoyed the least hereditary assistance from their forefathers. One, she said, sprung from the loins of an obscure attorney; another was the grandson of a valet-de-chamber; a third was the issue of an accountant; and a fourth the offspring of a woolen draper. All these were the children of their own good works, and had raised themselves upon their personal virtues and address, a foundation certainly more solid and honorable than a vague inheritance derived from ancestors, in whose deserts they could not be supposed to have borne the least share. Monimia listened to all these arguments with great patience and affability, though she at once dived into the source from which all such insinuations flowed. She joined in the commendations of Fathom, and owned herself a particular instance of that benevolence which the old lady had so justly extolled. But, once for all, to prevent the supplication which Madame la Mure was about to make, she solemnly protested that her heart was altogether shut against any other earthly engagement, and that her thoughts were altogether employed upon her eternal salvation. The assiduous landlady, perceiving the steadiness of her disposition, thought proper to alter her method of proceeding, and, for the present, suspended that theme by which she found her fair lodger disobliged. Resolved to reconcile Monimia to life, before she would again recommend Ferdinand to her love, she endeavored to amuse her imagination by recounting the occasional incidents of the day, hoping gradually to decoy her attention to those sublunary objects from which it had been industriously weaned. She seasoned her conversation with agreeable sallies, enlarged upon the different scenes of pleasure and diversion appertaining to this great metropolis, practiced upon her palate with the delicacies of eating, endeavored to shake her temperance with repeated proffers and recommendations of certain cordials and restoratives, which she alleged were necessary for the recovery of her health, and pressed her to make little excursions into the fields that skirt the town, for the benefit of air and exercise. While this auxiliary plied the disconsolate Monimia on one hand, Fathom was not remiss on the other. He now seemed to have sacrificed his passion to her quiet; his discourse turned upon more indifferent subjects. He endeavored to dispel her melancholy with arguments drawn from philosophy and religion. On some occasions, he displayed all his fund of good humor, with a view to beguile her sorrow. He importuned her to give him the pleasure of squiring her to some place of innocent entertainment, and, finally, insisted upon her accepting a pecuniary reinforcement to her finances, which he knew to be in a most consumptive condition. Chapter 49. Monimia's honor is protected by the interposition of heaven. With that complacency and fortitude which were peculiar to herself, this hapless stranger resisted all those artful temptations. Her sustenance was barely such as exempted her from the guilt of being accessory to her own death. Her drink was the simple element. She encouraged no discourse but that which turned upon the concerns of her immortal part. She never went abroad, except in visits to a French chapel in the neighborhood. She refused the proffered assistance of our adventurer with equal obstinacy and politeness, and with pleasure saw herself wasting towards that period of mortality which was the consummation of her wish. Yet her charms, far from melting away with her constitution, seemed to triumph over the decays of nature. Her shape and features still retained that harmony for which they had always been distinguished. A mixture of majesty and sweetness diffused itself in her looks, and her feebleness added to that soft and feminine grace which attracts the sympathy and engages the protection of every humane beholder. The associates thus baffled in their attempts to excite her ideas of pleasure, again shifted their plan, and resolved to attack this forlorn beauty on the side of fear and mortification. Our adventurer became less frequent in his visits, and more indifferent in his language and deportment, while Madame Lummer gradually relaxed in that complacency and respect with which she had hitherto behaved towards her fair lodger. She even began to drop hints of disapprobation and reproach against this pattern of innocence and beauty, and at length grew bold enough to tell her that her misfortunes could be attributed to nothing but her own obstinacy and pride, that she had been at great pains to disoblige the only person who was able and willing to raise her above dependence, and that, if his protection should be withdrawn, she must be exposed to the utmost extremity of distress. These insinuations, instead of producing the desired effect, inflamed the indignation of Monimia, who, in a most dignified style of rebuke, chid her for her indelicacy and presumption, observing that she could have no title to take such freedoms with lodgers, whose punctuality and regular deportment left her no room to complain. Notwithstanding this animated reply, she underwent the most deplorable anguish when she reflected upon the insolence of this woman, from whose barbarity she had no resource, and, seeing no other possibility of redress than that of appealing to the good offices of Fathom, she conquered her reluctance so far as to complain to him of Madame Lummer's incivility. Pleased with this application, he gave her to understand, with very little ceremony or preamble, that it wholly depended upon herself whether she should continue to be wretched or be delivered at once from all her cares and perplexity. That, notwithstanding the disdain with which she had treated his addresses, he was still ready to lay himself and his fortune at her feet. And that, if she should again reject the disinterested proposal, the whole world and her own conscience would charge upon herself whatever calamities she might be subjected to in the sequel. Interpreting into a favorable hesitation her silence, which was the result of wrath and amazement, he proceeded to throw himself at her feet and utter a romantic rhapsody, in the course of which, laying aside all that restraint which he had hitherto preserved, he seized her delicate hand and pressed it to his lips. Nay, so far did he forget himself on this occasion, that he caught the fair creature in his arms, and rudely ravished a kiss from those lips which he had before contemplated with the most distant reverence of desire. Having thus broken down the fences of decorum, and being heated with transport, he, in all probability, would have acted the part of young Tarquin, and violated by force that sacred shrine of honor, beauty, and unblemished truth, had not the wrath kindled by such an unexpected outrage inspired her with strength and spirit sufficient to protect her virtue, and intimidate the ruffian who could offer violence to such perfection. She broke from his detested embrace with surprising agility and called aloud to her landlady for assistance. But that discreet matron was resolved to hear nothing, and Fathom's appetite being whetted to a most brutal degree of eagerness, "Madam," said he, "all opposition is vain. What you have refused to my entreaties, you shall yield to my power, and I am determined to force you to your own advantage." So saying, he sprung towards her with the most savage and impious intent, when this amiable heroine, snatching up his sword, which lay upon a by table, and unsheathing it instantaneously, presented the point to his breast, and while her eyes glanced with intolerable keenness, "Villain!" cried she, "the spirit of my father animates my bosom, and the vengeance of heaven shall not be frustrated. He was not so much affected by his bodily danger as awestruck at the manner of her address and the appearance of her aspect, which seemed to shine with something supernatural, and actually disordered his whole faculties, insomuch that he retreated without attempting to make the least reply. And she, having secured the door after his departure, sat down to ponder upon this shocking event. Words are wanting to describe the accumulated horrors that took possession of her mind, when she thus beheld all her presaging fears realized, and found herself at the mercy of two wretches who had now pulled off the mask, after having lost all sentiments of humanity. Common affliction was an agreeable reverie to what she suffered, deprived of her parents, exiled from her friends and country, reduced to the brink of wanting the most indispensable necessaries of life in a foreign land, where she knew not one person to whose protection she could have recourse from the inexpressible woes that environed her. She complained to heaven that her life was protracted, for the augmentation of that misery which was already too severe to be endured, for she shuddered at the prospect of being utterly abandoned in the last stage of mortality, without one friend to close her eyes, or do the last offices of humanity to her breathless course. These were dreadful reflections to a young lady who had been born to affluence and splendor, trained up in all the elegance of education, by nature fraught with that sensibility which refines the sentiment and taste, and so tenderly cherished by her indulgent parents that they suffered not the winds of heaven to visit her face too roughly. Having passed the night in such agony, she rose at daybreak, and hearing the chapel bell toll for morning prayers, resolved to go to this place of worship, in order to implore the assistance of heaven. She no sooner opened her chamber door, with this intent, than she was met by Madame Lamure, who, after having professed her concern for what had happened overnight, and imputed Mr. Fathom's rudeness to the spirit of intoxication, by which she had never before seen him possessed, she endeavored to dissuade Monimia from her purpose, by observing that her health would be prejudiced by the cold morning air. But finding her determined, she insisted upon accompanying her to chapel, on pretense of respect, though, in reality, with a view to prevent the escape of her beauteous lodger. Thus attended, the hapless mourner entered the place, and according to the laudable hospitality of England, which is the only country in Christendom where a stranger is not made welcome to the house of God, this amiable creature, emaciated and enfeebled as she was, must have stood in a common passage during the whole service, had not she been perceived by a humane gentlewoman, who, struck with her beauty and dignified air, and melted with sympathy at the ineffable sorrow which was visible in her countenance, opened the pew in which she sat, and accommodated Monimia and her attendant. If she was captivated by her first appearance, she was not less affected by the deportment of her fair guest, which was the pattern of genuine devotion. In a word, this good lady, who was a merchant's widow in opulent circumstances, was inflamed with a longing desire to know and befriend the amiable stranger, who, after service, turning about to thank her for her civility, Madame Clement, with that frankness which is the result of true benevolence, told her she was too much prepossessed in her favor to let slip this opportunity of craving her acquaintance, and of expressing her inclination to alleviate, if possible, that affliction which was manifest in her looks. Monimia, overwhelmed with gratitude and surprise at this unexpected address, gazed upon the lady in silence, and when she repeated her tenders of service, could make no other reply to her goodness than by bursting into a flood of tears. This was a species of eloquence which did not pass unregarded by Madame Clement, who, while her own eyes were bedewed with the drops of sympathy and compassion, took the lovely orphan by the hand, and led her, without further ceremony, to her own coach, that stood waiting at the door, whither they were followed by Mrs. Lamure, who was so much confounded at the adventure, that she made no objections to the proposal of the lady, who handed her lodger into the carriage, but retired, with all possible dispatch, to make Fathom acquainted with this unforeseen event. Meanwhile, the agitation of Monimia, at this providential deliverance, was such as had well-nigh destroyed her tender frame. The blood flushed and forsook her cheeks by turns. She trembled from head to foot, notwithstanding the consolatory assurances of Madame Clement, and without being able to utter one word, was conducted to the house of that kind benefactress, where the violence of her transports overpowered her constitution, and she sunk down upon a couch in a swoon from which she was not easily recovered. This affecting circumstance augmented the pity and interested the curiosity of Madame Clement, who concluded there was something very extraordinary in the case of the stranger, to produce these agonies, and grew impatient to hear the particulars of her story. Monimia no sooner retrieved the use of her faculties than, looking around and observing with what humane concern her new hostess was employed in effecting her recovery. "Is this," said she, "a flattering illusion of the brain, or am I really under the protection of some beneficent being, whom heaven hath inspired with generosity to rescue an hapless stranger from the most forlorn state of misery and woe?" Her voice was at all times ravishingly sweet, and this exclamation was pronounced with such pathetic fervor that Madame Clement clasped her in her arms, and kissing her with all the eagerness of maternal affection, "Yes," cried she, "fair creature, heaven hath bestowed upon me an heart to compassionate, and power, I hope, to lighten the burden of your sorrows." She then prevailed upon her to take some nourishment, and afterwards to recount the particulars of her fate, a task she performed with such accuracy and candor that Madame Clement, far from suspecting her sincerity, saw truth and conviction in every circumstance of her tale, and, having condoled her misfortunes, entreated her to forget them, or at least look upon herself as one sheltered under the care and tuition of a person whose study it would be to supply her want of natural parents. This would have been an happy vicissitude of fortune, had it not arrived too late. But such a sudden and unlooked-for transition not only disordered the faculties of poor Monimia's mind, but also overpowered the organs of her body, already fatigued and enfeebled by the distresses she had undergone, so that she was taken ill of a fever that same night, and became delirious before morning, when a physician was called to her assistance. While this gentleman was in the house, Madame Clement was visited by Fathom, who, after having complained, in the most insinuating manner, that she had encouraged his wife to abandon her duty, told her a plausible story of his first acquaintance with Monimia, and his marriage at the Fleet, which, he said, he was ready to prove by the evidence of the clergyman who joined them, and that of Mrs. Lamer, who was present at the ceremony. The good lady, although a little staggered at the genteel appearance and engaging address of this stranger, could not prevail upon herself to believe that she had been imposed upon by her fair lodger, who by this time had given too convincing a proof of her sincerity. Nevertheless, in order to prevent any dispute that might be prejudicial to the health or recovery of Monimia, she gave him to understand that she would not at present enter upon the merits of the cause, but only assure him that the young lady was actually bereft of her senses and in imminent danger of her life, for the truth of which assertions she would appeal to his own observation and the opinion of the physician, who was then employed in writing a prescription for the cure of her disease. So saying, she conducted him into the chamber, where he beheld the hapless virgin stretched upon a sick-bed, panting under the violence of a distemper too mighty for her weakly frame, her hair dishevelled, and discomposure in her looks. All the roses of her youth were faded, yet all the graces of her beauty were not fled. She retained that sweetness and symmetry which death itself could not destroy, and though her discourse was incoherent, her voice was still musical, resembling those feathered songsters who warble their native wood notes wild. Fathom, as upon all other occasions, so on this, did behave like an inimitable actor. He ran to the bedside with all the trepidation of a distracted lover. He fell upon his knees, and while the tears rolled down his cheeks, imprinted 1,000 kisses on the soft hand of Monimia, who, regarding him with a lackluster and undistinguishing eye, "Alas, Rinaldo," said she, "we were born to be unhappy." "Would to heaven," cried Ferdinand, in a transport of grief, "the wretch Rinaldo had never been born. That is the villain who seduced the affection of this unfortunate woman. I admitted the traitor into my friendship and confidence, relieved him in his necessities, and, like the ungrateful viper, he hath stung the very bosom that cherished him in his distress." Then he proceeded to inform Madame Clement how he had delivered that same Rinaldo from prison, maintained him afterwards at a great expense, and at length furnished him with a sum of money and proper credentials to support his interest at the court of Vienna. Having finished this detail, he asked the physician's sentiments of his wife's distemper, and being told that her life was in extreme jeopardy, begged he would use his utmost endeavors in her behalf, and even made him a tender of an extraordinary fee, which was refused. He also thanked Madame Clement for her charity and benevolence towards a stranger, and took his leave with many polite professions of gratitude and esteem. He had no sooner quitted the house than the physician, who was a humane man and a foreigner, began to caution the lady against his insinuations, observing that some circumstances of the story concerning Rinaldo were, to his particular knowledge, contrary to truth. For that he himself had been applied to for letters of recommendation in behalf of Count Melville, by a Jew merchant of his acquaintance, who had supplied the young gentleman with money sufficient for his occasions, in consequence of a minute inquiry he had made into the character of Rinaldo, who was, by all reports, a youth of strict honor and untainted morals. Madame Clement, thus cautioned, entered into deliberation with her own thoughts, and, comparing the particulars of this account with those of Monimia's own story, she concluded that Fathom was the very traitor he himself had described, and that he had, by abusing the confidence of both, effected a fatal breach between two innocent and deserving lovers. She accordingly looked upon him with horror and detestation, but nevertheless resolved to treat him with civility in the meantime, that the poor young lady might not be disturbed in her last moments, for she had now lost all hopes of her recovery. Yet the fever abated, and in 2 days she retrieved the use of her reason, though the distemper had affected her lungs, and she was in all appearance doomed to linger a few weeks longer in a consumption. Fathom was punctual in his visitation, though never admitted into her presence after the delirium vanished, and he had the opportunity of seeing her conveyed in a chariot to Kensington gravel pits, a place which may be termed the last stage of many a mortal peregrination. He now implicitly believed that death would in a few days baffle all his designs upon the unfortunate Monimia, and foreseeing that, as he had owned himself her husband, he might be obliged to defray the expenses incurred by her sickness and burial, he very prudently intermitted in his visits, and had recourse to the intelligence of his auxiliary. As for Monimia, she approached the goal of life, not simply with resignation, but with rapture. She enjoyed in tranquillity the conversation of her kind benefactress, who never stirred from her apartment. She was blessed with the spiritual consolation of a worthy clergyman who removed all her religious scruples, and she congratulated herself on the near prospect of that land of peace where sorrow is not known. At length Mrs. Lemur gave notice to our adventurer of this amiable young lady's decease, and the time fixed for the interment, upon which these two virtuous associates took possession of a place from whence they could, unperceived, behold the funeral. He must have a hard heart, who, without an emotion of pity, can see the last offices performed to a young creature cut off in the flower of youth and beauty, even though he knows not her name, and is an utter stranger to her virtues. How callous then must the soul of that wretch have been, who, without a symptom of remorse or concern, saw the sable hearse adorned with white plumes, as emblems of Monimia's purity, pass before him, while her incomparable merit stood full in his remembrance, and he knew himself the wicked cause of her untimely fate. Perfidious wretch, thy crimes turn out so atrocious that I half repent me of having undertaken to record thy memoirs. Yet such monsters ought to be exhibited to public view, that mankind may be upon their guard against imposture, that the world may see how fraud is apt to overshoot itself, and that, as virtue, though it may suffer for a while, will triumph in the end, so iniquity, though it may prosper for a season, will at last be overtaken by that punishment and disgrace which are its due. Chapter 50. Fathom shifts the scene and appears in a new character. Fathom's expectations with respect to the fair orphan having thus proved abortive, he lost no time in bewailing his miscarriage, but had immediate recourse to other means of improving his small fortune, which, at this period, amounted to near £200. Whatever inclination he had to resume the character he had formerly borne in the polite world, he durst not venture to launch out again into the expense necessary to maintain that station, because his former resources were now stopped, and all the people of fashion by this time convinced of his being a needy adventurer. Nevertheless, he resolved to sound the sentiments of his old friends at a distance, and judge, from the reception he should meet with, how far he might presume upon their countenance and favor. For he rightly supposed that if he could in any shape contribute to their interest or amusement, they would easily forgive his former pretensions to quality, arrogant as they were, and still entertain him on the footing of a necessary acquaintance. With this view, he one day presented himself at court in a very gay suit of clothes, and bowed, at a distance, to many of his old fashionable friends of both sexes, not one of whom favored him with any other notice than that of a quarter curtsy or slight inclination of the head. For, by this time, the few that remembered him knew from what retirement he now emerged, and avoided him accordingly as the jail infection. But the greater part of those who had cultivated him in the zenith of his fortune were now utter strangers to his person, which they had actually forgot, amidst the succession of novelties that surrounded them. Or, if they did recollect his name, it was remembered as an old fashion which had been many months out of date. Notwithstanding these mortifying discouragements, our hero, that same evening, effected a lodgment in a certain gaming house not far from St. James's. And, as he played pretty high and made a parade of his ready money, he was soon recognized by divers persons of consequence, who cordially welcomed him to England, on pretense of believing he had been abroad, and with great complacency repeated their former professions of friendship. Though this was a certain way of retaining the favor of those worthies, while his finances continued to flourish, and his payments were prompt, he knew the weakness of his funds too well to think they could bear the vicissitudes of play, and the remembrance of the 2 British knights who had spoiled him at Paris hung over his imagination with the most frightful presages. Besides, he perceived that gaming was now managed in such a manner as rendered skill and dexterity of no advantage. For the spirit of play having overspread the land, like a pestilence, raged to such a degree of madness and desperation, that the unhappy people who were infected laid aside all thoughts of amusement, economy, or caution, and risked their fortunes upon issues equally extravagant, childish, and absurd. The whole mystery of the art was reduced to the simple exercise of tossing up a guinea, and the lust of laying wagers, which they indulged to a surprising pitch of ridiculous intemperance. In one corner of the room might be heard a pair of lordlings running their grandmothers against each other, that is, betting sums on the longest liver. In another, the success of the wager depended upon the sex of the landlady's next child, and one of the waiters happening to drop down in an apoplectic fit, a certain noble peer exclaimed, "Dead for £1,000." The challenge was immediately accepted, and when the master of the house sent for a surgeon to attempt the cure, the nobleman, who set the price upon the patient's head, insisted upon his being left to the efforts of nature alone, otherwise the wager should be void. Nay, when the landlord harped upon the loss he should sustain by the death of a trusty servant, his lordship obviated the objection by desiring that the fellow might be charged in the bill. In short, the rage of gaming seemed to have devoured all their other faculties, and to have equaled the rash enthusiasm of the inhabitants of Malacca in the East Indies, who are so possessed with that pernicious spirit that they sacrifice to it not only their fortunes, but also their wives and children, and then letting their hair down upon their shoulders, in imitation of the ancient Lacedaemonians when they devoted themselves to death, those wretches unsheath their daggers and murder every living creature in their way. In this, however, they differ from the gamesters of our country, who never find their senses until they have lost their fortunes and beggared their families, whereas the Malays never run amok, but in consequence of misery and despair. Such are the amusements, or rather such is the continual employment of those hopeful youths who are destined by birth to be the judges of our property and pillars of our constitution. Such are the heirs and representatives of those patriots who planned, and those heroes who maintained, the laws and freedom of their country, who were the patrons of merit, the fathers of the poor, the terror of vice and immorality, and at once the ornaments and support of a happy nation. Our adventurer considered all these circumstances with his wonted sagacity, and, seeing upon what precarious footing he must stand, should he rank himself with such society, he wisely came to the resolution of descending one step in the degrees of life, and of taking upon him the title of physician, under which he did not despair of insinuating himself into the pockets of his patients, and into the secrets of private families, so as to acquire a comfortable share of practice, or captivate the heart of some heiress or rich widow, whose fortune would at once render him independent and happy. After this determination, his next care was to concert measures for his first appearance in this new character, well knowing that the success of a physician, in a great measure, depends upon the external equipage in which he first declares himself an adept in the healing art. He first of all procured a few books on the subject of medicine, which he studied with great attention during the remaining part of the winter and spring, and repaired to Tunbridge with the first of the season, where he appeared in the uniform of Esculapius, namely, a plain suit, full trimmed, with a voluminous tie periwig, believing that in this place he might glide, as it were, imperceptibly into the functions of his new employment, and gradually accustom himself to the method and form of prescription. A man so well known in the gay world could not be supposed to effect such a transformation without being observed, and therefore, in order to anticipate the censure and ridicule of those who might be tempted to make themselves merry at his expense, he, on his arrival at the Wells, repaired to the shop of an apothecary, and calling for pen, ink, and paper, wrote a prescription, which he desired might be immediately made up. While this was doing by the servant, he was invited into a parlor by the master, with whom he entered into conversation touching the properties of the Tunbridge water, which seemed to have been his particular study. And indeed, he had perused Ruyzi's treatise on that subject with indefatigable assiduity. From this theme, he made digressions into other parts of medicine, upon which he spoke with such plausible elocution that the apothecary, whose knowledge in that art was not very profound, looked upon him as a physician of great learning and experience, and hinted a desire of knowing his name and situation. Fathom accordingly gave him to understand that he had studied physic and taken his degrees at Padua rather for his amusement than with any view of exercising medicine, as he then could not possibly foresee the misfortunes which had since happened to his family, and by which he was now compelled to have recourse to a profession that was very much beneath the expectations of his birth. Yet he bore his disappointments with resignation and even good humor, and blessed his stars for having inclined him to the study of any branch of knowledge by which he might be enabled to laugh at the vicissitudes of fortune. He then observed that he had practiced with some applause at the hot well near Bristol, before he thought he should be ever reduced to the necessity of taking a fee, and that, in all probability, his metamorphosis, when known, would furnish matter of surprise and merriment to some of his old acquaintance. The apothecary was equally struck with his polite address, and pleased with his agreeable discourse. He consoled him for the misfortunes of his family, by assuring him that in England nothing could be more honorable, or indeed profitable, than the character of a physician, provided he could once wriggle himself into practice, and insinuated that, although he was restricted by certain engagements with other persons of the faculty, he should be glad of an opportunity to show his regard for Dr. Fathom. This was a very effectual method which our hero took to intimate his new character to the public. By the industry and communicative disposition of the apothecary, it was circulated in half a day through every family in the place. And next morning, when Ferdinand appeared, the company forthwith assembled in separate groups, and from each knot he heard his name reverberated in a whisper. Having thus announced himself to all whom it might concern, and allowed the ladies 2 days to discuss the merit of his transfiguration together with the novelty of the case, he ventured to salute, at a distance, a lady and her daughter, who had been his patients at the hot well. And, although they honored his beau with the return of a slight curtsy, they gave him not the least encouragement to make a nearer approach. Notwithstanding this rebuff, he concluded that, should the health of either come in question, they would renew their application to his skill, and what was refused by their pride would be granted by their apprehension. Here, however, he happened to be mistaken in his conjecture. The young lady being seized with a violent headache and palpitation, her mother desired the apothecary to recommend a physician, and the person with whom he was contracted being at that time absent, he proposed Dr. Fathom as a man of great ability and discretion. But the good lady rejected the proposal with disdain, because she had formerly known him in the character of a count, though that very character was the chief reason that had then induced her to crave his advice. Such is the caprice of the world in general, that whatever bears the face of novelty captivates, or rather bewitches, the imagination, and confounds the ideas of reason and common sense. If, for example, a scullion from the clinking of pewter shall conceive a taste for the clinking of rhyme, and make shift to bring together 20 syllables, so as that the 10th and last shall have the like ending, the composition is immediately extolled as a miracle. And what appeals to the admiration is not the wit, the elegance, or poetry of the work, but the uncultivated talent and humble station of the author. A reader does not exclaim, "What a delicate sentiment! What a beautiful simile! What easy and musical versification!" but cries in rapture, "Heavens, what a prodigy, a poet from the scullery, a muse in livery, or Apollo with a trowel!" The public is astonished into liberality. The scullion eats from those trenchers he scoured before, the footman is admitted into the coach behind which he was wont to stand, and the bricklayer, instead of plastering walls, bedaubs his illustrious partner with the mortar of his praise. Thus, lifted into a higher sphere, their talents receive cultivation. They become professed bards, and though their subsequent works bear evident marks of improvement, they are neglected among the rest of their brethren, because that novelty, which recommended them in the beginning, no longer remains. So it fared with our adventurer in his new occupation. There was something so extraordinary in a nobleman's understanding medicine, and so uncommon in a physician's prescribing gratis, that the curiosity and admiration of the company at Bristol were engaged, and they followed his advice as the direction of some supernatural intelligence. But now that he professed himself one of the faculty, and might be supposed to have refreshed his memory and reinforced his knowledge for the occasion, he was as much overlooked as any other physician unsupported by interest or cabal. Or, at least, the notice he attracted was not at all to the advantage of his character, because it wholly regarded the decline of his fortune, which is a never-failing fund of disgrace. These mortifications did not overcome the patience and perseverance of Fathom, who foresaw that the soothing hand of time would cast a veil of oblivion over those scenes which were remembered to his prejudice, and that, in the meantime, though he was excluded from the private parties of the fair sex, in which his main hope of success was placed, he should be able to insinuate himself into some degree of favor and practice among the male patients. And some lucky cure, properly displayed, might be the means of propagating his fame and banishing that reserve which at present interfered with his purpose. Accordingly, it was not long before he found means to break that spell of universal prejudice that hedged him in. At the ordinary which he frequented, his polite carriage, facetious remarks, and agreeable stories soon conciliated the regard of his fellow guests, among whom he sometimes rallied his own transformation with singular good humor and success. He was even witty upon his want of employment, and used to observe that a physician without practice had one comfort to which his brethren were strangers, namely, that the seldomer he had occasion to prescribe, the less he had upon his conscience on account of being accessory to the death of his fellow creatures. Nothing so effectually blunts the shafts of ridicule and defeats the aims of slander as this method of anticipation. In spite of the arrows that were leveled against his reputation from every tea-table at Tunbridge, he made his party good among almost all the gay young gentlemen that frequented the place. Far from avoiding his company, they began to court his conversation, and he was commonly seen in the walks surrounded with a group of admirers. Having thus paved the way for a total removal of the invidious prepossession that obstructed his views, he, one night, while every person was lulled in the arms of repose and universal silence prevailed, tuned his violin and began to play some masterly airs in a tone so uncommonly expressive, and with such ravishing dexterity of execution, that a certain lady, who lodged in the same house, being waked by the music, and ignorant of the source from which it flowed, listened with rapture. As to the harp of an angel, and, wrapping herself in a loose gown, rose and opened her chamber door in order to discover in what apartment the musician resided. She no sooner entered the passage than she found her fellow lodgers already assembled on the same occasion. And there they remained during the best part of the night, transported by the harmony which our hero produced. Dr. Fathom was immediately known to be the author of this entertainment, and thus retrieved the benefit of that admiration which he had forfeited by appearing in the shape of a physician. For, as people had formerly wondered to see a count skilled in medicine, they were now amazed to find a physician such a master in music. The good effects of this stratagem were almost instantaneous. His performance became the topic of discourse among all the fashionable company. His male friends complimented him from the information of the other sex, and that lady whom he had regaled, instead of that shyness and disdain with which she used to receive his salutation, at their very next meeting in the thoroughfare, returned his bow with marks of profound respect. Nay, at midnight, she, with the rest, took post in the same place where they had been stationed before, and, by frequent tittering and repeated whispers, gave intimation to Fathom that they would be glad of a second serenade. But he was too well acquainted with the human passions to indulge this their desire. It was his interest to inflame their impatience, rather than to gratify their expectation, and therefore he tantalized them for some hours by tuning his violin and playing some flourishes, which, however, produced nothing to fulfill their wishes. At the ordinary, he was accosted by a gentleman, a lodger in the same house, who assured him that the ladies would take it as a great favor if he would let them know when he intended to amuse himself again with his instrument, that they might not, by falling asleep beforehand, deprive themselves of the pleasure of hearing his music. To this message he replied, with an air of consequence and reserve, that though music was not the art he professed, he should be always complacent enough to entertain the ladies to the utmost of his power, when their commands were signified to him in a manner suited to his character, but that he would never put himself on the footing of an itinerant harper, whose music is tolerated through the medium of a board partition. The gentleman having reported this answer to his constituents, they empowered him to invite Dr. Fathom to breakfast, and he was next morning introduced with the usual ceremony and treated with uncommon regard by all the females of the house, assembled for his reception. Having thus broken the ice of their aversion in one part, so as that the beams of his personal accomplishments had room to operate, he soon effected a general thaw in his favor, and found himself growing once more into request amongst the most amiable part of the creation. His company was coveted, and his taste consulted in their balls, concerts, and private assemblies, and he recompensed the regard they paid to him with an incessant exertion of his agreeable talents, politeness, and good humor. Chapter 51. Triumphs over a medical rival. Yet, in the midst of all this attention, his medical capacity seemed to be quite forgot. They respected his good breeding, were charmed with his voice, and admired the fine touches of his hand upon the violin, but in cultivating the fiddler, they utterly neglected the physician, and in vain did he attempt to divide their regard, by taking all opportunities to turn the conversation into a more interesting channel. It was to little purpose. He endeavored to arouse the wonder of his audience with frequent descriptions of portentous maladies and amazing cures he had seen and performed in the course of his study and practice abroad. And to no effect did he publicly busy himself in making experiments on the mineral water, in which he pretended to have made several new and important discoveries. These efforts did not make a lasting impression upon the minds of the company, because they saw nothing surprising in a physician's being acquainted with all the mysteries of his art. And, as their custom was already bespoke for others of the profession, whom it was their interest to employ, our adventurer might have starved amidst the caresses of his acquaintance, had not he derived considerable advantage from a lucky accident in the course of his expectancy. A gentlewoman's daughter, of a weakly constitution, by drinking the waters, had so far recovered her health and complexion as to allure the affection of a young squire in the neighborhood, who amused her for some time with his addresses, until his heart was seduced by the charms of another young lady lately arrived at the wells. The forsaken nymph, shocked at this disgrace and mortification, relapsed into her former languishing disorder, and was by her mother put under the management and prescription of a physician, who had been an industrious enemy of Fathom from his first appearance at Tunbridge. The patient, though violently chagrined at the levity of her quondam admirer, was not altogether without hope that the very same inconstancy which had prompted him to leave her might in time induce him to return after the novelty of his new passion should be wore off. And this hope served to support her under the sorrow and disgrace of her disappointment. At length, however, the squire and his new mistress disappeared, and some busybody was officious enough to communicate this piece of news to the forlorn shepherdess, with this additional circumstance, that they were gone to a neighboring parish to be joined in the bands of wedlock. These fatal tidings were no sooner imparted to the abandoned fillies than she was seized with an hysteric fit. And, what rendered the accident more unfortunate, her physician had been called to the country, and was not expected at Tunbridge till next day. The apothecary was immediately summoned, and, being either puzzled by the symptoms or afraid of encroaching upon the province of his superiors, advised the old lady to send for Dr. Fathom without delay. She had no other objection to this expedient, but the enmity which she knew subsisted between the two leeches. Yet, hearing that her own doctor would not consult with Fathom upon his return, but perhaps renounce the patient, by which means her daughter's health might be endangered, she would not solicit our hero's assistance, until the young lady had remained 7 hours speechless and insensible. When, her fear prevailing over every other consideration, she implored the advice of our adventurer, who, having made the necessary interrogations, and felt the patient's pulse, which was regular and distinct, found reason to conclude that the fit would not last much longer, and, after having observed that she was in a very dangerous way, prescribed some medicines for external application. And, to enhance their opinion of his diligence and humanity, resolved to stay in the room and observe their effect. His judgment did not fail him on this occasion. In less than half an hour after his embrocations had been applied, she recovered the use of her tongue, opened her eyes, and having, in delirious exclamations, upbraided her perfidious lover, became quite sensible and composed, though she continued extremely low and dejected. To remedy these sinkings, certain cordials were immediately administered, according to the prescription of Dr. Fathom, upon whom extraordinary encomiums were bestowed by all present, who believed he had actually rescued her from the jaws of death. And as he was by this time let into the secrets of the family, he found himself in a fair way of being an egregious favorite of the old gentlewoman. When, unluckily, his brother, having dismissed his country patient with uncommon dispatch, entered the apartment, and eyed his rival with looks of inexpressible rage. Then, surveying the patient and the phials that stood upon the table by turns, "What, in the name of God," cried he, "is the meaning of all this trash?" "Really, doctor," replied the mother, a little confounded at being thus taken by surprise, "Biddy has been taken dangerously ill and lain 7 or 8 hours in a severe fit, from which I am confident she would never have recovered without the help of a physician, and as you were absent, we had recourse to this gentleman, whose prescription hath had a happy and surprising effect." "Effect!" cried this offended member of the faculty. "Pshaw! Stuff! Who made you judge of effects or causes?" Then advancing to the patient, "What has been the matter, Miss Biddy, that you could not wait till my return?" "Here Fathom interposing, sir," said he. "If you will step into the next room, I will communicate my sentiments of the case, together with the method upon which I have proceeded, that we may deliberate upon the next step that is to be taken." Instead of complying with this proposal, he seated himself in a chair, with his back to our adventurer, and, while he examined Miss Biddy's pulse, gave him to understand that he should not consult with him about the matter. Fathom, not in the least disconcerted at this uncivil answer, walked round his antagonist, and, placing himself in his front, desired to know his reason for treating him with such supercilious contempt. "I am resolved," said the other, "never to consult with any physician who has not taken his degrees at either of the English universities." "Upon the supposition," replied our adventurer, "that no person can be properly educated for the profession at any other school." "You are in the right," answered Dr. Luby. "That is one of many reasons I have to decline the consultation." "How far you are in the right," retorted Fathom, "I leave the world to judge, after I have observed that, in your English universities, there is no opportunity of studying the art. No, not so much as a lecture given on the subject. Nor is there one physician of note in this kingdom who has not derived the greatest part of his medical knowledge from the instructions of foreigners." Luby, incensed at this asseveration, which he was not prepared to refute, exclaimed in a most infuriate accent, "Who are you? Whence came you? Where was you bred? You are one of those, I believe, who graduate themselves and commence doctors, the Lord knows how. An interloper, who, without license or authority, comes hither to take the bread out of the mouths of gentlemen who have been trained to the business in a regular manner, and bestowed great pains and expense to qualify themselves for the profession. For my own part, my education cost me £1,500. "Never was money laid out to less purpose," said Ferdinand. "For it does not appear that you have learned so much as the basis of medical requirements, namely, that decorum and urbanity which ought to distinguish the deportment of every physician. You have even debased the noblest and most beneficial art that ever engaged the study of mankind, which cannot be too much cultivated, and too little restrained, in seeking to limit the practice of it to a set of narrow-minded, illiberal wretches, who, like the lowest handicraftsmen, claim the exclusive privileges of a corporation. Had you doubted my ability, you ought to have satisfied yourself in a manner consistent with decency and candor. But your behavior on this occasion is such a malicious outrage upon good manners and humanity, that, were it not for my regard to these ladies, I would chastise you for your insolence on the spot. Meanwhile, madam," addressing himself to the mother, "you must give me leave to insist upon your dismissing either that gentleman or me, without hesitation." This peremptory language had an instantaneous effect upon the hearers. Luby's face grew pale, and his nether lip began to tremble. The patient was dismayed, and the old gentlewoman concerned and perplexed. She earnestly besought the gentlemen to be reconciled to each other, and enter into a friendly consultation upon her daughter's distemper. But, finding both equally averse to accommodation, and Fathom becoming more and more importunate in his demand, she presented him with a double fee. And giving him to understand that Dr. Luby had long attended the family, and was intimately acquainted with her own and Biddy's constitution, said, she hoped he would not take it amiss if she retained her old physician. Though our hero was much mortified at this triumph of his rival, he made a virtue of necessity, and retired with great complacence, wishing that Miss Biddy might never again be the subject of such a disagreeable dispute. Whether the patient was frighted at this altercation, or displeased with her mother's decision against an agreeable young fellow, who had, as it were, recalled her from the grave, and made himself master of the secret that rankled at her heart, or the disease had wound up her nerves for another paroxysm, certain it is, she all of a sudden broke forth into a violent peal of laughter, which was succeeded by the most doleful cries and other expressions of grief. Then she relapsed into a fit, attended with strong convulsions, to the unspeakable terror of the old gentlewoman, who entreated Dr. Luby to be expeditious in his prescription. Accordingly, he seized the pen with great confidence, and a whole magazine of antihysteric medicines were, in different forms, externally and internally applied. Nevertheless, either nature was disturbed in her own efforts by these applications, or the patient was resolved to disgrace the doctor. For the more remedies that were administered, her convulsions became the more violent, and in spite of all his endeavors, he could not overcome the obstinacy of the distemper. Such a miscarriage, upon the back of his rival's success, could not fail to overwhelm him with confusion, especially as the mother baited him with repeated entreaties to do something for the recovery of her daughter. At length, after having exercised her patience in vain for several hours, this affectionate parent could no longer suppress the suggestions of her concern, but, in an incoherent strain, told him that her duty would not suffer her to be longer silent in an affair on which depended the life of her dear child. That she had seen enough to believe he had mistaken the case of poor Biddy, and he could not justly blame her for recalling Dr. Fathom, whose prescription had operated in a miraculous manner. Luby, shocked at this proposal, protested against it with great vehemence, as an expedient highly injurious to himself. "My remedies," said he, "are just beginning to take effect, and in all probability, the fit will not last much longer. So that, by calling in another person at this juncture, you will defraud me of that credit which is my due, and deck my adversary with trophies to which he has no pretension." She was prevailed upon by this remonstrance to wait another half-hour, when perceiving, as yet, no alteration for the better, and being distracted with her fears, which reproached her with want of natural affection, she sent a message to Dr. Fathom, desiring to see him with all possible dispatch. He was not slow in obeying the call, but hastening to the scene of action, was not a little surprised to find Luby still in the apartment. This gentleman, since better might not be, resolved to sacrifice his pride to his interest, and rather than lose his patient altogether and run the risk of forfeiting his reputation at the same time, stayed with intention to compromise his difference with Fathom, that he might not be wholly excluded from the honor of the cure, in case it could be effected. But he had reckoned without his host in his calculation of the Count's placability. For when he put on his capitulating face, and, after a slight apology for his late behavior, proposed that all animosity should subside in favor of the young lady, whose life was at stake, our hero rejected his advances with infinite disdain, and assured the mother, in a very solemn tone, that, far from consulting with a man who had treated him so unworthily, he would not stay another minute in the house, unless he should see him discarded. A satisfaction barely sufficient to atone for the affront he himself had suffered by the unjust preference she had before given to his rival. There was no remedy. Luby was obliged to retreat in his turn. Then our adventurer, approaching the bedside, reconnoitered the patient, examined the medicines which had been administered, and lifting up his eyes in expressive silence, detached the footman with a new order to the apothecary. It was well the messenger used expedition, otherwise Dr. Fathom would have been anticipated by the operation of nature. For, the fit having almost run its career, Miss Biddy was on the point of retrieving her senses, when the frontal prescribed by Fathom was applied. To the efficacy of this, therefore, was ascribed her recovery, when she opened her eyes and began to pour forth unconnected ejaculations. And in a few moments after, she was persuaded to swallow a draught prepared for the purpose. Her perception returned, and Ferdinand gained the reputation of having performed a second miracle. But he was furnished with a piece of intelligence, of much more energy than all she had taken, and so soon as he concluded she was capable to bear the news without any dangerous emotion, he, among other articles of chit-chat culled for her amusement, took the opportunity of telling the company that Squire Stubb, the cause of Miss Biddy's disorder, had, in his way to matrimony, been robbed of his bride by a gentleman to whom she had been formerly engaged. He had waited for her on purpose at an inn on the road, where he found means to appease her displeasure, which he had, it seems, incurred, and to supersede her new lover, whom she quitted without ceremony. Upon which the squire had returned to Tunbridge, cursing her levity, yet blessing his good stars for having so seasonably prevented his ruin, which would have infallibly been the consequence of his marrying such an adventurer. It would be superfluous to observe that these tidings operated like an admirable specific on the spirits of the young lady, who, while she affected to pity the squire, was so much overjoyed at his disappointment that her eyes began to sparkle with uncommon vivacity, and in less than 2 hours after the last of those terrible attacks, she was restored to a better state of health than she had enjoyed for many weeks. Fathom was not forgot amidst the rejoicings of the family. Besides an handsome gratuity for the effects of his extraordinary skill, The old lady favored him with a general invitation to her house, and the daughter not only considered him as the restorer of her health and angel of her good fortune, but also began to discover an uncommon relish for his conversation, so that he was struck with the prospect of succeeding Squire Stubb in her affection. A conquest which, if sanctioned by the approbation of the mother, would console him for all the disappointments he had sustained. For Miss Biddy was entitled to a fortune of £10,000, provided she should marry with the consent of her parent, who was the sole executrix of the father's will. Animated with the hope of such an advantageous match, our adventurer missed no opportunity of improving the lodgment he had made, while the two ladies failed not to extol his medical capacity among all their female acquaintances. By means of this circulation, his advice was demanded in several other cases, which he managed with such an imposing air of sagacity and importance that his fame began to spread, and before the end of the season, he had ravished more than one half of the business from his competitor. Notwithstanding these fortunate events, he foresaw that he should find great difficulty in transplanting his reputation, so as to take root in London, which was the only soil in which he could propose to rise to any degree of prosperity and independence. And this reflection was grounded upon a maxim which universally prevails among the English people, namely, to overlook and wholly neglect, on their return to the metropolis, all the connections they may have chanced to acquire during their residence at any of the medical wells. And this social disposition is so scrupulously maintained that two persons who lived in the most intimate correspondence at Bath or Tunbridge shall in 24 hours so totally forget their friendship as to meet in St. James's Park, without betraying the least token of recognition, so that one would imagine these mineral waters were so many streams issuing from the river Lethe, so famed of old for washing away all traces of memory and recollection. Aware of this oblivious principle, Dr. Fathom collected all his qualifications in order to make such an impression upon the heart of Miss Biddy as would resist all her endeavors to shake him from her remembrance, and his efforts succeeded so well that Squire Stubb's advances to a reconciliation were treated with manifest indifference. In all probability, our hero would have made a very advantageous campaign had not his good fortune been retarded by an obstruction, which, as he did not perceive it, he could not possibly surmount. In displaying his accomplishments to captivate the daughter, he had unwittingly made an absolute conquest of the mother, who superintended the conduct of Miss Biddy with such jealous vigilance that he could find no opportunity of profiting by the progress he had made in her heart. For the careful matron would never lose sight of her, no, not for one moment. Had the old lady given the least intimation to our adventurer of the sentiments she entertained in his behalf, his complaisance was of such a pliable texture that he would have quitted his other pursuit and made her the sole object of his attention. But she either depended upon the effect of his own good taste and discernment, or was too proud to disclose a passion which he had hitherto overlooked. Chapter 52. Repairs to the metropolis and enrolls himself among the sons of Paean. Before this affair could be brought to a proper explanation, the season being almost ended, the ladies departed from Tunbridge, and in a little time Dr. Fathom followed them to London, having previously obtained permission to visit them in that metropolis. He had solicited the same favor of some other families, in which he hoped to take root, though he knew they were pre-engaged to different physicians. And resolving to make his first medical appearance in London with some éclat, he not only purchased an old chariot, which was new painted for the purpose, but likewise hired a footman, whom he clothed in laced livery, in order to distinguish himself from the common run of his brethren. This equipage, though much more expensive than his finances could bear, he found absolutely necessary to give him a chance for employment, as every shabby retainer to physic in this capital had provided himself with a vehicle, which was altogether used by way of a traveling signpost to draw in customers, so that a walking physician was considered as an obscure peddler, trudging from street to street with his pack of knowledge on his shoulders and selling his remnants of advice by retail. A chariot was not now set up for the convenience of a man sinking under the fatigue of extensive practice, but as a piece of furniture every way as necessary as a large periwig with 3 tails, and a physician, let his merit, in other respects, be never so conspicuous, can no more expect to become considerable in business without the assistance of this implement than he can hope to live without food or breathe without a windpipe. This requisite is so well understood that, exclusive of those who profess themselves doctors, every raw surgeon, every idle apothecary, who can make interest with some foolhardy coachmaker, may be seen dancing the bays in all places of public resort, and grinning to one another from their respective carriages. Hence proceed many of those cruel accidents which are recorded in the daily papers. An apothecary's horses take fright and run away with his chariot, which is heard of no more. An eminent surgeon being overturned, is so terrified at the thoughts of mutilation that he resolves to walk on foot all the days of his life. And the coachman of a physician of great practice, having the misfortune to be disabled by a fall from the box, his master can never find another to supply his place. None of these observations escaped the penetrating eye of Fathom, who, before he pretended to seat himself in this machine, had made proper inquiry into all the other methods practiced, with a view to keep the wheels in motion. In his researches, he found that the great world was wholly engrossed by a few practitioners who had arrived at the summit of reputation, consequently were no longer obliged to cultivate those arts by which they rose, and that the rest of the business was parceled out into small enclosures, occupied by different groups of personages, male and female, who stood in rings, and tossed the ball from one to another, there being in each department 2 sets, the individuals of which relieved one another occasionally. Every knot was composed of a waiting woman, nurse, apothecary, surgeon, and physician, and sometimes a midwife was admitted into the party, and in this manner the farce was commonly performed. A fine lady, fatigued with idleness, complains of the vapors, is deprived of her rest, though not so sick as to have recourse to medicine. Her favorite maid, tired with giving her attendance in the night, thinks proper, for the benefit of her own repose, to complain of a violent headache, and recommends to her mistress a nurse of approved tenderness and discretion, at whose house, in all likelihood, the said chambermaid hath oft given the rendezvous to a male friend. The nurse, well skilled in the mysteries of her occupation, persuades the patient that her malady, far from being slight or chimerical, may proceed to a very dangerous degree of the hysterical affection, unless it be nipped in the bud by some very effectual remedy. Then she recounts a surprising cure performed by a certain apothecary, and appeals to the testimony of the waiting woman, who, being the gossip of his wife, confirms the evidence and corroborates the proposal. The apothecary being summoned, finds her ladyship in such a delicate situation that he declines prescribing and advises her to send for a physician without delay. The nomination, of course, falls to him, and the doctor being called declares the necessity of immediate venesection, which is accordingly performed by a surgeon of the association. This is one way of beginning the game, though the commencement often varies, and sometimes the apothecary and sometimes the physician opens the scene. But be that as it will, they always appear in a string, like a flight of wild geese, and each confederacy maintains a correspondence with one particular undertaker. Fathom, upon these considerations, set up his rest in the first floor of an apothecary in the neighborhood of Charing Cross, to whom he was introduced by a letter from a friend at Tunbridge, and who, being made acquainted with his ability and scheme, promised to let slip no opportunity of serving him, and, indeed, seemed to espouse his interest with great alacrity. He introduced him to some of his patients on the strength of a gratis visit, sounded forth his praise among all the good women of his acquaintance, and even prevailed upon him to publish advertisements, importing that he would every day, at a certain time and place, give his advice to the poor for nothing, hoping that, by means of some lucky cure, his fame might be extended and his practice grow into request. In the meantime, his chariot rolled along through all the most frequented streets during the whole forenoon, and, at the usual hour, he never failed to make his appearance at the medical coffee-house, with all that solemnity of feature and address by which the modern sons of Paean are distinguished. Not but that he was often puzzled about the decision of his diurnal route. For the method of driving up one street and down another, without halting, was become such a stale expedient, that the very prentices used to stand at the shop doors and ridicule the vain parade. At length, however, he perused the map of London with great diligence, and, having acquired a distinct idea of its topography, used to alight at the end of long narrow thoroughfares and paved courts, where the chariot was ordered to wait till his return, and, walking with great gravity through the different turnings of these alleys, regain his carriage by another passage, and resume his seat with an air of vast importance. With a view to protract the time of his supposed visits, he would, at one place, turn aside to a wall, at another, cheapen an urinal, at a third corner, read a quack advertisement, or lounge a few minutes in some bookseller's shop, and lastly, glide into some obscure coffee-house and treat himself with a dram of usquebaugh. The other means used to force a trade, such as ordering himself to be called from church, alarming the neighborhood with knocking at his door in the night, receiving sudden messages in places of resort, and inserting his cures by way of news in the daily papers, had been so injudiciously hackneyed by every desperate scholar in physic that they had lost their effect upon the public, and therefore were excluded from the plan of our adventurer, whose scheme, for the present, was to exert himself in winning the favor of those sage sibyls, who keep, as it were, the temple of medicine, and admit the young priest to the service of the altar. But this he considered as a temporary project only, until he should have acquired interest enough to erect an hospital, lock, or infirmary, by the voluntary subscription of his friends, a scheme which had succeeded to a miracle with many of the profession, who had raised themselves into notice upon the carcases of the poor. Yet even this branch was already overstocked, insomuch that almost every street was furnished with one of these charitable receptacles, which, instead of diminishing the taxes for the maintenance of the poor, encouraged the vulgar to be idle and dissolute, by opening an asylum to them and their families from the diseases of poverty and intemperance. For it remains to be proved that the parish rates are decreased, the bills of mortality lessened, the people more numerous, or the streets less infested with beggars, notwithstanding the immense sums yearly granted by individuals for the relief of the indigent. But waiving these reflections, Dr. Fathom hoped that his landlord would be a most useful implement for extending his influence, and, for that reason, admitted him into a degree of partnership, after being fully convinced that he was not under articles to any other physician. Nevertheless, he was very much mistaken in reckoning on the importance of his new ally, who was, like himself, a needy adventurer, settled upon credit, and altogether unemployed, except among the very refuse of the people, whom no other person would take the trouble to attend. So that our hero got little else than experience and trouble, excepting a few guineas which he made shift to glean among sojourners, with whom he became occasionally acquainted, or young people, who had been unfortunate in their amours. In the midst of these endeavors, he did not omit his duty to the old gentlewoman, whose daughter he had cured at Tunbridge, and was always received with particular complacency, which, perhaps, he, in some measure, owed to his genteel equipage that gave credit to every door before which it was seen. Yet Miss Biddy was as inaccessible as ever, while the mother became more and more warm in her civilities, till at length, after having prepared him with some extraordinary compliments, she gave him to understand that Biddy was no better than a giddy-headed girl, far from being unexceptionable in her moral character, and particularly deficient in duty and gratitude to her, who had been always a tender and indulgent parent. She was therefore determined to punish the young minx for her levity and want of natural affection. By altering her own condition, could she find a worthy and agreeable man, on whom she could bestow her hand and fortune without a blush. The film was instantly removed from Fathom's eyes by this declaration, which she uttered with such a significancy of look, as thrilled to his soul with joyful presage, while he replied, "It would, indeed, be a difficult task to find a man who merited such happiness and honor. But surely some there were, who would task their faculties to the uttermost, in manifesting their gratitude, and desire of rendering themselves worthy of such distinction." Though this answer was pronounced in such a manner as gave her to understand he had taken the hint, she would not cheapen her condescension so much as to explain herself further at that juncture, and he was very well contented to woo her on her own terms. Accordingly, he began to season his behavior with a spice of gallantry, when he had opportunities of being particular with this new inamorata, and, in proportion to the returns she made, he gradually detached himself from Miss Biddy, by intermitting, and, at last, discontinuing those ardent expressions of love and admiration, which he had made shift to convey in private looks and stolen whispers during the rancorous inspection of her mother. Such alteration could not long escape the jealous eyes of the young lady, no more than the cause of this alienation, which, in a moment, converted all her love into irreconcilable hate and filled her whole soul with the most eager desire of vengeance. For she now not only considered him as a mercenary wretch, who had slighted her attractions for the sordid gratifications of avarice, but also as an interloper, who wanted to intercept her fortune in the odious character of a father-in-law. Before she could bring her aim to any ripeness of contrivance, her mother, having caught cold at church, was seized with a rheumatic fever, became delirious in less than 3 days, and notwithstanding all the prescriptions and care of her admirer, gave up the ghost, without having retrieved the use of her senses, or been able to manifest, by will, the sentiments she entertained in favor of her physician, who, as the reader will easily perceive, had more reasons than one to be mortally chagrined at this event. Miss Biddy, being thus put in possession of the whole inheritance, not only renounced all correspondence with Dr. Fathom by forbidding him the house, but likewise took all opportunities of prejudicing his character, by hinting that her dear mamma had fallen a sacrifice to his ignorance and presumption. Chapter 53. Acquires employment in consequence of a lucky miscarriage. These ill offices, however, far from answering her purpose, had a quite contrary effect. For, in consequence of her invectives, he was, in a few days, called to the wife of a merchant, who piously hoped that his practice would not give Miss Biddy the lie. The patient had long lingered under a complication of distempers, and being in no immediate danger of her life, Dr. Fathom was in no hurry to strike a decisive stroke. Till the husband, growing impatient of delay, and so explicit in his hints that it was impossible to misapprehend his meaning, our adventurer resolved to do something effectual for his satisfaction, and prescribed a medicine of such rough operation, as he thought must either oblige his employer or produce a change in the lady's constitution that would make a noise in the world and bring a new accession to his fame. Proceeding upon these maxims, he could not be disappointed. The remedy played its part with such violence as reduced the patient to extremity, and the merchant had actually bespoke an undertaker. When, after a series of swoonings and convulsions, nature so far prevailed as to expel, at once, the prescription and the disease. Yet the good-natured husband was so much affected with the agonies to which he saw the wife of his bosom exposed by this specific, that, although the effect of it was her perfect recovery, he could never bear the sight of Fathom for the future, nor even hear his name mentioned, without giving signs of horror and indignation. Nay, he did not scruple to affirm that, had our adventurer been endowed with the least tincture of humanity, he would have suffered the poor woman to depart in peace, rather than restore her to health, at the expense of such anxiety and torture. On the other hand, this extraordinary cure was blazoned abroad by the good lady and her gossips, with such exaggerations as roused the astonishment of the public, and concurred with the report of his last miscarriage to bring him upon the carpet as the universal subject of discourse. When a physician becomes the town talk, he generally concludes his business more than half done, even though his fame should wholly turn upon his malpractice, insomuch that some members of the faculty have been heard to complain that they never had the good fortune to be publicly accused of homicide. And it is well known that a certain famous empiric of our day never flourished to any degree of wealth and reputation till after he had been attacked in print, and fairly convicted of having destroyed a good number of the human species. Success, raised upon such a foundation would, by a disciple of Plato and some modern moralists, be ascribed to the innate virtue and generosity of the human heart, which naturally espouses the cause that needs protection. But I, whose notions of human excellence are not quite so sublime, am apt to believe it is owing to that spirit of self-conceit and contradiction, which is, at least, as universal, if not as natural, as the moral sense so warmly contended for by those ideal philosophers. The most infamous wretch often finds his account in these principles of malevolence and self-love. For wheresoever his character falls under discussion, there is generally some person present, who, either from an affectation of singularity or envy to the accusers, undertakes his defense, and endeavors to invalidate the articles of his impeachment, until he is heated by altercation, and hurried into more effectual measures for his advantage. If such benefits accrue to those who have no real merit to depend upon, surely our hero could not but reap something extraordinary from the debates to which he now gave rise. As, by the miraculous cure he had effected, all his patient's friends, all the enemies of her husband, all those who envied his other adversary, were interested in his behalf, exclusive of such admirers as surprise and curiosity might engage in his cause. Thus wafted upon the wings of applause, his fame soon diffused itself into all the corners of this great capital. The newspapers teemed with his praise, and in order to keep up the attention of the public, his emissaries, male and female, separated into different coffee houses, companies, and clubs, where they did not fail to comment upon these articles of intelligence. Such a favorable incident is, of itself, sufficient to float the bark of a man's fortune. He was, in a few days, called to another lady, laboring under the same disorder he had so successfully dispelled, and she thought herself benefited by his advice. His acquaintance naturally extended itself among the visitants and allies of his patients. He was recommended from family to family, the fees began to multiply. A variety of footmen appeared every day at his door. He discontinued his sham circuit, and looking upon the present conjuncture, as that tide in his affairs, which, according to Shakespeare, when taken at the full, leads on to fortune, he resolved that the opportunity should not be lost, and applied himself with such assiduity to his practice, that, in all likelihood, he would have carried the palm from all his contemporaries, had he not split upon the same rock which had shipwrecked his hopes before. We have formerly descanted upon that venereal appetite which glowed in the constitution of our adventurer, and with all his philosophy and caution could hardly keep within bounds. The reader, therefore, will not be much surprised to learn that, in the exercise of his profession, he contracted an intimacy with a clergyman's wife, whom he attended as a physician, and whose conjugal virtue he subdued by a long and diligent exertion of his delusive arts, while her mind was enervated by sickness, and her husband abroad upon his necessary occasions. This unhappy patient, who was a woman of an agreeable person and lively conversation, fell a sacrifice to her own security and self-conceit. Her want of health had confined her to a sedentary life, and her imagination being active and restless, she had spent those hours in reading which other young women devote to company and diversion. But, as her studies were not superintended by any person of taste, she had indulged her own fancy without method or propriety. The Spectator taught her to be a critic and philosopher. From plays, she learned poetry and wit, and derived her knowledge of life from books of history and adventures. Fraught with these acquisitions, and furnished by nature with uncommon vivacity, she despised her own sex, and courted the society of men, among whom she thought her talents might be more honorably displayed, fully confident of her own virtue and sagacity, which enabled her to set all their arts at defiance. Thus qualified, she in an evil hour had recourse to the advice of our adventurer, for some ailment under which she had long labored, and found such relief from his skill as very much prepossessed her in his favor. She was no less pleased with his obliging manners than with his physic, and found much entertainment in his conversation, so that the acquaintance proceeded to a degree of intimacy, during which he perceived her weak side, and being enamored of her person, flattered her out of all her caution. The privilege of his character furnished him with opportunities to lay snares for her virtue, and, taking advantage of that listlessness, languor, and indolence of the spirits, by which all the vigilance of the soul is relaxed, he, after a long course of attention and perseverance, found means to make shipwreck of her peace. Though he mastered her chastity, he could not quiet her conscience, which incessantly upbraided her with breach of the marriage vow, nor did her undoer escape without a share of the reproaches suggested by her penitence and remorse. This internal anxiety cooperating with her disease, and perhaps with the medicines he prescribed, reduced her to the brink of the grave. When her husband returned from a neighboring kingdom, in consequence of her earnest request, joined to the information of her friends, who had written to him an account of the extremity in which she was. The good man was afflicted beyond measure when he saw himself upon the verge of losing a wife whom he had always tenderly loved. But what were his emotions when she, taking the first opportunity of his being alone with her, accosted him to this effect: "I am now hastening towards that dissolution from which no mortal is exempted, and though the prospect of futurity is altogether clouded and uncertain, my conscience will not allow me to plunge into eternity without unburdening my mind, and, by an ingenuous confession, making all the atonement in my power for the ingratitude I have been guilty of, and the wrongs I have committed against a virtuous husband, who never gave me cause of complaint." You stand amazed at this preamble, but alas! How will you be shocked when I own that I have betrayed you in your absence, that I have trespassed against God and my marriage vow, and fallen from the pride and confidence of virtue to the most abject state of vice? Yes, I have been unfaithful to your bed, having fallen a victim to the infernal insinuations of a villain, who took advantage of my weak and unguarded moments. Fathom is the wretch who hath thus injured your honor, and ruined my unsuspecting innocence. I have nothing to plead in alleviation of my crime, but the most sincere contrition of heart, and though, at any other juncture, I could not expect your forgiveness, yet, as I now touch the goal of life, I trust in your humanity and benevolence for that pardon which will lighten the sorrows of my soul, and those prayers which I hope will entitle me to favor at the throne of grace. The poor husband was so much overwhelmed with grief and confusion at this unexpected address that he could not recollect himself till after a pause of several minutes, when, uttering a hollow groan, "I will not," said he, "aggravate your sufferings by reproaching you with my wrongs, though your conduct hath been but an ill return for all my tenderness and esteem. I look upon it as a trial of my Christian patience, and bear my misfortune with resignation. Meanwhile, I forgive you from my heart, and fervently pray that your repentance may be acceptable to the Father of mercy." So saying, he approached her bedside, and embraced her in token of his sincerity. Whether this generous condescension diffused such a composure upon her spirits as tended to the ease and refreshment of nature, which had been almost exhausted by disease and vexation, certain it is, that from this day she began to struggle with her malady in surprising efforts, and hourly gained ground, until her health was pretty well re-established. This recovery was so far beyond the husband's expectation that he began to make very serious reflections on the event, and even to wish he had not been quite so precipitate in pardoning the backslidings of his wife. For, though he could not withhold his compassion from a dying penitent, he did not at all relish the thoughts of cohabiting, as usual, with a wife self-convicted of the violation of the matrimonial contract. He therefore considered his declaration as no more than a provisional pardon, to take place on condition of her immediate death, and, in a little time, not only communicated to her his sentiments on this subject, but also separated himself from her company, secured the evidence of her maid, who had been confidant in her amour with Fathom, and immediately set on foot a prosecution against our adventurer, whose behavior to his wife he did not fail to promulgate, with all its aggravating circumstances. By these means, the doctor's name became so notorious that every man was afraid of admitting him into his house, and every woman ashamed of soliciting his advice. Chapter 54. His eclipse and gradual declination. Misfortunes seldom come single. Upon the back of this hue and cry, he unluckily prescribed phlebotomy to a gentleman of some rank, who chanced to expire during the operation, and quarreled with his landlord the apothecary, who charged him with having forgot the good offices he had done him in the beginning of his career, and desired he would provide himself with another lodging. All these mishaps, treading upon the heels of one another, had a very mortifying effect upon his practice. At every tea-table his name was occasionally put to the torture, with that of the vile creature whom he had seduced, though it was generally taken for granted by all those female casuists that she must have made the first advances, for it could not be supposed that any man would take much trouble in laying schemes for the ruin of a person whose attractions were so slender, especially considering the ill state of her health, a circumstance that seldom adds to a woman's beauty or good humor. Besides, she was always a pert minx that affected singularity and a masculine manner of speaking, and many of them had foreseen that she would, some time or other, bring herself into such a premunire. At all gossipings, where the apothecary or his wife assisted, Fathom's pride, ingratitude, and malpractice were canvassed. In all clubs of married men, he was mentioned with marks of abhorrence and detestation, and every medical coffee-house rung with his reproach. Instances of his ignorance and presumption were quoted, and many particulars feigned for the purpose of defamation, so that our hero was exactly in the situation of a horseman, who, in riding at full speed for the plate, is thrown from the saddle in the middle of the race, and left without sense or motion upon the plain. His progress, though rapid, had been so short that he could not be supposed to have laid up store against such a day of trouble, and as he still cherished hopes of surmounting those obstacles which had so suddenly started up in his way, he would not resign his equipage nor retrench his expenses, but appeared as usual in all public places with that serenity and confidence of feature which he had never deposited, and maintained his external pomp upon the little he had reserved in the days of his prosperity, and the credit he had acquired by the punctuality of his former payments. Both these funds, however, failed in a very little time. His lawsuit was a gulf that swallowed up all his ready money, and the gleanings of his practice were scarce sufficient to answer his pocket expenses, which now increased in proportion to the decrease of business. For, as he had more idle time, and was less admitted into private families, so he thought he had more occasion to enlarge his acquaintance among his own sex, who alone were able to support him in his disgrace with the other. He accordingly listed himself in several clubs and endeavored to monopolize the venereal branch of trade, though this was but an indifferent resource, for almost all his patients of this class were such as either could not, or would not, properly recompense the physician. For some time he lingered in this situation, without going upwards or downwards, floating like a wisp of straw at the turning of the tide, until he could no longer amuse the person of whom he had hired his coach horses or postpone the other demands, which multiplied upon him every day. Then was his chariot overturned with a hideous crash, and his face so much wounded with the shivers of the glass, which went to pieces in the fall, that he appeared in the coffee-house with 6 black patches upon his countenance, gave a most circumstantial detail of the risk he had run, and declared that he did not believe he should ever hazard himself again in any sort of wheel carriage. Soon after this accident, he took an opportunity of telling his friends, in the same public place, that he had turned away his footman on account of his drunkenness, and was resolved, for the future, to keep none but maids in his service, because the manservants are generally impudent, lazy, debauched, or dishonest, and after all neither so neat, handy, or agreeable as the other sex. In the rear of this resolution, he shifted his lodgings into a private court, being distracted with the din of carriages that disturbed the inhabitants who lived towards the open street, and gave his acquaintance to understand that he had a medical work upon the anvil, which he could not finish without being indulged in silence and tranquillity. In effect, he gradually put on the exteriors of an author. His watch, with an horizontal movement by Graham, which he had often mentioned, and shown as a very curious piece of workmanship, began, about this time, to be very much out of order, and was committed to the care of a mender, who was in no hurry to restore it. His tie-wig degenerated into a major. He sometimes appeared without a sword, and was even observed in public with a second day's shirt. At last his clothes became rusty, and when he walked about the streets, his head turned round in a surprising manner, by an involuntary motion in his neck, which he had contracted by a habit of reconnoitring the ground, that he might avoid all dangerous or disagreeable encounters. Fathom, finding himself descending the hill of fortune with an acquired gravitation, strove to catch at every twig, in order to stop or retard his descent. He now regretted the opportunities he had neglected, of marrying one of several women of moderate fortune, who had made advances to him in the zenith of his reputation, and endeavored, by forcing himself into a lower path of life than any he had hitherto trod, to keep himself afloat with the portion of some tradesman's daughter, whom he meant to espouse. While he exerted himself in this pursuit, he happened, in returning from a place about 30 miles from London, to become acquainted, in the stagecoach, with a young woman of a very homely appearance, whom, from the driver's information, he understood to be the niece of a country justice, and daughter of a soap boiler, who had lived and died in London, and left her, in her infancy, sole heiress of his effects, which amounted to £4,000. The uncle, who was her guardian, had kept her sacred from the knowledge of the world, resolving to effect a match betwixt her and his own son, and it was with much difficulty he had consented to this journey, which she had undertaken as a visit to her own mother, who had married a second husband in town. Fraught with these anecdotes, Fathom began to put forth his gallantry and good humor, and, in a word, was admitted by the lady to the privilege of an acquaintance, in which capacity he visited her during the term of her residence in London, and, as there was no time to be lost, declared his honorable intentions. He had such a manifest advantage, in point of personal accomplishments, over the young gentleman who was destined for her husband, that she did not disdain his proposals, and before she set out for the country, he had made such progress in her heart that the day was actually fixed for their nuptials, on which he faithfully promised to carry her off in a coach and six. How to raise money for this expedition was all the difficulty that remained, for, by this time, his finances were utterly dried up, and his credit altogether exhausted. Upon a very pressing occasion, he had formerly applied himself to a certain wealthy quack, who had relieved his necessities by lending him a small sum of money, in return for having communicated to him a secret medicine, which he affirmed to be the most admirable specific that ever was invented. The nostrum had been used and, luckily for him, succeeded in the trial. So that the empiric, in the midst of his satisfaction, began to reflect that this same Fathom, who pretended to be in possession of a great many remedies, equally efficacious, would certainly become a formidable rival to him in his business, should he ever be able to extricate himself from his present difficulties. In consequence of these suggestions, he resolved to keep our adventurer's head under water, by maintaining him in the most abject dependence. Accordingly, he had, from time to time, accommodated him with small trifles, which barely served to support his existence, and even for these had taken notes of hand, that he might have a scourge over his head, in case he should prove insolent or refractory. To this benefactor, Fathom applied for a reinforcement of 20 guineas, which he solicited with the more confidence, as that sum would certainly enable him to repay all other obligations. The quack would advance the money upon no other condition than that of knowing the scheme, which being explained, he complied with Ferdinand's request, but at the same time privately dispatched an express to the young lady's uncle with a full account of the whole conspiracy, so that, when the doctor arrived at the inn, according to appointment, he was received by his worship in person, who gave him to understand that his niece had changed her mind and gone 50 miles farther into the country to visit a relation. This was a grievous disappointment to Fathom, who really believed his mistress had forsaken him through mere levity and caprice, and was not undeceived till several months after her marriage with her cousin, when, at an accidental meeting in London, she explained the story of the secret intelligence, and excused her marriage as the effect of rigorous usage and compulsion. Had our hero been really enamored of her person, he might have probably accomplished his wishes, notwithstanding the steps she had taken. But this was not the case. His passion was of a different nature, and the object of it effectually without his reach. With regard to his appetite for women, as it was an infirmity of his constitution, which he could not overcome, and as he was in no condition to gratify it at a great expense, he had of late chosen a housekeeper from the hundreds of Drury, and, to avoid scandal, allowed her to assume his name. As to the intimation which had been sent to the country justice, he immediately imputed it to the true author, whom he marked for his vengeance accordingly, but, in the meantime, suppressed his resentment, because he in some measure depended upon him for subsistence. On the other hand, the quack, dreading the forwardness and plausibility of our hero, which might, one time or other, render him independent, put a stop to those supplies, on pretense of finding them inconvenient, but out of his friendship and goodwill to Fathom, undertook to procure for him such letters of recommendation as would infallibly make his fortune in the West Indies, and even to set him out in a genteel manner for the voyage. Ferdinand perceived his drift, and thanked him for his generous offer, which he would not fail to consider with all due deliberation, though he was determined against the proposal, but obliged to temporize, that he might not incur the displeasure of this man, at whose mercy he lay. Meanwhile, the prosecution against him in Doctors' Commons drew near a period, and the lawyers were clamorous for money, without which he foresaw he should lose the advantage which his cause had lately acquired by the death of his antagonist's chief evidence. He therefore, seeing every other channel shut up, began to doubt whether the risk of being apprehended or slain in the character of a highwayman was not overbalanced by the prospect of being acquitted of a charge which had ruined his reputation and fortune, and actually entertained thoughts of taking the air on Hounslow Heath, when he was diverted from this expedient by a very singular adventure. Chapter 55. After divers unsuccessful efforts, he has recourse to the matrimonial noose. Chancing to meet with one of his acquaintance at a certain coffee house, the discourse turned upon the characters of mankind, when, among other oddities, his friend brought upon the carpet a certain old gentlewoman of such a rapacious disposition, that, like a jackdaw, she never beheld any metal in substance, without an inclination, and even an effort to secrete it for her own use and contemplation. Nor was this infirmity originally produced from indigence, inasmuch as her circumstances had been always affluent, and she was now possessed of a considerable sum of money in the funds, notwithstanding which, the avarice of her nature tempted her to let lodgings, though few people could live under the same roof with such an original, who, rather than be idle, had often filched pieces of her own plate, and charged her servants with the theft or hinted suspicion of her lodgers. Fathom, struck with the description, soon perceived how this woman's disease might be converted to his advantage, and after having obtained sufficient intelligence, on pretense of satisfying his curiosity, he visited the widow, in consequence of a bill at her door, and actually hired an apartment in her house, whither he forthwith repaired with his inamorata. It was not long before he perceived that his landlady's character had not been misrepresented. He fed her distemper with divers inconsiderable trinkets, such as copper medals, corkscrews, odd buckles, and a paltry seal set in silver, which were, at different times, laid as baits for her infirmity, and always conveyed away with remarkable eagerness, which he and his Dulcinea took pleasure in observing from an unsuspected place. Thus confirmed in his opinion, he at length took an opportunity of exposing a metal watch that belonged to his mistress, and saw it seized with great satisfaction, in the absence of his helpmate, who had gone abroad on purpose. According to instruction, she soon returned, and began to raise a terrible clamor about the loss of her watch, upon which she was condoled by her landlady, who seemed to doubt the integrity of the maid, and even proposed that Mrs. Fathom should apply to some justice of the peace for a warrant to search the servant's trunk. The lady thanked her for the good advice, in compliance with which she had immediate recourse to a magistrate, who granted a search warrant not against the maid, but the mistress, and she, in a little time, returned with the constable at her back. These precautions being taken, Dr. Fathom desired a private conference with the old gentlewoman, in which he gave her to understand that he had undoubted proofs of her having secreted not only the watch, but also several other odd things of less consequence, which he lost since his residence in her house. He then showed the warrant he had obtained against her, and asked if she had anything to offer why the constable should not do his duty. Inexpressible were the anguish and confusion of the defendant when she found herself thus entrapped, and reflected that she was on the point of being detected of felony, for she at once concluded that the snare was laid for her, and knew that the officer of justice would certainly find the unlucky watch in one of the drawers of her scrutoire. Tortured with these suggestions, afraid of public disgrace, and dreading the consequence of legal conviction, she fell on her knees before the injured Fathom, and, after having imputed her crime to the temptations of necessity, implored his compassion, promised to restore the watch, and everything she had taken, and begged he would dismiss the constable, that her reputation might not suffer in the eye of the world. Ferdinand, with a severity of countenance purposely assumed, observed that, were she really indigent, he had charity enough to forgive what she had done. But, as he knew her circumstances were opulent, he looked upon this excuse as an aggravation of her guilt, which was certainly the effect of a vicious inclination, and he was therefore determined to prosecute her with the utmost severity of the law, as an example and terror to others, who might be infected with the same evil disposition. Finding him deaf to all her tears and entreaties, she changed her note, and offered him 100 guineas if he would compromise the affair, and drop the prosecution, so as that her character should sustain no damage. After much argumentation, he consented to accept of double the sum, which being instantly paid in East India bonds, Dr. Fathom told the constable that the watch was found, and for once her reputation was patched up. This seasonable supply enabled our hero to stand trial with his adversary, who was nonsuited, and also to mend his external appearance, which of late had not been extremely magnificent. Soon after this gleam of good fortune, a tradesman, to whom he was considerably indebted, seeing no other probable means to recover his money, introduced Fathom to the acquaintance of a young widow who lodged at his house, and was said to be in possession of a considerable fortune. Considering the steps that were taken, it would have been almost impossible for him to miscarry in his addresses. The lady had been bred in the country, was unacquainted with the world, and of a very sanguine disposition, which her short trial of matrimony had not served to cool. Our adventurer was instructed to call at the tradesman's house, as if by accident, at an appointed time, when the widow was drinking tea with her landlady. On these occasions, he always behaved to admiration. She liked his person, and praised his politeness, good humor, and good sense. His confederates extolled him as a prodigy of learning, taste, and good nature. They likewise represented him as a person on the eve of eclipsing all his competitors in physic. An acquaintance and intimacy soon ensued, nor was he restricted in point of opportunity. In a word, he succeeded in his endeavors, and, one evening, on pretense of attending her to the play, he accompanied her to the Fleet, where they were married, in presence of the tradesman and his wife, who were of the party. This grand affair being accomplished to his satisfaction, he, next day, visited her brother, who was a counselor of the temple, to make him acquainted with the step his sister had taken. And though the lawyer was not a little mortified to find that she had made such a clandestine match, he behaved civilly to his new brother-in-law, and gave him to understand that his wife's fortune consisted of a jointure of £150 a year, and £1,500 bequeathed to her during her widowhood by her own father, who had taken the precaution of settling it in the hands of trustees, in such a manner as that any husband she might afterwards espouse should be restricted from encroaching upon the capital, which was reserved for the benefit of her heirs. This intimation was far from being agreeable to our hero, who had been informed that this sum was absolutely at the lady's disposal, and had actually destined the greatest part of it for the payment of his debts, for defraying the expense of furnishing an elegant house and setting up a new equipage. Notwithstanding this disappointment, he resolved to carry on his plan upon the credit of his marriage, which was published in a very pompous article of the newspapers. A chariot was bespoke, a ready-furnished house immediately taken, and Dr. Fathom began to reappear in all his former splendor. His good friend the empiric, alarmed at this event, which not only raised our adventurer into the sphere of a dangerous rival, but also furnished him with means to revenge the ill office he had sustained at his hands on the adventure of the former match. For, by this time, Fathom had given him some hints, importing that he was not ignorant of his treacherous behavior. Roused, I say, by these considerations, he employed one of his emissaries, who had some knowledge of Fathom's brother-in-law, to prejudice him against our adventurer, whom he represented as a needy sharper, not only overwhelmed with debt and disgrace, but likewise previously married to a poor woman, who was prevented by nothing but want from seeking redress at law. To confirm these assertions, he gave him a detail of Fathom's encumbrances, which he had learned for the purpose, and even brought the counselor into company with the person who had lived with our hero before marriage, and who was so much incensed at her abrupt dismission that she did not scruple to corroborate these allegations of the informer. The lawyer, startled at this intelligence, set on foot a minute inquiry into the life and conversation of the doctor, which turned out so little to the advantage of his character and circumstances, that he resolved, if possible, to disunite him from his family. And, as a previous step, repeated to his sister all that he had heard to the prejudice of her husband, not forgetting to produce the evidence of his mistress, who laid claim to him by a prior title, which, she pretended, could be proved by the testimony of the clergyman who joined them. Such an explanation could not fail to inflame the resentment of the injured wife, who, at the very first opportunity, giving a loose to the impetuosity of her temper, upbraided our hero with the most bitter invectives for his perfidious dealing. Ferdinand, conscious of his own innocence, which he had not always to plead, far from attempting to soothe her indignation, assumed the authority and prerogative of a husband, and sharply reprehended her for her credulity and indecent warmth. This rebuke, instead of silencing, gave new spirit and volubility to her reproaches, in the course of which she plainly taxed him with want of honesty and affection, and said that, though his pretence was love, his aim was no other than a base design upon her fortune. Fathom, stung with these accusations, which he really did not deserve, replied with uncommon heat, and charged her in his turn with want of sincerity and candor. In the false account she had given of that same fortune before marriage. He even magnified his own condescension, in surrendering his liberty to a woman who had so little to recommend her to the addresses of the other sex. A reflection which provoked this mild creature to such a degree of animosity, that, forgetting her duty and allegiance, she lent him a box on the ear with such energy as made his eyes water. And he, for the honor of manhood and sovereignty, having washed her face with a dish of tea, withdrew abruptly to a coffee-house in the neighborhood, where he had not long remained, when his passion subsided, and he then saw the expediency of an immediate reconciliation, which he resolved to purchase, even at the expense of a submission. It was pity that such a salutary resolution had not been sooner taken. For when he returned to his own house, he understood that Mrs. Fathom had gone abroad in a hackney coach, and upon examining her apartment, in lieu of her clothes and trinkets, which she had removed with admirable dexterity and dispatch, he found this billet in one of the drawers of her bureau. "Sir, being convinced that you are a cheat and an impostor, I have withdrawn myself from your cruelty and machinations, with a view to solicit the protection of the law. And I doubt not but I shall soon be able to prove that you have no just title to, or demand upon, the person or effects of the unfortunate Sarah Muddy." The time had been when Mr. Fathom would have allowed Mrs. Muddy to refine at her leisure and blessed God for his happy deliverance, but at present the case was quite altered. Smarting as he was from the expense of lawsuits, he dreaded a prosecution for bigamy, which, though he had justice on his side, he knew he could not of himself support. Besides, all his other schemes of life were frustrated by this unlucky elopement. He therefore speedily determined to anticipate, as much as in him lay, the malice of his enemies, and to obtain, without delay, authentic documents of his marriage. With this view, he hastened to the house of the tradesman, who, with his wife, had been witness to the ceremony and consummation, and, in order to interest them the more warmly in his cause, made a pathetic recital of this unhappy breach, in which he had suffered such injury and insult. But all his rhetoric would not avail. Mrs. Muddy had been beforehand with him, and had proved the better orator of the two, for she had assailed this honest couple with such tropes and figures of eloquence as were altogether irresistible. Nevertheless, they heard our hero to an end with great patience. Then the wife, who was the common mouth upon all such occasions, contracting her features into a very formal disposition, "I'll assure you," said she, "Dr. Fathom, my husband and I have been in a very great terrification and numplush, to hear such bad things of a person, whom, as one may say, we thought a worthy gentleman, and were ready to serve at all times, by day and by night, as the saying is. And besides, for all that, you know, and God knows, as we are industrious people, and work hard for what we get, and we have served gentlemen to our own harm, whereby my husband was last Tuesday served with a sicerary, being that he was bound for an officer that ran away. And I said to my husband, Timothy, says I, 'Tis a very hard thing for one to ruin one's self for stranger people. There's Dr. Fathom, says I, his account comes to £49 7 shillings and 4 halfpenny, and you know, doctor, that was before your last bill began. But howsomever, little did I think, as how a gentleman of your learning would go to deceive a poor gentlewoman when you had another wife alive.' In vain did our adventurer endeavor to vindicate himself from this aspersion. The good woman, like a great many modern disputants, proceeded with her declamation, without seeming to hear what was said on the other side of the question, and the husband was altogether neutral. At length Ferdinand, finding all his protestations ineffectual, "Well," said he, "though you are resolved, I see, to discredit all that I can say in opposition to that scandalous slander, of which I can easily acquit myself in a court of justice, surely you will not refuse to grant me a certificate, signifying that you were present at the ceremony of my marriage with this unhappy woman." "You shall excuse us," replied the female orator. "People cannot be too wary in signing their names in this wicked world. Many a one has been brought to ruination by signing his name, and my husband shall not, with my goodwill, draw himself into such a preliminary." Fathom, alarmed at this refusal, earnestly argued against the inhumanity and injustice of it, appealing to their own consciences for the reasonableness of his proposal. But from the evasive answers of the wife, he had reason to believe that, long before the time of trial, they would take care to have forgotten the whole transaction. Though he was equally confounded and incensed at this instance of their perfidy, he durst not manifest his indignation, conscious of the advantage they had over him in divers respects, but repaired, without loss of time, to the lodging of the clergyman who had noosed him, resolved to consult his register and secure his evidence. Here, too, his evil genius had got the start of him, for the worthy ecclesiastic not only could not recollect his features or find his name in the register, but, when importuned by his pressing remonstrances, took umbrage at the freedom of his behavior, and threatened, if he would not immediately take himself away, to raise the posse of the fleet, for the safety of his own person. Rather than put the pastor to the trouble of alarming his flock, he retreated with a heavy heart and went in quest of his mistress, whom he had dismissed at his marriage, in hopes of effecting a reconciliation and preventing her from joining in the conspiracy against him. But alas! He met with such a reception as he had reason to expect from a slighted woman who had never felt any real attachment for his person. She did not upbraid him with his cruelty in leaving her as a mistress, but with a species of effrontery never enough to be admired, reproached him with his villainy in abandoning her, who was his true and lawful wife, to go and ruin a poor gentlewoman by whose fortune he had been allured. When he attempted to expostulate with this virago upon the barbarity of this assertion, she very prudently declined engaging in private conversation with such an artful and wicked man, and, calling up the people of the house, insisted upon his being conducted to the door. Chapter 56, in which his fortune is effectually strangled. The last resource, and that upon which he least depended, was the advice and assistance of his old friend the empiric, with whom he still maintained a slight correspondence, and to whose house he steered his course in great perplexity and tribulation. That gentleman, instead of consoling him with assurances of friendship and protection, faithfully recapitulated all the instances of his indiscretion and misconduct, taxed him with want of sincerity in the West India affair, as well as with want of honesty in this last marriage, while his former wife was alive, and, finally, reminded him of his notes, which he desired might be immediately taken up, as he, the quack, had present occasion for a sum of money. Ferdinand, seeing it would be impracticable to derive any succor from this quarter, sneaked homewards, in order to hold a consultation with his own thoughts. And the first object that presented itself to his eyes when he entered his apartment was a letter from the tradesman with his account enclosed, amounting to £45, which the writer desired might be paid without delay. Before he had time to peruse the articles, he received a summons, in consequence of a bill of indictment for bigamy, found against him in Hicks Hall by Sarah Muddy, widow, and while he was revolving measures to avert these storms, another billet arrived from a certain attorney, giving him to understand that he had orders from Dr. Buffalo, the quack, to sue him for the payment of several notes, unless he would take them up in 3 days from the date of this letter. Such a concurrence of sinister events made a deep impression upon the mind of our adventurer. All his fortitude was insufficient to bear him up against this torrent of misfortunes. His resources were all dried up, his invention failed, and his reflection began to take a new turn. "To what purpose," said he to himself, "have I deserted the paths of integrity and truth, and exhausted a fruitful imagination in contriving schemes to betray my fellow creatures? If, instead of acquiring a splendid fortune, which was my aim, I have suffered such a series of mortifications, and at last brought myself to the brink of inevitable destruction. By a virtuous exertion of those talents I inherit from nature and education, I might, long before this time, have rendered myself independent and, perhaps, conspicuous in life. I might have grown up like a young oak, which, being firmly rooted in its kindred soil, gradually raises up its lofty head, expands its leafy arms, projects a noble shade, and towers the glory of the plain. I should have paid the debt of gratitude to my benefactors, and made their hearts sing with joy for the happy effects of their benevolence. I should have been a bulwark to my friends, a shelter to my neighbors in distress. I should have run the race of honor, seen my fame diffused like a sweet-smelling odor, and felt the ineffable pleasure of doing good. Whereas I am, after a vicissitude of disappointments, dangers, and fatigues, reduced to misery and shame, aggravated by a conscience loaded with treachery and guilt. I have abused the confidence and generosity of my patron. I have defrauded his family, under the mask of sincerity and attachment. I have taken the most cruel and base advantages of virtue in distress. I have seduced unsuspecting innocence to ruin and despair. I have violated the most sacred trust reposed in me by my friend and benefactor. I have betrayed his love, torn his noble heart asunder, by means of the most perfidious slander and false insinuations. And finally, brought to an untimely grave the fairest pattern of human beauty and perfection. Shall the author of these crimes pass with impunity? Shall he hope to prosper in the midst of such enormous guilt? It were an imputation upon Providence to suppose it. Ah, no. I begin to feel myself overtaken by the eternal justice of heaven. I totter on the edge of wretchedness and woe, without one friendly hand to save me from the terrible abyss. These reflections, which perhaps the misery of his fellow creatures would never have inspired, had he himself remained without the verge of misfortune, were now produced from the sensation of his own calamities, and, for the first time, his cheeks were bedewed with the drops of penitence and sorrow. Contraries, saith Plato, are productive of each other. Reformation is oftentimes generated from unsuccessful vice, and our adventurer was, at this juncture, very well disposed to turn over a new leaf in consequence of those salutary suggestions, though he was far from being cured beyond the possibility of a relapse. On the contrary, all the faculties of his soul were so well adapted, and had been so long habituated to deceit, that in order to extricate himself from the evils that environed him, he would not, in all probability, have scrupled to practice it upon his own father, had a convenient opportunity occurred. Be that as it may, he certainly, after a tedious and fruitless exercise of his invention, resolved to effect a clandestine retreat from that confederacy of enemies which he could not withstand, and once more join his fortune to that of Rinaldo, whom he proposed to serve, for the future, with fidelity and affection, thereby endeavoring to atone for the treachery of his former conduct. Thus determined, he packed up his necessaries in a portmanteau, attempted to amuse his creditors with promises of speedy payment, and, venturing to come forth in the dark, took a place in the Canterbury stagecoach, after having converted his superfluities into ready money. These steps were not taken with such privacy as to elude the vigilance of his adversaries. For, although he had been cautious enough to transport himself and his baggage to the inn on Sunday evening, and never doubted that the vehicle, which set out at 4 o'clock on Monday morning, would convey him out of the reach of his creditors, before they could possibly obtain a writ for securing his person, they had actually taken such precautions as frustrated all his finesse. And the coach being stopped in the borough of Southwark, Dr. Fathom was seized by virtue of a warrant obtained on a criminal indictment, and was forthwith conducted to the prison of the King's Bench. Yet, not before he had, by his pathetic remonstrances, excited the compassion, and even drawn tears from the eyes of his fellow passengers. He no sooner recollected himself from the shock which must have been occasioned by this sinister incident, than he dispatched a letter to his brother-in-law, the counsellor, requesting an immediate conference, in which he promised to make such a proposal as would save him all the expense of a lawsuit and trial, and, at the same time, effectually answer all the purposes of both. He was accordingly favored with a visit from the lawyer, to whom, after the most solemn protestations of his own innocence, he declared that, finding himself unable to wage war against such powerful antagonists, he had resolved even to abandon his indubitable right and retire into another country in order to screen himself from persecution and remove all cause of disquiet from the prosecutrix, when he was, unfortunately, prevented by the warrant which had been executed against him. He said he was still willing, for the sake of his liberty, to sign a formal renunciation of his pretensions to Mrs. Fathom and her fortune, provided the deeds could be executed and the warrant withdrawn before he should be detained by his other creditors. And lastly, he conjured the barrister to spare himself the guilt and the charge of suborning evidence for the destruction of an unhappy man, whose misfortune was his only fault. The lawyer felt the force of his expostulations, and though he would by no means suppose him innocent of the charge of bigamy, yet, under the pretext of humanity and commiseration, he undertook to persuade his sister to accept of a proper release, which, he observed, would not be binding if executed during the confinement of Fathom. He therefore took his leave in order to prepare the papers, withdraw the action, and take such other measures as would hinder the prisoner from giving him the slip. Next day he returned with an order to release our hero, who, being formally discharged, was conducted by the lawyer to a tavern in the neighborhood, where the releases were exchanged, and everything concluded with amity and concord. This business being happily transacted, Fathom stepped into a hackney coach with his baggage, and was followed by a bailiff, who told him, with great composure, that he was again a prisoner at the suit of Dr. Buffalo, and desired the coachman to reconduct him to the lodging he had so lately discharged. Fathom, whose fortitude had been hitherto of the pagan temper, was now fain to reinforce it with the philosophy of Christian resignation, though he had not as yet arrived to such a pitch of self-denial as to forgive the counselor, to whose double dealing he imputed this new calamity. After having received the compliments of the jailer on his recommitment, he took pen, ink, and paper, and composed an artful and affecting epistle to the empiric, imploring his mercy, flattering his weakness, and demonstrating the bad policy of cooping up an unhappy man in a jail, where he could never have an opportunity of doing justice to his creditors. Nor did he forget to declare his intention of retiring into another country, where he might have some chance of earning a subsistence, which he had so long toiled for to no purpose in England. This last declaration he made in consequence of the jealous disposition of the quack, who he knew had long looked upon him in the odious light of an interloping rival. However, he reaped no benefit from this supplication, which served only to gratify the pride of Buffalo, who produced the extravagant encomiums which Fathom had bestowed upon him, as so many testimonials of his foes bearing witness to his virtue. Chapter 57. Fathom being safely housed, the reader is entertained with a retrospect. But now it is high time to leave our adventurer to chew the cud of reflection and remorse in this solitary mansion, that we may trace Rinaldo in the several steps he took to assert his right, and do justice to his family. Never man indulged a more melancholy train of ideas than that which accompanied him in his journey to the imperial court. For notwithstanding the manifold reasons he had to expect a happy issue to his aim, his imagination was incessantly infected with something that chilled his nerves and saddened his heart, recurring with quick succession, like the unwearied wave that beats upon the bleak, inhospitable Greenland shore. This, the reader will easily suppose, was no other than the remembrance of the forlorn Monimia, whose image appeared to his fancy in different attitudes, according to the prevalence of the passions which raged in his bosom. Sometimes he viewed her in the light of apostasy, and then his soul was maddened with indignation and despair. But these transitory blasts were not able to efface the impressions she had formerly made upon his heart, impressions which he had so often and so long contemplated with inconceivable rapture. These pictures still remained, representing her fair as the most perfect idea of beauty, soft and tender as an angel of mercy and compassion, warmed with every virtue of the heart, and adorned with every accomplishment of human nature. Yet the alarming contrast came still in the rear of this recollection, so that his soul was by turns agitated by the tempests of horror and overwhelmed by the floods of grief. He recalled the moment on which he first beheld her, with that pleasing regret which attends the memory of a dear deceased friend. Then he bitterly cursed it as the source of all his misfortunes and affliction. He thanked heaven for having blessed him with a friend to detect her perfidy and ingratitude, and then ardently wished he had still continued under the influence of her delusion. In a word, the loneliness of his situation aggravated every horror of his reflection, for, as he found himself without company, his imagination was never solicited, or his attention diverted from these subjects of woe. And he traveled to Brussels in a reverie fraught with such torments as must have entirely wrecked his reason, had not Providence interposed in his behalf. He was, by his postilion, conducted to one of the best inns of the place, where he understood the cloth was already laid for supper. And as the ordinary is open to strangers in all these houses of entertainment, he introduced himself into the company, with a view to alleviate, in some measure, his sorrow and chagrin by the conversation of his fellow guests. Yet he was so ill prepared to obtain the relief which he courted, that he entered the apartment and sat down to table, without distinguishing either the number or countenances of those who were present, though he himself did not long remain so unregarded. His mien and deportment produced a prepossession in his favor, and the air of affliction, so remarkable in his visage, did not fail to attract their sympathy and observation. Among the rest was an Irish officer in the Austrian service, who, having eyed Rinaldo attentively, "Sir," said he, rising, "if my eyes and memory do not deceive me, you are the Count de Melville, with whom I had the honor to serve upon the Rhine during the last war." The youth, hearing his own name mentioned, lifted up his eyes, and at once recognizing the other to be a gentleman who had been a captain in his father's regiment, ran forwards and embraced him with great affection. This was, in divers respects, a fortunate rencontre for young Melville, as the officer was not only perfectly well acquainted with the situation of the Count's family, but also resolved, in a few days, to set out for Vienna, whither he promised to accompany Rinaldo, as soon as he understood his route lay the same way. Before the day fixed for their departure arrived, this gentleman found means to insinuate himself so far into the confidence of the Count, as to learn the cause of that distress which he had observed in his features at their first meeting. And being a gentleman of uncommon vivacity, as well as sincerely attached to the family of Melville, to which he had owed his promotion, he exerted all his good humor and good sense in amusing the fancy, and reasoning down the mortification of the afflicted Hungarian. He in particular endeavored to wean his attention from the lost Monimia, by engaging it upon his domestic affairs, and upon the wrongs of his mother and sister, who, he gave him to understand, were languishing under the tyranny of his father-in-law. This was a note that effectually roused him from the lethargy of his sorrow, and the desire of taking vengeance on the oppressor, who had ruined his fortune and made his nearest relations miserable, so entirely engrossed his thoughts as to leave no room for other considerations. During their journey to Austria, Major Farrell, that was the name of his fellow traveler, informed him of many circumstances touching his father's house, to which himself was an utter stranger. "The conduct of your mother," said he, "in marrying Count Trebasi was not at all agreeable either to the friends of the Count de Melville or to her own relations, who knew her second husband to be a man of a violent temper and rapacious disposition, which the nature of his education and employment had served rather to inflame than allay. For you well know he was a partisan during the whole course of the late war. They were, moreover, equally surprised and chagrined when they found she took no step to prevent his seizing upon that inheritance which of right belonged to you, and which, by the laws of Hungary, is unalienable from the heir of blood. Nevertheless, they are now fully convinced that she hath more than sufficiently atoned for her indiscretion, by the barbarity of her husband, who hath not only secluded her from all communication with her friends and acquaintance, but even confined her to the west tower of your father's house, where she is said to be kept close prisoner, and subjected to all sorts of inconvenience and mortification. This severity she is believed to have incurred in consequence of having expostulated to him upon his unjust behavior to you and Mademoiselle, whom he hath actually shut up in some convent in Vienna, which your relations have not as yet been able to discover. But the memory of your noble father is so dear to all those who were favored with his friendship, and the sufferings of the Countess and Mademoiselle have raised such a spirit of resentment against her cruel jailer, that nothing is wanted but your presence to begin the prosecution and give a sanction to the measures of your friends, which will in a little time restore your family to the fruition of its rights and fortune. For my own part, my dear Count, I consider myself as one wholly indebted to your house for the rank and expectation I now enjoy, and my finances, interest, and person, such as they are, I dedicate to your service. Rinaldo was not slow in making his acknowledgments to this generous Hibernian, whom he informed of his scheme, recounting to him his uncommon transaction with the benevolent Jew, and communicating the letters of recommendation he had received by his means to some of the first noblemen at the imperial court. Meanwhile, he burned with impatience to chastise Count Trebasi for his perfidious conduct to the widow and the fatherless, and would have taken the road to Pressburg, without touching at Vienna, in order to call him to a severe account, had not he been strenuously opposed by Major Farrell, who represented the imprudence of taking such a step before he had secured a proper protection from the consequences with which it might be attended. "It is not," said he, "your own life and fortune only which depend upon your behavior in this emergency, but also the quiet and happiness of those who are most dear to your affection. Not you alone, but likewise your mother and sister, would infallibly suffer by your temerity and precipitation. First of all, deliver your credentials at court, and let us join our endeavors to raise an interest strong enough to counterbalance that of Trebasi. If we succeed, there will be no necessity for having recourse to personal measures. He will be compelled to yield up your inheritance which he unjustly detains, and to restore your sister to your arms, and if he afterwards refuses to do justice to the Countess, you will always have it in your power to evince yourself the son of the brave Count de Melville." These just and salutary representations had a due effect upon Rinaldo, who no sooner arrived at the capital of Austria than he waited upon a certain prince of distinction, to whose patronage he was commended, and from whom he met with a very cordial reception, not only on account of his credentials, but also for the sake of his father, who was well known to his highness. He heard his complaints with great patience and affability, assured him of his assistance and protection, and even undertook to introduce him to the Empress Queen, who would not suffer the weakest of her subjects to be oppressed, much less disregard the cause of an injured young nobleman, who, by his own services and those of his family, was peculiarly entitled to her favor. Nor was he the only person whose countenance and patronage Melville solicited upon this occasion. He visited all the friends of his father, and all his mother's relations, who were easily interested in his behalf, while Major Farrell contributed all his efforts in strengthening the association. So that a lawsuit was immediately commenced against Count Trebasi, who on his side was not idle, but prepared with incredible industry for the assault, resolving to maintain with his whole power the acquisition he had made. The laws of Hungary, like those of some other countries I could name, afford so many subterfuges for the purposes of perfidy and fraud, that it is no wonder our youth began to complain of the slow progress of his affair, especially as he glowed with the most eager desire of redressing the grievances of his parent and sister, whose sufferings he did not doubt were doubled since the institution of his process against their tormentor. He imparted his sentiments on this head to his friend, and, as his apprehensions every moment increased, plainly told him he could no longer live without making some effort to see those with whom he was so nearly connected in point of blood and affection. He therefore resolved to repair immediately to Pressburg, and, according to the intelligence he should procure, essay to see and converse with his mother, though at the hazard of his life. Chapter 58. Rinaldo abridges the proceedings at law, and approves himself the son of his father. The major, finding him determined, insisted upon attending him in this expedition, and they set out together for Pressburg, where they privately arrived in the dark, resolving to keep themselves concealed at the house of a friend until they should have formed some plan for their future operations. Here they were informed that Count Trebasi's castle was altogether inaccessible, that all the servants who were supposed to have the least veneration or compassion for the countess were dismissed, and that, since Rinaldo was known to be in Germany, the vigilance and caution of that cruel husband was redoubled to such a degree that nobody knew whether his unfortunate lady was actually alive or dead. Farrell, perceiving Melville exceedingly affected with this intimation, and hearing him declare that he would never quit Pressburg until he should have entered the house, and removed his doubts on that interesting subject, not only argued with great vehemence against such an attempt, as equally dangerous and indiscreet, but solemnly swore he would prevent his purpose by discovering his design to the family, unless he would promise to listen to a more moderate and feasible expedient. He then proposed that he himself should appear in the equipage of one of the traveling Savoyards who stroll about Europe, amusing ignorant people with the effects of a magic lanthorn, and in that disguise endeavor to obtain admittance from the servants of Trebasi, among whom he might make such inquiries as would deliver Melville from his present uneasy suspense. This proposal was embraced, though reluctantly, by Rinaldo, who was unwilling to expose his friend to the least danger or disgrace, and the major being next day provided with the habit and implements of his new profession, together with a ragged attendant who preceded him, extorting music from a paltry viol, approached the castle gate, and proclaimed his show so naturally in a yell, partaking of the scream of Savoy and the howl of Ireland, that one would have imagined he had been conductor to Madame Katharina from his cradle. So far his stratagem succeeded. He had not long stood in waiting before he was invited into the courtyard, where the servants formed a ring and danced to the efforts of his companion's skill. Then he was conducted into the buttery, where he exhibited his figures on the wall and his princess on the floor. And while they regaled him in this manner with scraps and sour wine, he took occasion to inquire about the old lady and her daughter, before whom he said he had performed in his last peregrination. Though this question was asked with all that air of simplicity which is peculiar to these people, one of the domestics took the alarm, being infected with the suspicions of his master, and plainly taxed the major with being a spy, threatening at the same time that he should be stripped and searched. This would have been a very dangerous experiment for the Hibernian, who had actually in his pocket a letter to the countess from her son, which he hoped fortune might have furnished him with an opportunity to deliver. When he therefore found himself in this dilemma, he was not at all easy in his own mind. However, instead of protesting his innocence in an humble and beseeching strain, in order to acquit himself of the charge, he resolved to elude the suspicion by provoking the wrath of his accuser, and, putting on the air of vulgar integrity affronted, began to reproach the servant in very insolent terms for his unfair supposition, and undressed himself in a moment to the skin, threw his tattered garments in the face of his adversary, telling him he would find nothing there which he would not be very glad to part with. At the same time raising his voice, he, in the gibberish of the clan he represented, scolded and cursed with great fluency, so that the whole house resounded with the noise. The valet's jealousy, like a smaller fire, was in a trice swallowed up in the greater flame of his rage and kindled by this abrupt address. In consequence of which, Farrell was kicked out at the gate, naked as he was to the waist, after his lanthorn had been broke to pieces on his head. And there he was joined by his domestic, who had not been able to recover his apparel and effect a retreat without incurring marks of the same sort of distinction. The major, considering the risk he must have run in being detected, thought himself cheaply quit for this moderate discipline, though he was really concerned for his friend Rinaldo, who, understanding the particulars of the adventure, determined, as the last effort, to ride round the castle in the open day, on pretence of taking the air, when peradventure the Countess would see him from the place of her confinement, and favor him with some mark or token of her being alive. Though his companion did not much relish this plan, which he foresaw would expose him to the insults of Tobias, yet, as he could not contrive a better, he acquiesced in Rinaldo's invention, with the proviso that he would defer the execution of it until his father-in-law should be absent in the chase, which was a diversion he every day enjoyed. Accordingly, they set a proper watch, and lay concealed until they were informed of Tobias's having gone forth, when they mounted their horses and rode into the neighborhood of the castle. Having made a small excursion in the adjoining fields, they drew nearer the walls, and at an easy pace had twice circled them, when Farrell descried, at the top of a tower, a white handkerchief waved by a woman's hand through the iron bars that secured the window. This signal being pointed out to Rinaldo, his heart began to throb with great violence. He made a respectful obeisance towards the part in which it appeared, and perceiving the hand beckoning him to approach, advanced to the very buttress of the turret, upon which, seeing something drop, he alighted with great expedition, and took up a picture of his father in miniature, the features of which he no sooner distinguished than the tears ran down his cheeks. He pressed the little image to his lips with the most filial fervor. Then, conveying it to his bosom, looked up to the hand, which waved in such a manner as gave him to understand it was high time to retire. Being by this time highly persuaded that his kind monitor was no other than the Countess herself, he pointed to his heart, in token of his filial affection, and laying his hand on his sword, to denote his resolution of doing her justice, he took his leave with another profound bow, and suffered himself to be reconducted to his lodging. Every circumstance of this transaction was observed by the servants of Count Tobias, who immediately dispatched a messenger to their lord, with an account of what had happened. Alarmed at this information, from which he immediately concluded that the stranger was young Melville, he forthwith quitted the chase, and returning to the castle by a private postern, ordered his horse to be kept ready saddled, in hope that his son-in-law would repeat the visit to his mother. This precaution would have been to no purpose, had Rinaldo followed the advice of Farrell, who represented the danger of returning to a place where the alarm was undoubtedly given by his first appearance, and exhorted him to return to Vienna for the prosecution of his suit, now that he was satisfied of his mother's being alive. In order to strengthen this admonition, he bade him recollect the signal for withdrawing, which was doubtless the effect of maternal concern, inspired by the knowledge of the Count's vigilance and vindictive disposition. Notwithstanding these suggestions, Melville persisted in his resolution of appearing once more below the tower, on the supposition that his mother, in expectation of his return, had prepared a billet for his acceptance, from which he might obtain important intelligence. The major, seeing him lend a deaf ear to his remonstrances, was contented to attend him in his second expedition, which he pressed him to undertake that same afternoon, as Tobias had taken care to circulate a report of his having gone to dine at the seat of a nobleman in the neighborhood. Our knight-errant and his squire, deceived by this finesse, presented themselves again under the prison of the countess, who no sooner beheld her son return than she earnestly entreated him to be gone by the same sign which she had before used. And he, taking it for granted that she was debarred the use of pen, ink, and paper, and that she had nothing more to expect, consented to retire, and had already moved to some distance from the house, when, in crossing a small plantation that belonged to the castle, they were met by Count Trebasi and another person on horseback. At sight of this apparition, the blood mounted into Rinaldo's cheeks, and his eyes began to lighten with eagerness and indignation, which was not at all diminished by the ferocious address of the Count, who, advancing to Melville with a menacing air, "Before you proceed," said he, "I must know with what view you have been twice today patrolling round my enclosures and reconnoitring the different avenues of my house. You likewise carry on a clandestine correspondence with some person in the family, of which my honor obliges me to demand an explanation." "Had your actions been always regulated by the dictates of honor," replied Rinaldo, "I should never have been questioned for riding round that castle, which you know is my rightful inheritance, or excluded from the sight of a parent who suffers under your tyranny and oppression. It is my part, therefore, to expostulate, and, since fortune hath favored me with an opportunity of revenging our wrongs in person, we shall not part until you have learned that the family of the Count de Melville is not to be injured with impunity. Here is no advantage on either side, in point of arms or number. You are better mounted than I am, and shall have the choice of the ground on which our difference ought to be brought to a speedy determination." Trebasi, whose courage was not of the sentimental kind, but purely owing to his natural insensibility of danger, instead of concerting measures coolly for the engagement, or making any verbal reply to this defiance, drew a pistol, without the least hesitation, and fired it at the face of Rinaldo, part of whose left eyebrow was carried off by the ball. Melville was not slow in returning the compliment, which, as it was deliberate, proved the more decisive. For the shot entering the Count's right breast made its way to the backbone with such a shock as struck him to the ground, upon which the other alighted in order to improve the advantage he had gained. During this transaction, Farrell had well-nigh lost his life by the savage behavior of Trebasi's attendant, who had been a hussar officer, and who, thinking it was his duty to imitate the example of his patron on this occasion, discharged a pistol at the major, before he had the least intimation of his design. The Hibernian's horse being a common hireling, and unaccustomed to stand fire, no sooner saw the flash of Trebasi's pistol than, starting aside, he happened to plunge into a hole, and was overturned at the very instant when the hussar's piece went off, so that no damage ensued to his rider, who, pitching on his feet, flew with great nimbleness to his adversary. Then, laying hold on one leg, dismounted him in a twinkling, and, seizing his throat as he lay, would have soon dispatched him without the use of firearms, had he not been prevented by his friend Rinaldo, who desired him to desist, observing that his vengeance was already satisfied, as the Count seemed to be in the agonies of death. The major was loth to quit his prey, as he thought his aggressor had acted in a treacherous manner. But recollecting that there was no time to lose, because, in all probability, the firing had alarmed the castle, he took his leave of the vanquished hussar, with a couple of hearty kicks, and, mounting his horse, followed Melville to the house of a gentleman in the neighborhood, who was kinsman to the Countess, and very well disposed to grant him a secure retreat, until the troublesome consequences of this rencontre should be overblown. Trebasi, though to the young gentleman he seemed speechless and insensible, had neither lost the use of his reason nor of his tongue, but affected that extremity, in order to avoid any further conversation with the victor. He was one of those people who never think of death until he knocks at the door, and then earnestly entreat him to excuse them for the present, and be so good as to call another time. The Count had so often escaped unhurt in the course of his campaigns that he looked upon himself as invulnerable, and set all danger at defiance. Though he had hitherto taken no care of the concerns of his soul, he had a large fund of superstition at bottom, and when the surgeon, who examined his wound, declared it was mortal, all the terrors of futurity took hold on his imagination. All the misdemeanors of his life presented themselves in aggravated colors to his recollection. He implored the spiritual assistance of a good priest in the neighborhood, who, in the discharge of his own conscience, gave him to understand that he had little mercy to expect, unless he would, as much as lay in his power, redress the injuries he had done to his fellow creatures. As nothing lay heavier upon his soul than the cruelty and fraud he had practiced upon the family of Count Melville, he earnestly besought this charitable clergyman to mediate his pardon with the Countess, and at the same time desired to see Rinaldo before his death, that he might put him in possession of his paternal estate, and solicit his forgiveness for the offense he had given. His lady, far from waiting for the priest's intercession, no sooner understood the lamentable situation of her husband, and found herself at liberty, than she hastened to his apartment, expressed the utmost concern for his misfortune, and tended him with truly conjugal tenderness and fidelity. Her son gladly obeyed the summons, and was received with great civility and satisfaction by his father-in-law, who, in presence of the judge and divers gentlemen assembled for that purpose, renounced all right and title to the fortune he had so unjustly usurped, disclosed the name of the convent to which Mademoiselle de Melville had been conveyed, dismissed all the agents of his iniquity, and being reconciled to his son-in-law, began to prepare himself in tranquillity for his latter end. The Countess was overwhelmed with an excess of joy, while she embraced her long-lost son, who had proved himself so worthy of his father. Yet this joy was embittered by reflecting that she was made a widow by the hands of that darling son. For, though she knew his honor demanded the sacrifice, she could not lay aside that regard and veneration which is attached to the name of husband, and therefore resolved to retire into a monastery, where she could spend the remainder of her life in devotion, without being exposed to any intercourse which might interfere with the delicacy of her sentiments on that subject. Chapter 59. He is the messenger of happiness to his sister, who removes the film which had long obstructed his penetration with regard to Count Fathom. As the most endearing affection had always subsisted between Rinaldo and his sister, he would not one moment deny himself the pleasure of flying to her embrace, and of being the glad messenger of her deliverance. Soon, therefore, as he understood the place of her retreat, and had obtained a proper order to the abbess, signed by Count Trebasi, he set out post for Vienna, still accompanied by his faithful Hibernian, and, arriving at the convent, found the abbess and the whole house so engrossed in making preparations for the ceremony of giving the veil next day to a young woman who had fulfilled the term of her probation, that he could not possibly see his sister with that leisure and satisfaction which he had flattered himself with enjoying at this meeting. And therefore he was fain to bridle his impatience for 2 days, and keep his credentials until the hurry should be over, that Mademoiselle might have no intimation of her good fortune, except from his own mouth. In order to fill up this tedious interval, he visited his friends at court, who were rejoiced to hear the happy issue of his excursion to Presburg. The prince, who was his particular patron, desired he would make himself perfectly easy with regard to the death of Count Trebasi, for he would take care to represent him in such a light to the Empress Queen, as would screen him from any danger or prosecution on that account. His Highness, moreover, appointed the following day for performing the promise he had made of presenting him to that august princess, and in the meantime prepossessed her so much in his favor, that when he approached her presence and was announced by his noble introductor, she eyed him with a look of peculiar complacency, saying, "I am glad to see you return to my dominions. Your father was a gallant officer, who served our house with equal courage and fidelity, and as I understand you tread in his footsteps, you may depend upon my favor and protection." He was so much overwhelmed with this gracious reception that, while he bowed in silence, the drops of gratitude trickled from his eyes, and Her Imperial Majesty was so well pleased with this manifestation of his heart that she immediately gave directions for promoting him to the command of a troop of horse. Thus Fortune seemed willing, and indeed eager to discharge the debt she owed him for the different calamities he had undergone. And as he looked upon the generous Hebrew to be the sole source of his success, he did not fail to make him acquainted with the happy effects of his recommendation and friendship, and to express, in the warmest terms, the deep sense he had of his uncommon benevolence, which, by the by, was still greater, with regard to Rinaldo, than the reader as yet imagines. For he not only furnished him with money for his present occasions, but also gave him an unlimited credit on a banker in Vienna, to whom one of his letters was directed. The ceremony of the nun's admission being now performed, and the convent restored to its former quiet, Melville hastened thither on the wings of brotherly affection, and presented his letter to the abbess, who, having perused the contents, by which she learned that the family disquiets of Count Trebasi no longer subsisted, and that the bearer was the brother of Mademoiselle, she received him with great politeness, congratulated him on this happy event, and, begging he would excuse her staying with him in the parlor, on pretense of business, withdrew, saying she would immediately send in a young lady who would console him for her absence. In a few minutes he was joined by his sister, who, expecting nothing less than to see Rinaldo, no sooner distinguished his features than she shrieked aloud with surprise and would have sunk upon the floor, had not he supported her in his embrace. Such a sudden apparition of her brother at any time, or in any place, after their long separation, would have strongly affected this sensible young lady. But to find him so abruptly in a place where she thought herself buried from the knowledge of all her relations, occasioned such commotions in her spirits as had well-nigh endangered her reason. For it was not till after a considerable pause that she could talk to him with connection or coherence. However, as those transports subsided, they entered into a more deliberate and agreeable conversation, in the course of which he gradually informed her of what had passed at the castle, and inexpressible was the pleasure she felt in learning that her mother was released from captivity, herself restored to freedom, and her brother to the possession of his inheritance, by the only means to which she had always prayed these blessings might be owing. As she had been treated with uncommon humanity by the abbess, she would not consent to leave the convent until he should be ready to set out for Presburg, so that they dined together with that good lady, and passed the afternoon in that mutual communication with which a brother and sister may be supposed to entertain themselves on such an occasion. She gave him a detail of the insults and mortifications she had suffered from the brutality of her father-in-law, and told him that her confinement in this monastery was owing to Trebasi having intercepted a letter to her from Rinaldo, signifying his intention to return to the empire in order to assert his own right and redress his grievances. Then turning the discourse upon the incidents of his peregrinations, she in a particular manner inquired about that exquisite beauty who had been the innocent source of all his distresses, and upon whose perfections he had often, in his letters to his sister, expatiated with indications of rapture and delight. This inquiry in a moment blew up that scorching flame which had been well-nigh stifled by other necessary avocations. His eyes gleamed, his cheeks glowed and grew pale alternately, and his whole frame underwent an immediate agitation, which being perceived by Mademoiselle, she concluded that some new calamity was annexed to the name of Monimia, and, dreading to rip up a wound which she saw was so ineffectually closed, she for the present suppressed her curiosity and concern, and industriously endeavored to introduce some less affecting subject of conversation. He saw her aim, approved of her discretion, and joining her endeavors expressed his surprise at her having omitted to signify the least remembrance of her old favorite, Fathom, whom he had left in England. He had no sooner pronounced this name than she suffered some confusion in her turn, from which, however, recollecting herself, "Brother," said she, "you must endeavor to forget that wretch, who is altogether unworthy of retaining the smallest share of your regard." Astonished, and indeed angry, at this expression, which he considered as the effect of malicious misrepresentation, he gently chid her for her credulity in believing the envious aspersion of some person, who repined at the superior virtue of Fathom, whom he affirmed to be an honor to the human species. "Nothing is more easy," replied the young lady, "than to impose upon a person, who, being himself unconscious of guile, suspects no deceit. You have been a dupe, dear brother, not to the finesse of Fathom, but to the sincerity of your own heart. For my own part, I assume no honor to my own penetration in having comprehended the villainy of that impostor, which was discovered, in more than one instance, by accidents I could not possibly foresee. You must know that Teresa, who attended me from my childhood, and in whose honesty I reposed such confidence, having disobliged some of the inferior servants, was so narrowly watched in all her transactions, as to be at last detected in the very act of conveying a piece of plate, which was actually found concealed among her clothes. You may guess how much I was astonished when I understood this circumstance. I could not trust to the evidence of my own senses, and should have still believed her innocent, in spite of ocular demonstration, had not she, in the terrors of being tried for felony, promised to make a very material discovery to the Countess, provided she would take such measures as would save her life. This request being complied with, she, in my hearing, opened up such an amazing scene of iniquity, baseness, and ingratitude, which had been acted by her and Fathom, in order to defraud the family to which they were so much indebted, that I could not have believed the human mind capable of such degeneracy, or that traitor endowed with such pernicious cunning and dissimulation, had not her tale been congruous, consistent, and distinct, and fraught with circumstances that left no room to doubt the least article of her confession, on consideration of which she was permitted to go into voluntary exile. She then explained their combination in all the particulars, as we have already recounted them in their proper place, and finally observed that the opinion she had hence conceived of Fathom's character was confirmed by what she had since learned of his perfidious conduct towards that very nun who had lately taken the veil. Perceiving her brother struck dumb with astonishment, and gaping with the most eager attention, she proceeded to relate the incidents of his double intrigue with the jeweller's wife and daughter, as they were communicated to her by the nun, who was no other than the individual Wilhelmina. After those rivals had been forsaken by their gallant, their mutual animosities and chagrin served to whet the attention and invention of each, so that in a little time the whole mystery stood disclosed to both. The mother had discovered the daughter's correspondence with Fathom, as we have formerly observed, by means of that unfortunate letter which he unwittingly committed to the charge of the old beldame. And as soon as she understood he was without the reach of all solicitation or prosecution, imparted this billet to her husband, whose fury was so ungovernable that he had almost sacrificed Wilhelmina with his own hands, especially when, terrified by his threats and imprecations, she owned that she had bestowed the chain on this perfidious lover. However, this dreadful purpose was prevented, partly by the interposition of his wife, whose aim was not the death but immurement of his daughter, and partly by the tears and supplication of the young gentlewoman herself, who protested that, although the ceremony of the church had not been performed, she was contracted to Fathom by the most solemn vows, to witness which he invoked all the saints in heaven. The jeweler, upon cooler consideration, was unwilling to lose the last spark of hope that glittered among the ruins of his despair, and resisted all the importunities of his wife, who pressed him to consult the welfare of his daughter's soul, in the fond expectation of finding some expedient to lure back the chain and its possessor. In the meantime, Wilhelmina was daily and hourly exposed to the mortifying animadversions of her mamma, who, with all the insolence of virtue, incessantly upbraided her with the backslidings of her vicious life, and exhorted her to reformation and repentance. This continual triumph lasted for many months, till at length, a quarrel happening between the mother and the gossip at whose house she used to give the rendezvous to her admirers, that incensed confidante, in the precipitation of her anger, promulgated the history of those secret meetings. And, among the rest, her interviews with Fathom were brought to light. The first people who hear news of this sort are generally those to whom they are most unwelcome. The German was soon apprised of his wife's frailty and considered the two females of his house as a couple of devils incarnate, sent from hell to exercise his patience. Yet, in the midst of his displeasure, he found matter of consolation in being furnished with a sufficient reason for parting with his helpmate, who had for many years kept his family in disquiet. He therefore, without hazarding a personal conference, sent proposals to her by a friend, which she did not think proper to reject. And seeing himself restored to the dominion of his own house, exerted his sway so tyrannically that Wilhelmina became weary of her life and had recourse to the comforts of religion, of which she soon became enamored, and begged her father's permission to dedicate the rest of her life to the duties of devotion. She was accordingly received in this convent, the regulations of which were so much to her liking that she performed the task of probation with pleasure and voluntarily excluded herself from the vanities of this life. It was here she had contracted an acquaintance with Mademoiselle de Melville, to whom she communicated her complaints of Fathom, on the supposition that he was related to the Count, as he himself had often declared. While the young lady rehearsed the particulars of this detail, Rinaldo sustained a strange vicissitude of different passions. Surprise, sorrow, fear, hope, and indignation raised a most tumultuous conflict in his bosom. Monimia rushed upon his imagination in the character of innocence betrayed by the insinuations of treachery. He with horror viewed her at the mercy of a villain who had broken all the ties of gratitude and honor. Affrighted at the prospect, he started from his seat, exclaiming in the most unconnected strain of distraction and despair, "Have I then nourished a serpent in my bosom? Have I listened to the voice of a traitor, who hath murdered my peace, who hath torn my heartstrings asunder, and perhaps ruined the pattern of all earthly perfection? It cannot be. Heaven would not suffer such infernal artifice to take effect. The thunder would be leveled against the head of the accursed projector." From this transport, compared with his agitation when he mentioned Monimia, his sister judged that Fathom had been the occasion of a breach between the two lovers. And this conjecture being confirmed by the disjointed answers he made to her interrogations upon the affair, she endeavored to calm his apprehensions by representing that he would soon have an opportunity of returning to England, where the misunderstanding might be easily cleared up, and that, in the meantime, he had nothing to fear on account of the person of his mistress, in a country where individuals were so well protected by the laws and constitution of the realm. At length, he suffered himself to be flattered with the fond hope of seeing Monimia's character triumph in the inquiry, of retrieving that lost jewel, and of renewing that ravishing intercourse and exalted expectation which had been so cruelly cut off. He now wished to find Fathom as black as he had been exhibited, that Monimia's apostasy might be numbered among the misrepresentations of his treachery and fraud. His love, which was alike generous and ardent, espoused the cause, and he no longer doubted her constancy and virtue. But when he reflected how her tender heart must have been wrung with anguish at his unkindness and cruelty in leaving her destitute in a foreign land, how her sensibility must have been tortured in finding herself altogether dependent upon a ruffian, who certainly harbored the most baleful designs upon her honor, how her life must be endangered both by his barbarity and her own despair. I say, when he reflected on these circumstances, he shuddered with horror and dismay. And that very night dispatched a letter to his friend the Jew, entreating him, in the most pressing manner, to employ all his intelligence in learning the situation of the fair orphan, that she might be protected from the villainy of Fathom until his return to England. Chapter 60. He recompenses the attachment of his friend and receives a letter that reduces him to the verge of death and distraction. This step being taken, his mind in some measure retrieved its former tranquility. He soothed himself with the prospect of a happy reconciliation with the divine Monimia, and his fancy was decoyed from every disagreeable presage by the entertaining conversation of his sister, with whom in 2 days he set out for Pressburg, attended by his friend the Major, who had never quitted him since their meeting at Brussels. Here they found Count Trebasi entirely rid of the fever which had been occasioned by his wound, and in a fair way of doing well. A circumstance that afforded unspeakable pleasure to Melville, whose manner of thinking was such as would have made him unhappy could he have charged himself with the death of his mother's husband, howsoever criminal he might have been. The Count's ferocity did not return with his health. His eyes were opened by the danger he had incurred, and his sentiments turned in a new channel. He heartily asked pardon of Mademoiselle for the rigorous usage she had suffered from the violence of his temper, thanked Rinaldo for the seasonable lesson he had administered to him, and not only insisted upon being removed from the castle to a house of his own in Pressburg, but proffered to make immediate restitution of all the rents which he had unjustly converted to his own use. These things being settled in the most amicable manner, to the entire satisfaction of the parties concerned, as well as of the neighboring noblesse, among whom the house of Melville was in universal esteem, Rinaldo resolved to solicit leave at the imperial court to return to England, in order to investigate that affair of Monimia, which was more interesting than all the points he had hitherto adjusted. But before he quitted Pressburg, his friend Farrell taking him aside one day, "Count," said he, "will you give me leave to ask if by my zeal and attachment for you I have had the good fortune to acquire your esteem?" "To doubt that esteem," replied Rinaldo, "were to suspect my gratitude and honor, of which I must be utterly destitute before I lose the sense of those obligations I owe to your gallantry and friendship, obligations which I long for a proper occasion to repay." "Well then," resumed the Major, "I will deal with you like a downright Swiss, and point out a method by which you may shift the load of obligation from your own shoulders to mine. You know my birth, rank, and expectations in the service. But perhaps you do not know that, as my expense has always unavoidably exceeded my income, I find myself a little out at elbows in my circumstances, and want to piece them up by matrimony. Of those ladies with whom I think I have any chance of succeeding, Mademoiselle de Melville seems the best qualified to render my situation happy in all respects. Her fortune is more than sufficient to disembarrass my affairs. Her good sense will be a seasonable check upon my vivacity. Her agreeable accomplishments will engage a continuation of affection and regard. I know my own disposition well enough to think I shall become a most dutiful and tractable husband, and shall deem myself highly honored in being more closely united to my dear Count de Melville, the son and representative of that worthy officer under whom my youth was formed. If you will therefore sanction my claim, I will forthwith begin my approaches, and doubt not, under your auspices, to bring the place to a capitulation." Rinaldo was pleased with the frankness of this declaration, approved of his demand, and desired him to depend upon his good offices with his sister, whom he sounded that same evening upon the subject, recommending the Major to her favor as a gentleman well worthy of her choice. Mademoiselle, who had never been exercised in the coquetries of her sex, and was now arrived at those years when the vanity of youth ought to yield to discretion, considered the proposal as a philosopher, and after due deliberation candidly owned she had no objection to the match. Farrell was accordingly introduced in the character of a lover, after the permission of the Countess had been obtained, and he carried on his addresses in the usual form, so much to the satisfaction of all concerned in the event, that a day was appointed for the celebration of his nuptials, when he entered into peaceable possession of his prize. A few days after this joyful occasion, while Rinaldo was at Vienna, where he had been indulged with leave of absence for 6 months, and employed in making preparations for his journey to Britain, he was one evening presented by his servant with a package from London, which he no sooner opened than he found enclosed a letter directed to him in the handwriting of Monimia. He was so much affected at sight of those well-known characters that he stood motionless as a statue, eager to know the contents, yet afraid to peruse the billet. While he hesitated in this suspense, he chanced to cast his eye on the inside of the cover and perceived the name of his Jewish friend at the bottom of a few lines, importing that the enclosed was delivered to him by a physician of his acquaintance, who had recommended it in a particular manner to his care. This intimation served only to increase the mystery and whet his impatience, and as he had the explanation in his hand, he summoned all his resolution to his aid, and, breaking the seal, began to read these words. Rinaldo will not suppose that this address proceeds from interested motives, when he learns that, before it can be presented to his view, the unfortunate Monimia will be no more. Here the light forsook Rinaldo's eyes, his knees knocked together, and he fell at full length insensible on the floor. His valet, hearing the noise, ran into the apartment, lifted him upon a couch, and dispatched a messenger for proper assistance, while he himself endeavored to recall his spirits by such applications as chance afforded. But before the Count exhibited any signs of life, his brother-in-law entered his chamber by accident, and as soon as he recollected himself from the extreme confusion and concern produced by this melancholy spectacle, he perceived the fatal epistle, which Melville, though insensible, still kept within his grasp. Justly suspecting this to be the cause of that severe paroxysm, he drew near the couch, and with difficulty read what is above rehearsed, and the sequel to this effect. Yes, I have taken such measures as will prevent it from falling into your hands, until after I shall have been released from a being embittered with inexpressible misery and anguish. It is not my intention, once loved, and still too fondly remembered youth, to upbraid you as the source of that unceasing woe which hath been so long the sole inhabitant of my lonely bosom. I will not call you inconstant or unkind. I dare not think you base or dishonorable, yet I was abruptly sacrificed to a triumphant rival before I had learned to bear such mortification, before I had overcome the prejudices which I had imbibed in my father's house. I was all at once abandoned to despair, to indigence and distress, to the vile practices of a villain who, I fear, hath betrayed us both. What have not I suffered from the insults and vicious designs of that wretch, whom you cherished in your bosom? Yet to these I owe this near approach to that goal of peace, where the cankerworm of sorrow will expire. Beware of that artful traitor, and endeavor to overcome that levity of disposition, which, if indulged, will not only stain your reputation, but also debauch the good qualities of your heart. I release you, in the sight of heaven, from all obligations. If I have been injured, let not my wrongs be visited on the head of Rinaldo, for whom shall be offered up the last fervent prayers of the hapless Monimia. This letter was a clue to the labyrinth of Melville's distress. Though the Major had never heard him mention the name of this beauty, he had received such hints from his own wife as enabled him to comprehend the whole of the Count's disaster. By the administration of stimulating medicines, Rinaldo recovered his perception, but this was a cruel alternative, considering the situation of his thoughts. The first word he pronounced was Monimia, with all the emphasis of the most violent despair. He perused the letter and poured forth incoherent execrations against Fathom and himself. He exclaimed, in a frantic tone, "She is lost forever, murdered by my unkindness. We are both undone by the infernal arts of Fathom. Execrable monster, restore her to my arms. If thou art not a fiend in reality, I will tear out thy false heart." So saying, he sprung upon his valet, who would have fallen a sacrifice to his undistinguishing fury, had not he been saved by the interposition of Farrell and the family, who disengaged him from his master's gripe by dint of force. Yet, notwithstanding their joint endeavors, he broke from this restraint, leaped upon the floor, and seizing his sword, attempted to plunge it in his own breast. When he was once more overcome by numbers, he cursed himself and all those who withheld him, swore he would not survive the fair victim who had perished by his credulity and indiscretion, and the agitation of his spirits increased to such a degree that he was seized with strong convulsions, which nature was scarce able to sustain. Every medical expedient was used to quiet his perturbation, which at length yielded so far as to subside into a continual fever and confirmed delirium, during which he ceased not to pour forth the most pathetic complaints touching his ruined love, and to rave about the ill-starred Monimia. The Major, half distracted by the calamity of his friend, would have concealed it from the knowledge of his family, had not the physician, by despairing of his life, laid him under the necessity of making them acquainted with his condition. The Countess and Mrs. Farrell were no sooner informed of his case than they hastened to the melancholy scene, where they found Rinaldo deprived of his senses, panting under the rage of an exasperated disease. They saw his face distorted, and his eyes glaring with frenzy. They heard him invoke the name of Monimia with a tenderness of accent which even the impulse of madness could not destroy. Then, with a sudden transition of tone and gesture, he denounced vengeance against her betrayer and called upon the north wind to cool the fervor of his brain. His hair hung in disheveled parcels, his cheeks were wan, his looks ghastly, his vigor was fled, and all the glory of his youth faded. The physician hung his head in silence, the attendants wrung their hands in despair, and the countenance of his friend was bathed in tears. Such a picture would have moved the most obdurate heart. What impression, then, must it have made upon a parent and sister, melting with all the enthusiasm of affection? The mother was struck dumb and stupefied with grief. The sister threw herself on the bed in a transport of sorrow, caught her loved Rinaldo in her arms, and was, with great difficulty, torn from his embrace. Such was the dismal reverse that overtook the late, so happy family of Melville. Such was the extremity to which the treachery of Fathom had reduced his best benefactor. 3 days did nature struggle with surprising efforts, and then the constitution seemed to sink under the victorious fever. Yet, as his strength diminished, his delirium abated, and on the 5th morning he looked round and recognized his weeping friends. Though now exhausted to the lowest ebb of life, he retained the perfect use of speech, and his reason being quite unclouded, spoke to each with equal kindness and composure. He congratulated himself upon the sight of shore after the horrors of such a tempest, called upon the Countess and his sister, who were not permitted to see him at such a conjuncture. And being apprised by the major of his reason for excluding them from his presence, he applauded his concern, bequeathed them to his future care, and took leave of that gentleman with a cordial embrace. Then he desired to be left in private with a certain clergyman, who regulated the concerns of his soul, and he being dismissed, turned his face from the light, in expectation of his final discharge. In a few minutes all was still and dreary. He was no longer heard to breathe, no more the stream of life was perceived to circulate. He was supposed to be absolved from all his cares, and an universal groan from the bystanders announced the decease of the gallant, generous, and tender-hearted Rinaldo. Come hither, ye whom the pride of youth and health, of birth and affluence inflames, who tread the flowery maze of pleasure, trusting to the fruition of ever-circling joys. Ye who glory in your accomplishments, who indulge the views of ambition and lay schemes for future happiness and grandeur, contemplate here the vanity of life. Behold how low this excellent young man is laid. Mowed down even in the blossom of his youth, when fortune seemed to open all her treasures to his worth. Such were the reflections of the generous Farrell, who, while he performed the last office of friendship, in closing the eyes of the much-lamented Melville, perceived a warmth on the skin, which the hand of death seldom leaves unextinguished. This uncommon sensation he reported to the physician, who, though he could feel no pulsation of the heart or arteries, conjectured that life still lingered in some of its interior haunts, and immediately ordered such applications to the extremities and surface of the body, as might help to concentrate and reinforce the natural heat. By these prescriptions, which for some time produced no sensible effect, the embers were in all probability kept glowing and the vital power revived. For, after a considerable pause, respiration was gradually renewed at long intervals, a languid motion was perceived at the heart, a few feeble and irregular pulsations were felt at the wrist, the clay-colored livery of death began to vanish from his face, the circulation acquired new force, and he opened his eyes with a sigh, which proclaimed his return from the shades of death. When he recovered the faculty of swallowing, a cordial was administered, and whether the fever abated in consequence of the blood, being cooled and condensed during the recess of action in the solids, or nature, in that agony, had prepared a proper channel for the expulsion of the disease, certain it is, he was from this moment rid of all bodily pain. He retrieved the animal functions, and nothing remained of his malady but an extreme weakness and languor, the effect of nature's being fatigued in the battle she had won. Unutterable was the joy that took possession of his mother and sister when Farrell flew into her apartment to intimate this happy turn. Scarce could they be restrained from pouring forth their transports in the presence of Rinaldo, who was still too feeble to endure such communication. Indeed, he was extremely mortified and dejected at this event, which had diffused such pleasure and satisfaction among his friends. For though his distemper was mastered, the fatal cause of it still rankled at his heart, and he considered this respite from death as a protraction of his misery. When he was congratulated by the major on the triumph of his constitution, he replied, with a groan, "I would to heaven it had been otherwise, for I am reserved for all the horrors of the most poignant sorrow and remorse. O Monimia, Monimia, I hoped by this time to have convinced thy gentle shade that I was, at least intentionally, innocent of that ruthless barbarity which hath brought thee to an untimely grave. Heaven and earth, do I still survive the consciousness of that dire catastrophe? And lives the atrocious villain who hath blasted all our hopes?" With these last words, the fire darted from his eyes, and his brother, snatching this occasional handle for reconciling him to life, joined in his exclamations against the treacherous Fathom, and observed that he should not, in point of honor, wish to die until he should have sacrificed that traitor to the maunays of the beauteous Monimia. This incitement acted as a spur upon exhausted nature, causing the blood to circulate with fresh vigor and encouraging him to take such sustenance as would recruit his strength and repair the damage which his health had sustained. His sister assiduously attended him in his recovery, flattering his appetite and amusing his sorrow at the same time. The clergyman assailed his despondence with religious weapons, as well as with arguments drawn from philosophy, and the fury of his passions being already expended, he became so tractable as to listen to his remonstrances. But notwithstanding the joint endeavors of all his friends, a deep fixed melancholy remained after every consequence of his disease had vanished. In vain they essayed to elude his grief by gaiety and diversions. In vain they tried to decoy his heart into some new engagement. These kind attempts served only to feed and nourish that melancholy which pined within his bosom. Monimia still haunted him in the midst of these amusements, while his reflection whispered to him, "Pleasures like these I might have relished with her participation." That darling idea mingled in all the female assemblies at which he was present, eclipsing their attractions and enhancing the bitterness of his loss, for absence, enthusiasm, and even his despair had heightened the charms of the fair orphan into something supernatural and divine. Time, that commonly weakens the traces of remembrance, seemed to deepen its impressions in his breast. Nightly, in his dreams, did he converse with his dear Monimia, sometimes on the verdant bank of a delightful stream, where he breathed in soft murmurs the dictates of his love and admiration. Sometimes reclined within the tufted grove, his arm encircled and sustained her snowy neck, whilst she, with looks of love ineffable, gazed on his face, invoking heaven to bless her husband and her lord. Yet, even in these illusions, was his fancy oft alarmed for the ill-fated fair. Sometimes he viewed her tottering on the brink of a steep precipice, far distant from his helping hand. At other times she seemed to sail along the boisterous tide, imploring his assistance. Then would he start with horror from his sleep, and feel his sorrows more than realized. He deserted his couch, he avoided the society of mankind, he courted sequestered shades where he could indulge his melancholy. There his mind brooded over his calamity until his imagination became familiar with all the ravages of death. It contemplated the gradual decline of Monimia's health, her tears, her distress, her despair at his imagined cruelty. He saw, through that perspective, every blossom of her beauty wither, every sparkle vanish from her eyes. He beheld her faded lips, her pale cheek, and her inanimated features, the symmetry of which not death itself was able to destroy. His fancy conveyed her breathless corse to the cold grave, o'er which, perhaps, no tear humane was shed, where her delicate limbs were consigned to dust, where she was dished out a delicious banquet to the unsparing worm. Over these pictures he dwelt with a sort of pleasing anguish, until he became so enamored of her tomb that he could no longer resist the desire that compelled him to make a pilgrimage to the dear hallowed spot, where all his once gay hopes lay buried, that he might nightly visit the silent habitation of his ruined love, embrace the sacred earth with which she was now compounded, moisten it with his tears, and bid the turf lie easy on her breast. Besides the prospect of this gloomy enjoyment, he was urged to return to England by an eager desire of taking vengeance on the perfidious Fathom, as well as of acquitting himself of the obligations he owed in that kingdom to those who had assisted him in his distress. He therefore communicated his intention to Farrell, who would have insisted upon attending him in the journey, had not he been conjured to stay and manage Rinaldo's affairs in his absence. Every previous step being taken, he took leave of the Countess and his sister, who had, with all their interest and elocution, opposed his design, the execution of which, they justly feared, would, instead of dissipating, augment his chagrin. And now, seeing him determined, they shed a flood of tears at his departure, and he set out from Vienna in a postchaise, accompanied by a trusty valet-de-chamber on horseback. Chapter 61. Rinaldo meets with a living monument of justice and encounters a personage of some note in these memoirs. As this domestic was very well qualified for making all the proper dispositions and adjusting every necessary article on the road, Rinaldo totally abstracted himself from earthly considerations and mused without ceasing on that theme which was the constant subject of his contemplation. He was blind to the objects that surrounded him. He scarce ever felt the importunities of nature, and had not they been reinforced by the pressing entreaties of his attendant, he would have proceeded without refreshment or repose. In this absence of mind did he traverse a great part of Germany, in his way to the Austrian Netherlands, and arrived at the fortress of Luxembourg, where he was obliged to tarry a whole day on account of an accident which had happened to his chaise. Here he went to view the fortifications, and as he walked along the ramparts, his ears were saluted with these words: "Heaven bless the noble Count de Melville. Will not he turn the eyes of compassion on an old fellow soldier reduced to misfortune and disgrace?" Surprised at this address, which was attended with the clanking of chains, Rinaldo lifted up his eyes, and perceived the person who spoke to be one of two malefactors shackled together, who had been sentenced for some crime to work as laborers on the fortifications. His face was so covered with hair, and his whole appearance so disguised by the squalid habit which he wore, that the Count could not recollect his features, until he gave him to understand that his name was Ratchcali. Melville immediately recognized his fellow student at Vienna and his brother volunteer upon the Rhine, and expressed equal surprise and concern at seeing him in such a deplorable situation. Nothing renders the soul so callous and insensible as the searing brands of infamy and disgrace. Without betraying the least symptoms of shame or confusion, "Count," says he, "this is the fate of war, at least of the war in which I have been engaged, ever since I took leave of the imperial army and retreated with your old companion Fathom. Long life to that original genius. If he is not unhappily eclipsed by some unfortunate interposition, before his terrene parts are purified, I foresee that he will shine a star of the first magnitude in the world of adventure." At mention of this detested name, Rinaldo's heart began to throb with indignation, yet he suppressed the emotion and desired to know the meaning of that splendid encomium which he had bestowed upon his confederate. "It would be quite unnecessary," replied Ratchcali, "for a man in my present situation to equivocate or disguise the truth. The nature of my disgrace is perfectly well known. I am condemned to hard labor for life, and unless some lucky accident, which I cannot now foresee, shall intervene, all I can expect is some alleviation of my hard lot from the generosity of such gentlemen as you, who compassionate the sufferings of your fellow creatures. In order to engage your benevolence the more in my behalf, I shall, if you will give me the hearing, faithfully inform you of some particulars, which it may import you to know, concerning my old acquaintance Ferdinand Count Fathom, whose real character hath perhaps hitherto escaped your notice. Then he proceeded to give a regular detail of all the strokes of finesse which he, in conjunction with our adventurer, had practiced upon Melville and others during their residence at Vienna and the campaigns they had made upon the Rhine. He explained the nature of the robbery, which was supposed to have been done by the Count's valet together with the manner of their desertion. He described his separation from Fathom, their meeting at London, the traffic they carried on in co-partnership, and the misfortune that reduced Ferdinand to the condition in which he was found by Melville. After having gratified the honest lawyer, said he, with a share of the unfortunate Fathom's spoils, and packed up all my own valuable effects, my new auxiliary Morris and I posted to Harwich, embarked in the packet-boat, and next day arrived at Helvoetsluys. From thence we repaired to the Hague in order to mingle in the gaieties of the place, and exercise our talents at play, which is there cultivated with universal eagerness. But chancing to meet with an old acquaintance, whom I did not at all desire to see, I found it convenient to withdraw softly to Rotterdam, from whence we set out for Antwerp, and, having made a tour of the Austrian Netherlands, set up our rest at Brussels, and concerted a plan for laying the Flemings under contribution. From our appearance, we procured admission into the most polite assemblies, and succeeded to a wonder in all our operations, until our career was unfortunately checked by the indiscretion of my ally, who, being detected in the very act of conveying a card, was immediately introduced to a magistrate. And this minister of justice was so curious, inquisitive, and clear-sighted that Count Morris, finding it impossible to elude his penetration, was fain to stipulate for his own safety, by giving up his friend to the cognizance of the law. I was accordingly apprehended, before I knew the cause of my arrest, and being unhappily known by some soldiers of the prince's guard, my character turned out so little to the approbation of the inquisitors, that all my effects were confiscated for the benefit of the state, and I was by a formal sentence condemned to labor on the fortifications all the days of my life, while Morris escaped at the expense of 500 stripes, which he received in public from the hands of the common executioner. Thus have I, without evasion or mental reservation, given a faithful account of the steps by which I have arrived at this barrier, which is likely to be the ne plus ultra of my peregrinations, unless the generous Count de Melville will deign to interpose his interest in behalf of an old fellow soldier, who may yet live to justify his mediation. Rinaldo had no reason to doubt the truth of this story, every circumstance of which tended to corroborate the intelligence he had already received touching the character of Fathom, whom he now considered with a double portion of abhorrence, as the most abandoned miscreant that nature had ever produced. Though Ratchcali did not possess a much higher place in his opinion, he favored him with marks of his bounty, and exhorted him, if possible, to reform his heart. But he would by no means promise to interpose his credit in favor of a wretch self-convicted of such enormous villainy and fraud. He could not help moralizing upon this rencontre, which inspired him with great contempt for human nature. And next day he proceeded on his journey with a heavy heart, ruminating on the perfidy of mankind, and, between whiles, transported with the prospect of revenging all his calamities upon the accursed author. While he was wrapped up in these reveries, his carriage rolled along, and had already entered a wood between Mons and Tournay, when his dream was suddenly interrupted by the explosion of several pistols that were fired among the thickets at a little distance from the road. Roused at this alarm, he snatched his sword that stood by him, and springing from the chaise, ran directly towards the spot, being close followed by his valet, who had alighted and armed himself with a pistol in each hand. About 40 yards from the highway, they arrived in a little glade or opening, where they saw a single man standing at bay against 5 banditti, after having killed one of their companions, and lost his own horse, that lay dead upon the ground. Melville, seeing this odds, and immediately guessing their design, rushed among them without hesitation, and in an instant ran, his sword through the heart of one whose hand was raised to smite the gentleman behind, while he was engaged with the rest in front. At the same time, the valet disabled another by a shot in the shoulder, so that the number being now equal on both sides, a furious combat ensued, every man being paired with an antagonist and each having recourse to swords, as all their pieces had been discharged. Rinaldo's adversary, finding himself pressed with equal fury and skill, retreated gradually among the trees, until he vanished altogether into the thickest of the wood. And his two companions followed his example with great ease, the valet-de-chamber being hurt in the leg, and the stranger so much exhausted by the wounds he had received before Rinaldo's interposition, that, when the young gentleman approached to congratulate him on the defeat of the robbers, he, in advancing to embrace his deliverer, dropped down motionless on the grass. The Count, with that warmth of sympathy and benevolence which was natural to his heart, lifted up the wounded cavalier in his arms, and carried him to the chaise in which he was deposited, while the valet-de-chamber reloaded his pistols, and prepared for a second attack, as they did not doubt that the banditti would return with a reinforcement. However, before they reappeared, Rinaldo's driver disengaged him from the wood, and in less than a quarter of an hour they arrived at a village, where they halted for assistance to the stranger, who, though still alive, had not recovered the use of his senses. After he was undressed and laid in a warm bed, a surgeon examined his body and found a wound in his neck by a sword, and another in his right side, occasioned by a pistol shot, so that his prognostic was very dubious. Meanwhile, he applied proper dressings to both, and in half an hour after this administration, the gentleman gave some tokens of perception. He looked around him with a wildness of fury in his aspect, as if he had thought himself in the hands of the robbers by whom he had been attacked. But when he saw the assiduity with which the bystanders exerted themselves in his behalf, one raising his head from the pillow, while another exhorted him to swallow a little wine which was warmed for the purpose, when he beheld the sympathizing looks of all present, and heard himself accosted in the most cordial terms by the person whom he recollected as his deliverer, all the severity vanished from his countenance. He took Rinaldo's hand and pressed it to his lips. And while the tears gushed from his eyes, "Praised be God," said he, "that virtue and generosity are still to be found among the sons of men." Everybody in the apartment was affected by this exclamation, and Melville, above all the rest, felt such emotions as he could scarcely restrain. He entreated the gentleman to believe himself in the midst of such friends as would effectually secure him from all violence and mortification. He conjured him to compose the perturbation of his spirits, and quiet the apprehensions of his mind with that reflection, and protested that he himself would not quit the house while his attendance should be deemed necessary for the stranger's cure, or his conversation conducive to his amusement. These assurances, considered with the heroic part which the young Hungarian had already acted in his behalf, inspired the cavalier with such a sublime idea of Melville that he gazed upon him with silent astonishment, as an angel sent from heaven for his succor, and, in the transport of his gratitude, could not help exclaiming, "Sure Providence hath still something in reserve for this unfortunate wretch, in whose favor such a miracle of courage and generosity hath interposed." Being accommodated with proper care and attendance, his constitution in a little time overcame the fever, and, at the third dressing, the surgeon declared him out of all danger from his wounds. Then was Rinaldo indulged with opportunities of conversing with the patient, and of inquiring into the particulars of his fortune and designs in life, with a view to manifest the inclination he felt to serve him in his future occasions. The more this stranger contemplated the character of the Count, the more his amazement increased, on account of his extraordinary benevolence in favor of a person whose merit he could not possibly know. He even expressed his surprise on this subject to Rinaldo, who at length told him that, although his best offices should always be ready for the occasions of any gentleman in distress, his particular attachment and regard to him was improved by an additional consideration. "I am no stranger," said he, "to the virtues and honor of the gallant Don Diego de Zelos." "Heaven and earth," cried the stranger, starting from his seat with extreme emotion, "do I then live to hear myself addressed by that long-lost appellation? My heart glows at the expression. My spirits are kindled with a flame that thrills through every nerve. Say, young gentleman, if you are really an inhabitant of earth, by what means are you acquainted with the unhappy name of Zelos?" In answer to this eager interrogation, Rinaldo gave him to understand that in the course of his travels he had resided a short time at Seville, where he had frequently seen Don Diego, and often heard his character mentioned with uncommon esteem and veneration. "Alas," replied the Castilian, "that justice is no longer done to the wretched Zelos. His honors are blasted, and his reputation canker-bitten by the venomous tooth of slander." He then proceeded to unfold his misfortunes, as they have already been explained in the former part of these memoirs, at the recapitulation of which, the heart of Melville, being entendered by his own calamities, was so deeply affected that he re-echoed the groans of Don Diego and wept over his sufferings with the most filial sympathy. When he repeated the story of that cruel fraud which was practiced upon him by the faithless Fadini, Melville, whose mind and imagination teemed with the villainies of Fathom, was immediately struck with the conjecture of his being the knave, because, indeed, he could not believe that any other person was so abandoned by principle and humanity as to take such a barbarous advantage of a gentleman in distress. Chapter 62. His return to England, and midnight pilgrimage to Monimia's tomb. He considered the date of that unparalleled transaction, which agreed with his conjecture, and from the inquiries he made concerning the person of the traitor, gathered reasons sufficient to confirm his supposition. Thus certified, "That is the villain," cried the Count, "whose infernal arts have overwhelmed me with such misery as heaven itself hath made no remedy to dispel. To revenge my wrongs on that perfidious miscreant is one of the chief reasons for which I deign to drag about an hateful being. O Don Diego, what is life, when all its enjoyments are so easily poisoned by the machinations of such a worm?" So saying, he smote his breast in all the agony of woe, and besought the Spaniard to relate the steps he took in consequence of this disaster. The Castilian's cheeks reddened at this information, which enforced his own resentment, and casting up his eyes to heaven, "Sacred powers," cried he, "let him not perish, before you bring him within my reach. You ask me, noble cavalier, what measures I took in this abyss of misery. For the first day, I was tortured with apprehensions for the friendly Fadini, fearing that he had been robbed and murdered for the jewels which he had, perhaps, too unwarily exposed to sale. But this terror soon vanished before the true presages of my fate, when, on the morrow, I found the whole family in tears and confusion, and heard my landlord pour forth the most bitter imprecations against the fugitive, who had deflowered his daughter and even robbed the house. You will ask, which of the passions of my heart were interested on this occasion? They were shame and indignation. All my grief flowed in another channel. I blushed to find my judgment deceived. I scorned to complain, but in my heart denounced vengeance against my base betrayer. I silently retired to my apartment in order to commune with my own thoughts. I had borne greater calamities without being driven to despair. I summoned all my fortitude to my assistance and resolved to live in spite of affliction. Thus determined, I betook myself to the house of a general officer, whose character was fair in the world, and having obtained admission in consequence of my oriental appearance, to a man of honor, said I, the unfortunate need no introduction. My habit proclaims me a Persian. This passport from the States of Holland will confirm that supposition. I have been robbed of jewels to a considerable value by a wretch whom I favored with my confidence, and now, reduced to extreme indigence, I come to offer myself as a soldier in the armies of France. I have health and strength sufficient to discharge that duty. Nor am I unacquainted with a military life, which was once my glory and occupation. I therefore sue for your protection, that I may be received, though in the lowest order of them that serve the king, and that your future favor may depend upon my behavior in that capacity. The general, surprised at my declaration, surveyed me with uncommon attention. He perused my certificate, asked divers questions concerning the art of war, to which I returned such answers as convinced him that I was not wholly ignorant in that particular. In short, I was enlisted as a volunteer in his own regiment, and soon after promoted to the rank of a subaltern, and the office of equerry to his own son, who, at that time, had attained to the degree of colonel, though his age did not exceed 18 years. This young man was naturally of a ferocious disposition, which had been rendered quite untractable by the pride of birth and fortune together with the license of his education. As he did not know the respect due to a gentleman, so he could not possibly pay it to those who were, unfortunately, under his command. Divers mortifications I sustained with that fortitude which became a Castilian who lay under obligations to the father, till at length, laying aside all decorum, he smote me. Sacred heaven! He smote Don Diego de Zelos, in presence of his whole household. Had my sword been endowed with sensation, it would of itself have started from its scabbard at this indignity offered to its master. I unsheathed it without deliberation, saying, "No, insolent boy, he is a gentleman whom thou hast outraged, and thou hast thus cancelled the ties which have hitherto restrained my indignation." His servants would have interposed, but he commanded them to retire, and flushed with that confidence which the impetuosity of his temper inspired, he drew in his turn and attacked me with redoubled rage. But his dexterity being very unequal to his courage, he was soon disarmed and overthrown, when, pointing my sword to his breast, "In consideration of thy youth and ignorance," said I spare that life which thou hast forfeited by thy ungenerous presumption." With these words, I put up my weapon, retired through the midst of his domestics, who, seeing their master safe, did not think proper to oppose my passage, and mounting my horse, in less than 2 hours entered the Austrian dominions, resolving to proceed as far as Holland, that I might embark in the first ship for Spain, in order to wash away, with my own blood, or that of my enemies, the cruel stain which hath so long defiled my reputation. This was the grievance that still corroded my heart, and rendered ineffectual the inhuman sacrifice I had made to my injured honor. This was the consideration that incessantly prompted, and still importunes me, to run every risk of life and fortune, rather than leave my fame under such an ignominious aspersion. I purpose to obey this internal call. I am apt to believe it is the voice of heaven, of that providence which manifested its care by sending such a generous auxiliary to my aid, when I was overpowered by banditti, on the very first day of my expedition. Having in this manner gratified the curiosity of his deliverer, he expressed a desire of knowing the quality of him to whom he was so signally obliged, and Rinaldo did not scruple to make the Castilian acquainted with his name and family. He likewise communicated the story of his unfortunate love, with all the symptoms of unutterable woe, which drew tears from the noble-hearted Spaniard, while with a groan that announced the load which overwhelmed his soul, "I had a daughter," said he, "such as you describe the peerless Monimia, had heaven decreed her for the arms of such a lover. I, who am now the most wretched, should have been the most happy parent upon earth." Thus did these new friends alternately indulge their mutual sorrow, and concert measures for their future operations. Melville earnestly solicited the Castilian to favor him with his company to England, where, in all probability, both would enjoy the gloomy satisfaction of being revenged upon their common betrayer, Fathom, and, as a farther inducement, he assured him that, as soon as he should have accomplished the melancholy purposes of his voyage, he would accompany Don Diego to Spain and employ his whole interest and fortune in his service. The Spaniard, thunderstruck at the extravagant generosity of this proposal, could scarce believe the evidence of his own senses, and, after some pause, replied, "My duty would teach me to obey any command you should think proper to impose. But here my inclination and interest are so agreeably flattered that I should be equally ungrateful and unwise in pretending to comply with reluctance." This point being settled, they moved forwards to Mons, as soon as Don Diego was in a condition to bear the shock of such a removal. And there remaining until his wounds were perfectly cured, they hired a post-chaise for Ostend, embarked in a vessel at that port, reached the opposite shore of England, after a short and easy passage, and arrived in London without having met with any sinister accident on the road. As they approached this capital, Rinaldo's grief seemed to regurgitate with redoubled violence. His memory was waked to the most minute and painful exertion of its faculties. His imagination teemed with the most afflicting images, and his impatience became so ardent that never lover panted more eagerly for the consummation of his wishes than Melville for an opportunity of stretching himself upon the grave of the lost Monimia. The Castilian was astonished, as well as affected, at the poignancy of his grief, which, as a proof of his susceptibility and virtue, endeared him still more to his affection. And though his own misfortunes had rendered him very unfit for the office of a comforter, he endeavored, by soothing discourse, to moderate the excess of his friend's affliction. Though it was dark when they alighted at the inn, Melville ordered a coach to be called, and, being attended by the Spaniard, who would not be persuaded to quit him upon such an occasion, he repaired to the house of the generous Jew, whose room distilled very plentifully at his approach. The Count had already acquitted himself in point of pecuniary obligations to this benevolent Hebrew. And now, after having made such acknowledgments as might be expected from a youth of his disposition, he begged to know by what channel he had received that letter which he had been so kind as to forward to Vienna. Joshua, who was ignorant of the contents of that epistle, and saw the young gentleman extremely moved, would have eluded his inquiry, by pretending he had forgot the circumstance. But when he understood the nature of the case, which was not explained without the manifestation of the utmost inquietude, he heartily condoled the desponding lover, telling him he had in vain employed all his intelligence about that unfortunate beauty, in consequence of Melville's letter to him on that subject, and then directed him to the house of the physician, who had brought the fatal billet which had made him miserable. No sooner did he receive this information than he took his leave abruptly, with promise of returning next day, and hied him to the lodgings of that gentleman, whom he was lucky enough to find at home, being favored with a private audience. "When I tell you," said he, "that my name is Rinaldo Count de Melville, you will know me to be the most unfortunate of men. By that letter, which you committed to the charge of my worthy friend Joshua, the fatal veil was removed from my eyes, which had been so long darkened by the artifices of incredible deceit, and my own incurable misery fully presented to my view. If you were acquainted with the unhappy fair, who hath fallen a victim to my mistake, you will have some idea of the insufferable pangs which I now feel in recollecting her fate. If you have compassion for these pangs, you will not refuse to conduct me to the spot where the dear remains of Monimia are deposited. There let me enjoy a full banquet of woe. There let me feast that worm of sorrow that preys upon my heart. For such entertainment have I revisited this, to me, ill-omened isle. For this satisfaction I intrude upon your condescension at these unseasonable hours. For to such a degree of impatience is my affliction wedded, that no slumber shall assail mine eyelids, no peace reside within my bosom, until I shall have adored that earthly shrine where my Monimia lies. Yet would I know the circumstances of her fate. Did heaven ordain no angel to minister to her distress? Were her last moments comfortless? Ha, was not she abandoned to indigence, to insults, left in the power of that inhuman villain who betrayed us both? Sacred heaven, why did Providence wink at the triumph of such consummate perfidy? The physician, having listened with complacency to this effusion, replied, "It is my profession, it is my nature to sympathize with the afflicted. I am a judge of your feelings, because I know the value of your loss. I attended the incomparable Monimia in her last illness, and am well enough acquainted with her story to conclude that she fell a sacrifice to an unhappy misunderstanding, affected and fomented by that traitor who abused your mutual confidence." He then proceeded to inform him of all the particulars which we have already recorded, touching the destiny of the beauteous orphan, and concluded with telling him he was ready to yield him any other satisfaction which it was in his power to grant. The circumstances of the tale had put Rinaldo's spirits into such commotion that he could utter nothing but interjections and unconnected words. When Fathom's behavior was described, he trembled with fierce agitation, started from his chair, pronouncing, "Monster! Fiend! But we shall one day meet." When he was made acquainted with the benevolence of the French lady, he exclaimed, "O heaven-born charity and compassion! Sure that must be some spirit of grace sent hither to mitigate the tortures of life. Where shall I find her, to offer up my thanks and adoration?" Having heard the conclusion of the detail, he embraced the relator, as the kind benefactor of Monimia shed a flood of tears in his bosom, and pressed him to crown the obligation, by conducting him to the solitary place where now she rested from all her cares. The gentleman, perceiving the transports of his grief were such as could not be opposed, complied with his request, attended him in the vehicle, and directed the coachman to drive to a sequestered field at some distance from the city, where stood the church, within whose awful aisle this scene was to be acted. The sexton, being summoned from his bed, produced the keys, in consequence of a gratification, after the physician had communed with him apart, and explained the intention of Rinaldo's visit. During this pause, the soul of Melville was wound up to the highest pitch of enthusiastic sorrow. The uncommon darkness of the night, the solemn silence, and lonely situation of the place, conspired with the occasion of his coming, and the dismal images of his fancy, to produce a real rapture of gloomy expectation, which the whole world would not have persuaded him to disappoint. The clock struck 12, the owls screeched from the ruined battlement, the door was opened by the sexton, who, by the light of a glimmering taper, conducted the despairing lover to a dreary aisle and stamped upon the ground with his foot, saying, "Here the young lady lies interred." Melville no sooner received this intimation than, falling on his knees and pressing his lips to the hallowed earth, "Peace," cried he, "to the gentle tenant of this silent habitation." Then, turning to the bystanders with a bloodshot eye, said, "Leave me to the full enjoyment of this occasion. My grief is too delicate to admit the company even of my friends. The rites to be performed require privacy. Adieu, then, here must I pass the night alone." The doctor, alarmed at this declaration, which he was afraid imported some resolution fatal to his own life, began to repent of having been accessory to the visit, attempted to dissuade him from his purpose, and finding him obstinately determined, called in the assistance of the sexton and coachman, and solicited the aid of Don Diego to force Rinaldo from the execution of his design. The Castilian, knowing his friend was then very unfit for common altercation, interposed in the dispute, saying, "You need not be afraid that he will obey the dictates of despair. His religion, his honor will baffle such temptations. He hath promised to reserve his life for the occasions of his friend, and he shall not be disappointed in his present aim." In order to corroborate this peremptory address, which was delivered in the French language, he unsheathed his sword, and the others retreating at sight of his weapon, "Count," said he, "enjoy your grief in full transport. I will screen you from interruption, though at the hazard of my life, and while you give a loose to sorrow within the ghastly vault, I will watch till morning in the porch and meditate upon the ruin of my own family and peace." He accordingly prevailed upon the physician to retire, after he had satisfied the sexton, and ordered the coachman to return by break of day. Rinaldo, thus left alone, prostrated himself upon the grave, and poured forth such lamentations as would have drawn tears from the most savage hearer. He called aloud upon Monimia's name, "Are these the nuptial joys to which our fate hath doomed us? Is this the fruit of those endearing hopes, that intercourse divine, that raptured admiration, in which so many hours insensibly elapsed? Where now are those attractions to which I yielded up my captive heart? Quenched are those genial eyes that gladdened each beholder, and shone the planets of my happiness and peace? Cold, cold and withered are those lips that swelled with love, and far outblushed the damask rose. And forever silenced is that tongue, whose eloquence had power to lull the pangs of misery and care. No more shall my attention be ravished with the music of that voice, which used to thrill in soft vibrations to my soul. O sainted spirit! O unspotted shade of her whom I adored, of her whose memory I shall still revere with ever-bleeding sorrow and regret, of her whose image will be the last idea that forsakes this hapless bosom. Now art thou conscious of my integrity and love, now dost thou behold the anguish that I feel. If the pure essence of thy nature will permit, Wilt thou, ah, wilt thou indulge this wretched youth with some kind signal of thy notice, with some token of thy approbation? Wilt thou assume a medium of embodied air, in semblance of that lovely form which now lies mouldering in this dreary tomb, and speak the words of peace to my distempered soul? Return, Monimia, appear, though but for one short moment, to my longing eyes. Vouchsafe one smile. Rinaldo will be satisfied. Rinaldo's heart will be at rest. His grief no more will overflow its banks, but glide with equal current to his latest hour. Alas! These are the raving of my delirious sorrow. Monimia hears not my complaints. Her soul, sublimed far, far above all sublunary cares, enjoys that felicity of which she was debarred on earth. In vain I stretch these eyes, environed with darkness undistinguishing and void. No object meets my view, no sound salutes mine ear, except the noisy wind that whistles through these vaulted caves of death. In this kind of exclamation did Rinaldo pass the night, not without a certain species of woeful enjoyment, which the soul is often able to conjure up from the depths of distress. Insomuch that, when the morning intruded on his privacy, he could scarce believe it was the light of day, so fast had fleeted the minutes of his devotion. His heart being thus disburdened, and his impatience gratified, he became so calm and composed that Don Diego was equally pleased and astonished at the air of serenity with which he came forth, and embraced him with warm acknowledgments of his goodness and attachment. He frankly owned that his mind was now more at ease than he had ever found it, since he first received the fatal intimation of his loss, that a few such feasts would entirely moderate the keen appetite of his sorrow, which he would afterwards feed with less precipitation. He also imparted to the Castilian the plan of a monument, which he had designed for the incomparable Monimia, and Don Diego was so much struck with the description that he solicited his advice in projecting another, of a different nature, to be erected to the memory of his own ill-fated wife and daughter, should he ever be able to re-establish himself in Spain. Chapter 63. He renews the rites of sorrow and is entranced. While they amused themselves with this sort of conversation, the physician returned with the coach and accompanied them back to their inn, where he left them to their repose, after having promised to call again at noon and conduct Rinaldo to the house of Madame Clement, the benefactress of Monimia, to whom he eagerly desired to be introduced. The appointment was observed with all imaginable punctuality on both sides. Melville had arrayed himself in a suit of deep mourning, and he found the good lady in the like habit, assumed upon the same occasion. The goodness of her heart was manifest in her countenance. The sensibility of the youth discovered itself in a flood of tears, which he shed at her appearance. His sensations were too full for utterance, nor was she, for some time, able to give him welcome. While she led him by the hand to a seat, the drops of sympathy rushed into either eye, and at length she broke silence, saying, "Count, we must acquiesce in the dispensations of Providence, and quiet the transports of our grief with a full assurance that Monimia is happy." This name was the key that unlocked the faculty of his speech. "I must strive," said he, "to ease the anguish of my heart with that consolation. But say, humane, benevolent lady, to whose compassion and generosity that hapless orphan was indebted for the last peaceful moment she enjoyed upon earth. Say, in all your acquaintance with human nature, in all your intercourse with the daughters of men, in all the exercise of your charity and beneficence, did you ever observe such sweetness, purity, and truth? Such beauty, sense, and perfection, as that which was the inheritance of her whose fate I shall forever deplore? She was, indeed, replied the lady, the best and fairest of our sex. This was the beginning of a conversation touching that lovely victim, in the course of which he explained those wicked arts which Fathom practiced to alienate his affections from the adorable Monimia, and she described the cunning hints and false insinuations by which that traitor had aspersed the unsuspecting lover, and soiled his character in the opinion of the virtuous orphan. The intelligence he obtained on this occasion added indignation to his grief. The whole mystery of Monimia's behavior, which he could not before explain, now stood disclosed before him. He saw the gradual progress of that infernal plan which had been laid for their mutual ruin, and his soul was inflamed with such desire of vengeance that he would have taken his leave abruptly, in order to set on foot an immediate inquiry about the perfidious author of his wrongs, that he might exterminate such a monster of iniquity from the face of the earth. But he was restrained by Madame Clement, who gave him to understand that Fathom was already overtaken by the vengeance of heaven, for she had traced him in all the course of his fortune, from his first appearance in the medical sphere to his total eclipse. She represented the villain as a wretch altogether unworthy of his attention. She said he was so covered with infamy that no person could enter the lists against him without bearing away some stain of dishonor, that he was, at present, peculiarly protected by the law and sheltered from the resentment of Rinaldo in the cavern of his disgrace. Melville, glowing with rage, replied that he was a venomous serpent, which it was incumbent on every foot to crush, that it was the duty of every man to contribute his whole power in freeing society from such a pernicious hypocrite, and that, if such instances of perfidy and ingratitude were suffered to pass with impunity, virtue and plain-dealing would soon be expelled from the habitations of men. Over and above these motives, said he, I own myself so vitiated with the alloy of human passion and infirmity that I eagerly pant for an occasion of meeting him hand to hand, where I may upbraid him with his treachery and shower down vengeance and destruction on his perfidious head. Then he recounted the anecdotes of our adventurer, which he had learned in Germany and Flanders, and concluded with declaring his unalterable resolution of releasing him from jail, that he might have an opportunity of sacrificing him, with his own hand, to the manes of Monimia. The discreet lady, perceiving the perturbation of his mind, would not further combat the impetuosity of his passion, contenting herself with exacting a promise that he would not execute his purpose until he should have deliberated 3 days upon the consequences by which a step of that kind might be attended. Before the expiration of that term, she thought measures might be taken to prevent the young gentleman from exposing his life or reputation to unnecessary hazard. Having complied with her request in this particular, he took his leave, after he had, by repeated entreaties, prevailed upon her to accept a jewel, in token of his veneration for the kind benefactress of the deceased Monimia. Nor could his generous heart be satisfied until he had forced a considerable present on the humane physician who had attended her in her last moments, and now discovered a particular sympathy and concern for her desponding lover. This gentleman attended him to the house of the benevolent Joshua, where they dined, and where Don Diego was recommended, in the most fervid terms of friendship, to the good offices of their host. Not that this duty was performed in presence of the stranger, Rinaldo's delicacy would not expose his friend to such a situation. While the physician, before dinner, entertained that stranger in one apartment, Melville withdrew into another, with the Jew, to whom he disclosed the affair of the Castilian, with certain circumstances, which shall, in due time, be revealed. Joshua's curiosity being whetted by this information, he could not help eyeing the Spaniard at table with such a particular stare, that Don Diego perceived his attention and took umbrage at the freedom of his regard. Being unable to conceal his displeasure, he addressed himself to the Hebrew, with great solemnity, in the Spanish tongue, saving, Signor, is there any singularity in my appearance? Or, do you recollect the features of Don Diego de Zelos? "Signor Don Diego," replied the other in pure Castilian, "I crave your pardon for the rudeness of my curiosity, which prompted me to survey a nobleman whose character I revere and to whose misfortunes I am no stranger. Indeed, were curiosity alone concerned, I should be without excuse. But as I am heartily inclined to serve you, as far as my weak abilities extend, I hope your generosity will not impute any little involuntary trespass of punctilio to my want of cordiality or esteem." The Spaniard was not only appeased by this apology, but also affected with the compliment, and the language in which it was conveyed. He thanked the Jew for his kind declaration, entreated him to bear, with the peevishness of a disposition sore with the galling hand of affliction, and turning up his eyes to heaven, "Were it possible," cried he, "for fate to reconcile contradictions and recall the irremediable current of events, I would now believe that there was happiness still in reserve for the forlorn Zelos, now that I tread the land of freedom and humanity, now that I find myself befriended by the most generous of men. Alas! I ask not happiness. If, by the kind endeavors of the gallant Count de Melville, to whom I am already indebted for my life, and by the efforts of his friends, the honor of my name shall be purified and cleared from the poisonous stains of malice by which it is at present spotted, I shall then enjoy all that satisfaction which destiny can bestow upon a wretch whose woes are incurable." Rinaldo comforted him with the assurance of his being on the eve of triumphing over his adversaries, and Joshua confirmed the consolation by giving him to understand that he had correspondents in Spain of some influence in the state, that he had already written to them on the subject of Don Diego in consequence of a letter which he had received from Melville while he tarried at Mons, and that he, every post, expected a favorable answer on that subject. After dinner, the physician took his leave, though not before he had promised to meet Rinaldo at night, and accompany him in the repetition of his midnight visit to Monimia's tomb. For this pilgrimage, the unfortunate youth resolved nightly to perform during the whole time of his residence in England. It was, indeed, a sort of pleasure, the prospect of which enabled him to bear the toil of living through the day, though his patience was almost quite exhausted before the hour of assignation arrived. When the doctor appeared with the coach, he leaped into it with great eagerness, after he had, with much difficulty, prevailed with Don Diego to stay at home, on account of his health, which was not yet perfectly established. The Castilian, however, would not comply with his request until he had obtained the Count's promise that he should be permitted to accompany him next night and take that duty alternately with the physician. About midnight, they reached the place, where they found the sexton in waiting, according to the orders he had received. The door was opened, the mourner conducted to the tomb, and left, as before, to the gloom of his own meditations. Again he laid himself on the cold ground. Again he renewed his lamentable strain. His imagination began to be heated into an ecstasy of enthusiasm, during which he again fervently invoked the spirit of his deceased Monimia. In the midst of these invocations, his ear was suddenly invaded with the sound of some few solemn notes issuing from the organ, which seemed to feel the impulse of an invisible hand. At this awful salutation, Melville was roused to the keenest sense of surprise and attention. Reason shrunk before the thronging ideas of his fancy, which represented this music as the prelude to something strange and supernatural. And, while he waited for the sequel, the place was suddenly illuminated, and each surrounding object brought under the cognizance of his eye. What passed within his mind on this occasion is not easy to be described. All his faculties were swallowed up by those of seeing and hearing. He had mechanically raised himself upon one knee, with his body advancing forwards, and in this attitude he gazed with a look through which his soul seemed eager to escape. To his view, thus strained upon vacant space, in a few minutes appeared the figure of a woman arrayed in white, with a veil that covered her face and flowed down upon her back and shoulders. The phantom approached him with an easy step, and, lifting up her veil, discovered, believe it, O reader, the individual countenance of Monimia. At sight of these well-known features, seemingly improved with new celestial graces, the youth became a statue, expressing amazement, love, and awful adoration. He saw the apparition smile with meek benevolence, divine compassion, warm and entendered by that fond pure flame which death could not extinguish. He heard the voice of his Monimia call Rinaldo. Thrice he essayed to answer, as oft his tongue denied its office. His hair stood upright, and a cold vapor seemed to thrill through every nerve. This was not fear, but the infirmity of human nature, oppressed by the presence of a superior being. At length his agony was overcome. He recollected all his resolution, and in a strain of awestruck rapture, thus addressed the heavenly visitant. Hast thou then heard, pure spirit, the wailings of my grief? Haste thou descended from the realms of bliss, in pity to my woe? And art thou come to speak the words of peace to my desponding soul? To bid the wretched smile, to lift the load of misery and care from the afflicted breast, to fill thy lover's heart with joy and pleasing hope, was still the darling task of my Monimia, ere yet refined to that perfection which mortality can never attain. No wonder then, blessed shade, that now, when reunited to thy native heaven, thou art still kind, propitious, and beneficent to us, who groan in this inhospitable vale of sorrow thou hast left. Tell me, tell me, dost thou still remember those fond hours we passed together? Doth that enlightened bosom feel a pang of soft regret when thou recallest our fatal separation? Sure that meekened glance bespeaks thy sympathy. Ah, how that tender look o'erpours me! Sacred heaven, the pearly drops of pity trickle down thy cheeks. Such are the tears that angels shed o'er man's distress. Turn not away, thou beckonest me to follow. Yes, I will follow thee, ethereal spirit, as far as these weak limbs, encumbered with mortality, will bear my weight, and, would to heaven, I could, with ease, put off these vile corporeal shackles and attend thy flight. So saying, he started from the ground, and in a transport of eager expectation at awful distance, traced the footsteps of the apparition, which, entering a detached apartment, sunk down upon a chair, and with a sigh exclaimed, "Indeed, this is too much." What was the disorder of Rinaldo's mind when he perceived this phenomenon? Before reflection could perform its office, moved by a sudden impulse, he sprung forwards, crying, "If it be death to touch thee, let me die." And caught in his arms, not the shadow, but the warm substance of the all-accomplished Monimia. Mysterious powers of Providence, this is no phantom, this is no shade. This is the life, the panting bosom of her whom I have so long, so bitterly deplored. I fold her in my arms. I press her glowing breast to mine. I see her blush with virtuous pleasure and ingenuous love. She smiles upon me with enchanting tenderness. Oh, let me gaze on that transcendent beauty, which, the more I view it, ravishes the more. These charms are too intense. I sicken while I gaze. Merciful heaven, is not this a mere illusion of the brain? Was she not fled forever? Had not the cold hand of death divorced her from my hope? This must be some flattering vision of my distempered fancy. Perhaps some soothing dream. If such it be, grant, O ye heavenly powers, that I may never wake. O gentle youth, replied the beauteous orphan, still clasped in his embrace. What joy now fills the bosom of Monimia, at this triumph of thy virtue and thy love? When I see these transports of thy affection, when I find thee restored to that place in my esteem and admiration, which thou hadst lost by the arts of calumny and malice, this is a meeting which my most sanguine hopes durst not presage. So entirely were the faculties of Rinaldo engrossed in the contemplation of his restored Monimia, that he saw not the rest of the company, who wept with transport over this affecting scene. He was therefore amazed at the interposition of Madame Clement, who, while the shower of sympathetic pleasure bedewed her cheeks, congratulated the lovers upon this happy event, crying, "These are the joys which virtue calls her own." They also received the compliments of a reverend clergyman, who told Monimia she had reaped, at last, the fruits of that pious resignation to the will of heaven, which she had so devoutly practiced during the term of her affliction. And lastly, they were accosted by the physician, who was not quite so hackneyed in the ways of death, or so callous to the finer sensations of the soul, but that he blubbered plentifully, while he petitioned heaven in behalf of such an accomplished and deserving pair. Monimia taking Madame Clement by the hand, "Whatever joy," said she, "Rinaldo derives from this occasion, is owing to the bounty, the compassion, and maternal care of this incomparable lady, together with the kind admonitions and humanity of those two worthy gentlemen." Melville, whose passions were still in agitation, and whose mind could not yet digest the incidents that occurred, embraced them all by turns, but like the faithful needle, which, though shaken for an instant from its poise, immediately regains its true direction, and points invariably to the pole, he soon returned to his Monimia. Again he held her in his arms, again he drank enchantment from her eyes, and thus poured forth the effusions of his soul. Can I then trust the evidence of sense? And art thou really to my wish restored? Never, oh never did thy beauty shine with such bewitching grace as that which now confounds and captivates my view. Sure there is something more than mortal in thy looks. Where hast thou lived? Where borrowed this perfection? Whence art thou now descended? Oh, I am all amazement, joy, and fear. Thou wilt not leave me. No, we must not part again. By this warm kiss, 1,000 times more sweet than all the fragrance of the East, we never more will part. Oh, this is rapture, ecstasy, and what no language can explain. In the midst of these ejaculations, he ravished a banquet from her glowing lips, that kindled in his heart a flame which rushed through every vein and glided to his marrow. This was a privilege he had never claimed before, and now permitted as a recompense for all the penance he had suffered. Nevertheless, the cheeks of Monimia, who was altogether unaccustomed to such familiarities, underwent a total suffusion, and Madame Clement discreetly relieved her from the anxiety of her situation by interfering in the discourse and rallying the Count upon his endeavors to monopolize such a branch of happiness. "Oh, my dear lady," replied Rinaldo, who by this time had in some measure recovered his recollection, "forgive the wild transports of a fond lover who hath so unexpectedly retrieved the jewel of his soul. Yet, far from wishing to hoard up his treasure, he means to communicate and diffuse his happiness to all his friends. Oh, my Monimia, how will the pleasure of this hour be propagated? As yet thou knowest not all the bliss that is reserved for thy enjoyment. Meanwhile, I long to learn by what contrivance this happy interview hath been effected. Still am I ignorant how I was transported into this apartment, from the lonely vault in which I mourned over my supposed misfortune." Chapter 64. The Mystery Unfolded, Another Recognition, which it is to be hoped the reader could not foresee. The French lady then explained the whole mystery of Monimia's death, as a stratagem she had concerted with the clergyman and doctor, in order to defeat the pernicious designs of Fathom, who seemed determined to support his false pretensions by dint of perjury and fraud, which they would have found it very difficult to elude. She observed that the physician had actually despaired of Monimia's life, and it was not till after she herself was made acquainted with the prognostic that she wrote the letter to Rinaldo, which she committed to the care of Madame Clement with an earnest entreaty that it should not be sent till after her decease. But that lady, believing the Count had been certainly abused by his treacherous confidant, dispatched the billet without the knowledge of Monimia, whose health was restored by the indefatigable care of the physician and the sage exhortations of the clergyman, by which she was reconciled to life. In a word, the villainy of Fathom had inspired her with some faint hope that Rinaldo might still be innocent, and that notion contributed not a little to her cure. The letter having so effectually answered their warmest hopes, in bringing back Rinaldo such a pattern of constancy and love, the confederates, in consequence of his enthusiastic sorrow, had planned this meeting as the most interesting way of restoring two virtuous lovers to the arms of each other, for which purpose the good clergyman had pitched upon his own church, and indulged them with the use of the vestry, in which they now were presented with a small but elegant collation. Melville heard this succinct detail with equal joy and admiration. He poured forth the dictates of his gratitude to the preservers of his happiness. "This church," said he, "shall henceforth possess a double share of my veneration. This holy man will, I hope, finish the charitable work he has begun, by tying those bands of our happiness, which naught but death shall have power to unbind. Then turning to that object which was the star of his regard, "Do I not overrate," said he, "my interest with the fair Monimia?" She made no verbal reply, but answered by an emphatic glance, more eloquent than all the power of rhetoric and speech. This language, which is universal in the world of love, he perfectly well understood, and in token of that faculty, sealed the assent which she had smiled, with a kiss imprinted on her polished forehead. In order to dissipate these interesting ideas, which, by being too long indulged, might have endangered his reason, Madame Clement entreated him to entertain the company with a detail of what had happened to him in his last journey to the Empire, and Monimia expressed a desire of knowing, in particular, the issue of his contest with Count Trebasi, who, she knew, had usurped the succession of his father. Thus solicited, he could not refuse to gratify their curiosity and concern. He explained his obligations to the benevolent Jew, related the steps he had taken at Vienna for the recovery of his inheritance, informed them of his happy rencontre with his father-in-law, of his sister's deliverance and marriage, of the danger into which his life had been precipitated by the news of Monimia's death, and, lastly, of his adventure with the banditti in favor of a gentleman who, he afterwards understood, had been robbed in the most base and barbarous manner by Fathom. He likewise, to the astonishment of all present, and of his mistress in particular, communicated some circumstances, which shall appear in due season. Monimia's tender frame being quite fatigued with the scene she had acted, and her mind overwhelmed with the prosperous tidings she had heard, after having joined the congratulations of the company on the good fortune of her Rinaldo, begged leave to retire, that she might by repose recruit her exhausted spirits. And the night being pretty far spent, she was conducted by her lover to Madame Clement's coach, that stood in waiting, in which also the rest of the company made shift to embark, and were carried to the house of that good lady, where, after they were invited to dine, and Melville entreated to bring Don Diego and the Jew along with them, they took leave of one another, and retired to their respective lodgings in a transport of joy and satisfaction. As for Rinaldo, his rapture was still mixed with apprehension, that all he had seen and heard was no more than an unsubstantial vision, raised by some gay delirium of a disordered imagination. While his breast underwent those violent, though blissful emotions of joy and admiration, his friend the Castilian spent the night in ruminating over his own calamities, and in a serious and severe review of his own conduct. He compared his own behavior with that of the young Hungarian, and found himself so light in the scale that he smote his breast with violence, exclaiming in an agony of remorse, "Count Melville has reason to grieve, Don Diego to despair. His misfortunes flow from the villainy of mankind, mine are the fruit of my own madness. He laments the loss of a mistress, who fell a sacrifice to the perfidious arts of a crafty traitor. She was beautiful, virtuous, accomplished, and affectionate. He was fraught with sensibility and love. Doubtless his heart must have deeply suffered. His behavior denotes the keenness of his woe. His eyes are ever-flowing fountains of tears, his bosom the habitation of sighs. 500 leagues hath he measured in a pilgrimage to her tomb. Nightly he visits the dreary vault where she now lies at rest. Her solitary grave is his couch. He converses with darkness and the dead until each lonely isle re-echoes his distress. What would be his penance had he my cause? Were he conscious of having murdered a beloved wife and darling daughter? Ah, wretch! Ah, cruel homicide! What had those dear victims done to merit such a fate? Were they not ever gentle and obedient, ever aiming to give thee satisfaction and delight? Say that Seraphina was enamored of a peasant. Say that she had degenerated from the honor of her race. The inclinations are involuntary. Perhaps that stranger was her equal in pedigree and worth. Had they been fairly questioned, they might have justified, at least excused, that conduct which appeared so criminal, or had they owned the offense, and supplicated pardon, O barbarous monster that I am, was all the husband, was all the father extinguished in my heart. How shall my own errors be forgiven, if I refuse to pardon the frailties of my own blood, of those who are most dear to my affection? Yet nature pleaded strongly in their behalf. My heart was bursting, while I dismissed them to the shades of death. I was maddened with revenge. I was guided by that savage principle which falsely we call honor. Accursed phantom, that assumes the specious title and misleads our wretched nation. Is it then honorable to skulk like an assassin and plunge the secret dagger in the heart of some unhappy man who hath incurred my groundless jealousy or suspicion, without indulging him with that opportunity which the worst criminal enjoys? Or is it honorable to poison two defenseless women, a tender wife, an amiable daughter, whom even a frown would almost have destroyed? Oh. This is cowardice, brutality, hell-born fury, and revenge. Heaven hath not mercy to forgive such execrable guilt. Who gave thee power, abandoned ruffian, over the lives of those whom God hath stationed as thy fellows of probation, over those whom he had sent to comfort and assist thee, to sweeten all thy cares and smooth the rough, uneven paths of life? Oh, I am doomed to never-ceasing horror and remorse. If misery can atone for such enormous guilt, I have felt it in the extreme. Like an undying vulture it preys upon my heart. To sorrow I am wedded. I hug that teeming consort to my soul. Never, never shall we part, for soon as my fame shall shine unclouded by the charge of treason that now hangs over it, I will devote myself to penitence and woe. A cold, damp pavement shall be my bed, my raiment shall be sackcloth, the fields shall furnish herbage for my food, the stream shall quench my thirst, the minutes shall be numbered by my groans, the night be privy to my strains of sorrow, till heaven, in pity to my sufferings, release me from the penance I endure. Perhaps the saints whom I have murdered will intercede for my remission. Such was the exercise of grief, in which the hapless Castilian consumed the night. He had not yet consigned himself to rest, when Rinaldo, entering his chamber, displayed such a gleam of wildness and rapture on his countenance as overwhelmed him with amazement. For, till that moment, he had never seen his visage unobscured with woe. "Pardon this abrupt intrusion, my friend," cried Melville. "I could no longer withhold from your participation the great, the unexpected turn which hath this night dispelled all my sorrows and restored me to the fruition of ineffable joy. Monimia lives. The fair, the tender, the virtuous Monimia lives and smiles upon my vows. This night I retrieved her from the grave. I held her in these arms, I pressed her warm, delicious lips to mine. Oh, I am giddy with intolerable pleasure." Don Diego was confounded at this declaration, which he considered as the effects of a disordered brain. He never doubted that Rinaldo's grief had at length overpowered his reason, and that his words were the effects of mere frenzy. While he mused on this melancholy subject, the Count composed his features, and, in a succinct and well-connected detail, explained the whole mystery of his happiness, to the inexpressible astonishment of the Spaniard, who shed tears of satisfaction, and straining the Hungarian to his breast. "O my son," said he, "you see what recompense heaven hath in store for those who pursue the paths of real virtue. Those paths from which I myself have been fatally misled by a faithless vapor, which hath seduced my steps, and left me darkling in the abyss of wretchedness. Such as you describe this happy fair, was once my Seraphina, rich in every grace of mind and body which nature could bestow. Had it pleased heaven to bless her with a lover like Rinaldo, but no more, the irrevocable shaft is fled. I will not taint your enjoyment with my unavailing sighs." Melville assured this disconsolate father that no pleasure, no avocation should ever so entirely engross his mind, but that he should still find an hour for sympathy and friendship. He communicated the invitation of Madame Clement and insisted upon his compliance, that he might have an opportunity of seeing and approving the object of his passion. "I can refuse nothing to the request of Count de Melville," replied the Spaniard, "and it were ungrateful in me to decline the honor you propose. I own myself inflamed with a desire of beholding a young lady, whose perfections I have seen reflected in your sorrow. My curiosity is, moreover, interested on account of that humane gentlewoman, whose uncommon generosity sheltered such virtue in distress. But my disposition is infectious, and will, I am afraid, hang like a damp upon the general festivity of your friends." Melville would take no denial, and having obtained his consent, repaired to the house of Joshua, whose countenance seemed to unbend gradually into a total expression of joy and surprise, as he learned the circumstances of this amazing event. He faithfully promised to attend the Count at the appointed hour, and, in the meantime, earnestly exhorted him to take some repose, in order to quiet the agitation of his spirits, which must have been violently hurried on this occasion. The advice was salutary, and Rinaldo resolved to follow it. He returned to his lodgings and laid himself down, but notwithstanding the fatigue he had undergone, sleep refused to visit his eyelids, all his faculties being kept in motion by the ideas that crowded so fast upon his imagination. Nevertheless, though his mind continued in agitation, his body was refreshed, and he arose in the forenoon with more serenity and vigor than he had enjoyed for many months. Every moment his heart throbbed with new rapture, when he found himself on the brink of possessing all that his soul held dear and amiable. He put on his gayest looks and apparel, insisted upon the Castilians doing the same honor to the occasion, and the alteration of dress produced such an advantageous change in the appearance of Don Diego that when Joshua arrived at the appointed hour, he could scarce recognize his features, and complimented him very politely on the improvement of his looks. True it is, the Spaniard was a personage of a very prepossessing mien and noble deportment, and had not grief, by increasing his native gravity, in some measure discomposed the symmetry of his countenance, he would have passed for a man of a very amiable and engaging physiognomy. They set out in the Jew's coach for the house of Madame Clement, and were ushered into an apartment, where they found the clergyman and physician with that lady, to whom Don Diego and the Hebrew were by Melville introduced. Before they had seated themselves, Rinaldo inquired about the health of Monimia, and was directed to the next room by Madame Clement, who permitted him to go thither, and conduct her to the company. He was not slow of availing himself of this permission. He disappeared in an instant, and during his short absence, Don Diego was strangely disturbed. The blood flushed and forsook his cheeks by turns. A cold vapor seemed to shiver through his nerves, and at his breast he felt uncommon palpitation. Madame Clement observed his discomposure, and kindly inquired into the cause. When he replied, "I have such an interest in what concerns the Count de Melville, and my imagination is so much prepossessed with the perfections of Monimia, that I am, as it were, agonized with expectation. Yet never did my curiosity before raise such tumults as those that now agitate my bosom." He had scarce pronounced these words, when the door, reopening, Rinaldo led in this mirror of elegance and beauty, at sight of whom the Israelite's countenance was distorted into a stare of admiration. But if such was the astonishment of Joshua, what were the emotions of the Castilian, when, in the beauteous orphan, he beheld the individual features of his long-lost Seraphina? His feelings are not to be described. The fond parent, whose affection shoots even to a sense of pain, feels not half such transport when he unexpectedly retrieves a darling child from the engulfing billows or devouring flame. The hope of Zelos had been totally extinguished. His heart had been incessantly torn with anguish and remorse, upbraiding him as the murderer of Seraphina. His, therefore, were the additional transports of a father disburdened of the guilt of such enormous homicide. His nerves were too much overpowered by this sudden recognition to manifest the sensation of his soul by external signs. He started not, nor did he lift an hand in token of surprise. He moved not from the spot on which he stood, but riveting his eyes to those of the lovely phantom, remained without motion, until she, approaching with her lover, fell at his feet and clasping his knees, exclaimed, "May I yet call you father?" This powerful shock aroused his faculties. A cold sweat bedewed his forehead. His knees began to totter. He dropped upon the floor and, throwing his arms around her, cried, "O nature! O Seraphina, merciful Providence! Thy ways are past finding out." So saying, he fell upon her neck and wept aloud. The tears of sympathetic joy trickled down her snowy bosom that heaved with rapture inexpressible. Rinaldo's eyes poured forth the briny stream. The cheeks of Madame Clement were not dry in this conjuncture. She kneeled by Seraphina, kissed her with all the eagerness of maternal affection, and with uplifted hands adored the power that preordained this blessed event. The clergyman and doctor intimately shared the general transport, and as for Joshua, the drops of true benevolence flowed from his eyes, like the oil on Aaron's beard, while he skipped about the room in an awkward ecstasy, and in a voice resembling the hoarse notes of the long-eared tribe, cried, "O Father Abraham!" Such a moving scene hath not been acted since Joseph disclosed himself unto his brethren in Egypt. Don Diego, having found utterance to his passion, proceeded in this strain, "O my dear child, to find thee thus again after our last unhappy parting is wonderful, miraculous. Blessed be the all-good, my conscience. I am not then the dire assassin who sacrificed his wife and daughter to an infernal motive falsely titled honor, though I am more and more involved in a mystery which I long to hear explained." "That shall be my task," cried Rinaldo. but first permit me to implore your sanction to my passion for the incomparable Seraphina. You already know our mutual sentiments, and though I own the possession of such inestimable worth and beauty would be a recompense that infinitely transcends the merit I can plead. Yet, as it hath been my good fortune to inspire her with a mutual flame, I hope to reap from your indulgence here what I could not expect from my own desert. And we present ourselves in hope of your paternal assent and benediction. Were she more fair and good and gentle than she is, answered the Castilian, and to my partial observation not e'er appeared on earth more beauteous and engaging, I would approve your title to her heart, and recommend you to her smiles, with all a father's influence and power. Yes, my daughter. My joy on this occasion is infinitely augmented by the knowledge of those tender ties of love that bind thee to this amiable youth, a youth to whose uncommon courage and generosity I owe my life and my subsistence, together with the inexpressible delight that now revels in my bosom. Enjoy, my children, the happy fruits of your reciprocal attachment. May heaven, which hath graciously conducted you through a labyrinth of perplexity and woe to this transporting view of blissful days, indulge you with that uninterrupted stream of pure felicity, which is the hope, and ought to be the boon of virtue, such as yours. So saying, he joined their hands, and embraced them with the most cordial love and satisfaction, which diffused itself to every individual of the company, who fervently invoked the Almighty Power in behalf of this enraptured pair. The tumult of these emotions having a little subsided, and the Castilian being seated betwixt Rinaldo and his beauteous bride, he politely bespoke the indulgence of Madame Clement, begging she would permit him to demand the performance of the Count's promise, that he might be forthwith made acquainted with those circumstances of his own fate which he was so impatient to learn. The lady having assured him that she and all the company would take pleasure in hearing the recapitulation, the Spaniard, addressing himself to Melville, "In the name of heaven," said he, "how could you supplant that rival who fell a sacrifice to my resentment after he had bewitched the heart of Seraphina? For sure the affection he had kindled in her breast must have long survived his death." "That rival," replied the Count, "who incurred your displeasure, was no other than Rinaldo." With these words he applied to one eye a patch of black silk provided for the purpose, and turning his face towards Don Diego, that gentleman started with astonishment, crying, "Good heaven! The very countenance of Orlando, whom I slew? This is still more amazing."